It is day 4 of NFL free agency frenzy. Tyler Jones, he's Harrison Graham here with you. Thanks for joining us on NFL Daily's live coverage here on Chat Sports as we will break down every signing that happens in real time throughout this afternoon with our full cast of characters that will be here today. Harry, here we are a few days in now. We're presented by Manscaped. You can save 20% off. Plus, get free shipping at manscaped.com/chat. Harry, as folks shout out their cities, we'll shout them out here in a moment. What's kind of your thoughts on what we've seen from a free agency so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think the QB carousel's been interesting. Obviously, like the latest news is that the Falcons and the Eagles are being looked into for potential tampering violations with the Kirk Cousins signing and the Saquon Barkley signing for those two respective franchises, but I think the QB thing's been interesting. Obviously, as the Chicago Bears now host here, the whole Justin Fields situation fitting into that. Where does that go from here? We'll have to wait and see. But I think the quarterbacks, it's been interesting to see what positions have been robust, what have been quieter. Like it's obviously Calvin Ridley signed the big deal yesterday, but
right.
Wide receiver has been a little slower. You know, Darnell Mooney got a nice deal, so did Gabe Davis, but there's still some guys out there. The offensive guard market just went nuclear with guys like Robert Hunt getting $20 million per year. So it's always interesting each year to see which positions kind of get paid more than others. And I think a lot of it has to do with, well, who's available in the draft? Well, the interior offensive linemen in this draft aren't viewed in that high a light, so it kind of makes sense. So, yeah, I think that's where we're at. I don't know what teams really stand out super high or more than others based on what they've done, but there's certainly been some interesting moves.
Checking in the chat, see where you guys are at today. Got Danielle in Spokane, Washington, Sexton in Indy, got Math and Makeup in Tampa Bay, Bruce in Las Vegas, Sharon in Cleveland, Nick in Germany, Mark in Charlotte, Jonathan Taylor checking in from Buffalo.
Oh, what's up, JT?
Got Junior in Mexico, Sosa in Wilmington, North Carolina, says go Seahawks. Let's see, we got Desmond in Philly, we got John in San Antonio, Garrett in Buffalo, got King in Boston, Mr. Sports 815 in Arizona, Rashad Lee in Dallas, King in Boston, got Michael in Sacramento, Camel in Philadelphia, Lewis in Jersey, just to name a few. Glad to have you guys here. Thanks for hanging out with us, spending your Thursday here on the channel today. Let's get you caught up to speed on what we've seen so far in day number 4 of free agency. Is activity already underway, and we'll go through some of these here over the next few minutes. Harry, Harrison Smith there with the Vikings, sticking around there. One of the best players of his position.
Sticking around, restructuring. He feels like a Viking lifer. They were kind of at a crossroads. Do you finally move on? Does he take a pay cut to stay? It kind of seems like that's what he did. Jamison Crowder back to Washington for what feels like the 10th time as he continues to hang around. I do want to mention this note real quick that just came in from Diana Rossini. She reports that the Vikings made Kirk Cousins an offer for more than 1 year that included guaranteed money in year 2. Sources tell Alec Lewis and her. Ultimately, the Falcons' offer exceeded how far Minnesota is willing to go. The team is now focused on maximizing a flexible future, which I quite frankly think is the right move for the Vikings. Even if they bring back Kirk Cousins, like what is that team's ceiling? I don't think they're the best team in the NFC North. So why not just kind of reset a little bit? It sucks you don't get something for him, like you don't trade him or something like that. Obviously, maybe the comp pick formula works out next year. They get a third or something. But they seem like a team poised to trade up and draft a quarterback, I think.
One thing I'll say when it comes to Cousins that is a little bit I would say, how would I describe, confusing is the fact that they move on, they let him go, and still take on that big dead cap hit. Like, that's where I thought of you would bring him back because you're going to have to pay him anyway.
I think they're just like, you know what, this is what we're willing to do. We like some quarterbacks in this draft. Here's our offer. If it means 2024 is a transition year for us, so be it. Yeah. I just think that's where they're at. I think they looked at last year like, look, we weren't winning with him. He goes down. He's 36 with an Achilles now. We have some aging vets. We let Danielle Hunter go. 2 years ago, I think was a bit fool's gold when they went 13-4, and they kind of got exposed in that playoff game against New York.
The defense was atrocious.
Yeah, so I think 24 is a transition year with hopes of 2025. They're back being a playoff contender.
Yeah, the Falcons making a couple moves today as well. The Steelers get Sean Elliott
Like
from
that move.
the Miami Dolphins. Steelers have had a really good last few days.
They do stand out to me. They poach Patrick Queen. You know, I'm not the biggest Russell Wilson guy, but you get him for the vet minimum. It's a clear upgrade from what they've had in that quarterback room for a few years now. A lot of buzz around Tyler Boyd. If they could add him to help replace Deontay Johnson, I think they're in a pretty good position to compete in the AFC North.
Yeah, I think so. Who is the best free agent on the market right now? Chat, want to know what you guys think. Weigh in, tell us, and we'll shout out some of your answers out there. Harry, I know that we've seen a lot of players sign over the last few days, but there's still plenty of good talent out there.
Yeah, I mean, like, is Justin Simmons the top guy now? I still think he's a very good safety. You know, I think the league, team by team, views Chase Young very differently. I think some teams probably like him a lot. Some don't. There's motor questions there, some injury concerns. Seeing some Justin Simmons. Mike Williams, how do teams view him? I mean, when healthy, I think he's one of the best contested catch guys in the NFL. I'll be curious to see what his market is. But Marquise Brown, you got OBJ. I mean, there's still some big names out there. There is a report, by the way, that came in a few minutes ago as well, that Desmond Ridder sounds like he could be on the move. So we'll see what happens there.
All right, checking in the chat, seeing Mike Williams, Chase Young, Marquise Brown, Justin Simmons, Chase Young, Justin Simmons, OBJ, just to name a few. Top of the morning to you. This episode is brought to you by St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers Manscaped. This year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders in below-the-kit care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com and use code CHAT for 20% off plus free shipping. Meet your new lucky charm for St. Patrick's Day, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. This trimmer comes with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, one for a classic trim and a new foil blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. Trimming the hedges in your Irish garden isn't just for below the belt. Complete your look with Manscaped's signature Beard Hedger Pro Kit plus Handyman electric face shaver. Whether you're sculpting your beard or cleaning up your neckline, these are always the right tools for the job. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code CHAT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code CHAT at manscaped.com. This St. Patrick's Day, make sure your little hairy leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. Harry, I know that I'm not a facial hair guy, but you are. You love some Manscaped.
Listen, the Beard Hedger is fantastic. I've been a lawnmower user for years. What I like about Manscaped as well, Tyler, is they're on the 5.0 now. They don't rest on their laurels. They're always looking to improve their products. So we've been happy customers for a long time. Here at Chat Sports. I know I have for several years now. So go check out Manscaped. Fellas, if you want to have a lucky night, look no further than Manscaped. This coming in from Pro Football Talk. Get back to that tampering discussion, Tyler, that James Franklin, Penn State head coach, suggested that Howie Roseman, the Eagles general manager, spoke directly to Saquon Barkley during the negotiation period, which is a direct violation of tampering. On Wednesday, the Eagles said they only spoke to player agents. And you got this from Graziano as well. The NFL is looking into that situation, plus Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. I mean, look, we know tampering happens. Like, I don't really know
why is James Franklin getting involved?
Yeah. I mean,
I said this yesterday when we talked about this. What a narc.
Bigger narc, James Franklin, or I can't remember the Astros pitcher that self-narked Mike Fires. You let us know in the comments.
I always wonder, too, when they say these tampering allegations, all right, who did snitch? How did the ball get rolling here? And apparently it's Penn State coach James Franklin getting involved. You know, with that said, if you're the Eagles and if you're the Falcons, even if you get some type of tampering charge, you got the player. It's still worth it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess it depends on what the penalty is. If they hand down a penalty, if they say we're going to strip you of a third-round pick, is it worth it at that point? Maybe, maybe not. I don't think the NFL will do that. Maybe there's like a fine or something like that, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, I just don't know how you stop tampering. I mean, they've added this 2-day window of legal tampering, and there's still violations being had. So I mean, it's obvious that there was some kind of communication with Cousins and the Falcons, because the weeks leading up to free agency, it was like, look out for Atlanta. You think that comes out of nowhere? Of course not.
He was already looking at homes in Atlanta.
Yeah, he was literally school districts for his kids. So, look, I guess the workaround is, my agent's been talking to them. But I got to think that him having a relationship with Raheem Morris for years, some kind of exchange probably took place. So, who knows? We'll see where it goes from here. I don't know what what's the best move for the NFL here? Like, I get like Giants and Vikings fans might be pissed, but at the end of the day, are you going to drop the hammer here and set that type of expectation and standard? I don't know if that's best either.
I would be surprised. We'll see.
Maybe like a late pick or a fine.
Another tweet from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Now that Atlanta has signed quarterback Kirk Cousins, Falcons quarterback Desmond Ridder is expected to be traded per sources. The Falcons have been discussing a deal with other teams, but there's nothing in place yet. Harry, Ridder started 2 seasons, showed some flashes at times, but very inconsistent.
Yeah.
I can't imagine there being a ton of heavy suitors willing to give up a lot for Desmond Ridder.
Mac Jones trade maybe, 6th-round pick. He's got an extra year on his contract compared to Mac, so maybe that's what you're looking at here. But it'll be interesting to see, what he gets, and does that dictate anything for Justin Fields? I think Fields is clearly a notch above, if not multiple notches above Ridder and even Mac Jones, which I would think is probably why the Bears have held firm. They're not going to just give him away. So, we'll see what Ridder's market is. I mean, I know Zach Wilson, the Jets would like to move him as well. I don't think he's got much value. So, maybe this turns into one of those classic pick swaps where a team trades a 6th for Ridder and a 7th or something like that.
That quarterback draft class, Desmond Ridder, Kenny Pickett,
Malik Willis.
One
of the worst ever.
One of the worst ever.
Yeah, bad.
What
bad.
a disaster.
We kind of knew that going in, right?
We did.
We knew it wasn't going to be strong.
Kenny Pickett was the only first-round quarterback in that class.
We thought one of these guys might become decent, but none of them even look like quality backups, to be honest. I mean, Malik Willis can't play at all. Maybe Pickett is a solid backup in this league, but, you look at the numbers there from Ridder.
Woof.
Okay, but certainly not starter. He's got some dual threat ability, so I expect him to be on a roster. But yeah, pretty bad draft class, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no kidding. The numbers on Ridder there, you can see his completion percentage went up a hair last year. Touchdown interception ratio 17 and 12.
Really bad in the red zone. A lot of red zone turnovers for him.
Yeah, and I mean the one thing I would say to Ridder's benefit of the doubt, Arthur Smith did not put him in the best positions to succeed either. With those weapons, like Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson and Drake London, they were all underutilized.
Yeah, I don't really get why they drafted Bijan and then basically split him with Algier.
Yeah.
If you're going to take a running back top 10, you should run him into the ground, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah.
So, that's why Arthur Smith is no longer employed by Atlanta. So.
Yeah. Let's get to today's Super Chat menu. And this is how you can get involved in today's show. The only way you can get on screen is by sending us a Super Chat. $sign next to the chat box if you would like to contribute and support the work we're doing here on NFL Daily. $2 Super Chat, we'll give you a beer cheers. $5 Super Chat, we'll talk about your team. $10 Super Chat, we'll give you a hot take for the 2024 season. $20 Super Chat, we'll spin the wheel of punishment. And for every $50 Super Chat, we will do either a beer bong or a beer shotgun. Harry, I gave out a decent amount of hot takes a couple days ago. I'm sure you got a few cooking in the burner.
Yeah, I'll give you a free one here. This might come as a surprise. How about this? The Bengals will finish last in the AFC North.
Ooh.
I don't trust Joe Burrow's health at this point. He's had 2 notable injuries. I think Pittsburgh's gotten better. I still think Baltimore's there. And there's questions around Deshaun Watson, obviously, and I'm not a big Watson guy for a multitude of reasons. And look, if you want to keep it to football, he's been bad in Cleveland. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
But that roster is absolutely loaded. I mean,
right.
they won 11 games last year with Joe Flacco guiding them down the stretch. So, yeah, where does Tee Higgins end up? I think Tyler Boyd's gone. I think Cincinnati's got real questions. I know they've been fairly active. They also just lost Jonah Williams as well. 18 months ago, there was a thought, could there be a shift? Could they overtake Mahomes in Kansas City? That feels like a long time ago at this point. So they've got a lot to prove. So That's my hot take. Cincinnati's not a playoff team next year.
You've heard it first. There's Super Chat menu, and we have our first Super Chat. Say. What do you have to say, my guy? $2 Super Chat. Tyler Jones equals the GOAT. Check us in the mail. Thank you, say. Seattle will miss Bobby.
What'd you make of that move?
So it's an interesting situation, Harry, because the Seahawks, zero. Not a single one on their roster.
Let me jump in real fast. Jonathan Jones saying Desmond Ridder to the Cardinals is being worked on. So not finalized, but sounds like Kyler Murray's new backup, which I actually think is a decent fit.
Yeah.
Mobile, dual threat. I think that makes sense. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, we'll get more on Ridder here in just a second. As far as Seattle goes, moving on from Bobby Wagner here, I was a bit surprised because as of right now, what's the alternative? What do you plan to do? You missed out on Patrick Queen. You didn't bring back Jordan Brooks.
Jordan Brooks left. Yep.
That, to me, is the head scratcher here. I would have understood if you moved on from Bobby because you were going to get Queen or giving Brooks a new deal. Mm-hmm. But what the hell is Seattle doing? I thought that once they didn't get Patrick Queen, they should have called Bobby and apologized and said, "Hey, we'll pay you just for this year. We need you. Yeah. We need one more year out of you, Bobby."
I thought Patrick Queen for under $14 million a year, which is what he came in at, was a pretty damn good deal for Pittsburgh. I don't think he's that far off from like Roquan and Fred Warner, the $20 million guys. I would have paid that if I was Seattle. I would have given him that deal. Now, maybe they were in the mix and he chose Pittsburgh. Who knows? But it seemed like he would have followed, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, Seattle's new head coach.
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald to Seattle. But that didn't happen. So that's certainly an interesting one.
Yeah.
Daniel Watson, appreciate the donation from you as well, my friend. All super chats get on the show, so we appreciate it. Here's Jonathan Jones' report, Tyler, that the Falcons are working on trading for Desmond Ridder. Ridder, who went 8-9 as a starter, would back up Kyler Murray moving forward. As the Falcons obviously have Kirk Cousins, they probably just keep Taylor Heineke as his backup. So I like that fit. I mean, I know we kind of just, I don't want to say buried Desmond Ridder, but we're a little harsh. I think fit-wise, though, like him being a backup to a dual-threat quarterback like Kyler Murray makes sense. I think that's viable, and their backup situation's been pretty rough the last couple of years. When Kyler hasn't played, it's shown. There's no doubt.
Yeah, Joshua Dobbs looked decent filling in.
Yeah, and they flipped him. But I remember Trace
Kyle Allen.
Trace McSorley got a start a couple years ago there, and you're just like, what is this situation? Clayton, they drafted Clayton Tune, and he stinks. So I think Ridder's an upgrade over Tune. I'll at least give him that.
We've seen the Cardinals make some moves. Like that's a team that
they've been aggressive.
Is trying to move forward, upward trajectory.
They got Jonah Williams. I think it's pretty obvious Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be their pick at 4. Now, there could be an exception if a team trading up for that 4th quarterback or if the Patriots pass on a quarterback at 3. That Cardinals pick at 4 could be very valuable. There could be a lot of teams moving up. Denver, Vegas. I think the Giants from 6 could be a possibility. Minnesota certainly from 11 as well. So I think the Cardinals are in a good spot where they can either just draft Marvin Harrison Jr. unless the Patriots take him at 3, or teams are going to be interested in trading up for a quarterback. So they could add more assets. There it is. Ian Rappaport confirms Jonathan Jones' report. Desmond Ridder is getting traded to the Cardinals.
Still
waiting on the compensation. So we'll bring those details to you once it comes in. But you want to give Jonathan Jones the credit. He was on this first. All right, we got Paul with the super chat. Let's talk about the G-Men boys draft projections. You talking about the Giants, the Cowboys?
Giants.
Okay, G-Men boys.
Okay.
What would you do if you're the Giants at 6? Would you go quarterback, or would you just take Neighbors or Odunze?
I would go ahead and take Neighbors or Odunze.
I think I agree with you.
I look at that Giants situation. You're not going to get one of those top 3 blue chip quarterbacks. And so you got Daniel Jones under contract. You got Drew Lock there. I think that's your best bet, is to go with one of those receivers. Try to see if you can get this thing where it needs to be. Because, I mean, they're just, a year removed from being a playoff team. So I know last year was a disaster. But if you're Brian Dable and company, you got to be thinking, all right, we got to put this together to get back to what we were, because Dable's coaching for his job this year.
Well, that's what's interesting. Like, behind closed doors, him and Joe Shane, like, do they feel the pressure to draft a quarterback? You know what I'm saying? Like, they might feel like we could be fired after this year if things don't go well. So they might say, we haven't drafted a quarterback in our 3 years here. This might be our only chance to do so. So I do wonder if that happens. Maybe the Mara family has given them some assurances to say, hey, don't force a quarterback pick. Like, you guys will be back in 25, barring a disaster.
Rondell Moore going to the Cardinals in exchange for Desmond Ridder.
Oh, player going to the Falcons from Arizona.
Yeah, Falcons, thank you.
So that might just be a player swap. Player for player? Yeah. That's interesting. So now Atlanta...
Yeah, Rapp has updated his tweet to say Falcons, not Cardinals.
Yeah, Jonathan Jones has got that too. So Rondale Moore going to Atlanta, Tyler, this is interesting to me because the Falcons wide receiver room might be kind of set. You've got Drake London, Darnell Mooney, and Rondale Moore if they view him as a number 3. Does that take them out of play at number 8 for a receiver? Maybe they take the first defensive player in the draft because it feels it's very offensive heavy early.
Yeah, what about like a Dallas Turner for them?
Yeah, I mean, Dallas Turner, they could go Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo who's been rising up boards. Yeah, I think edge or corner could definitely be a fit there.
I really like what the Falcons are doing. I like this trade, too, for them as well. I think you're looking at the Falcons not just being the favorites in the NFC South, but a serious threat in the NFC.
This being a player for player, too, I wonder if, and of course I'm going to do this as the Bears host, I wonder if there's a trade out there for Chicago like this, but on a higher level. Like, trade Justin Fields to the Eagles for Josh Sweat, who they've been shopping, because they could use an edge. Something like that. I wonder if something like that is out there where maybe they're not getting the draft comp they want, but maybe they can get a player that at least can help their roster, assuming they're ready to go draft Caleb Williams, number 1 overall. So
maybe so. On the Cardinals end of things, moving on from Rondale Moore,
he's had some injuries. He's been hit and miss. I think it's further confirmation they're drafting a receiver.
They need a lot of receiver help.
I mean, Marquise Brown's a free agent. They got to bring him back.
I don't think so. I think he's going to Kansas City.
He could. I could see that. They could use him.
Grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F.
Who do you guys think won the trade, too? Let us know on that front. This kind of feels like a win-win. Arizona needed to upgrade backup quarterback. Falcons could have used another receiver. So I'm cool with this both ways.
Checking in the chat. Get your grades in, A, B, C, D, or F. Math and Makeup says C. Junior says B. I got Ray saying Falcons A. Vincent says A for Atlanta. We got Brian saying C. Lucky says C- for the Cardinals, A for the Falcons. Garrett says Atlanta B. Eris says C. Noah says C. Steven says C. Justin says Falcons 1. Brian says B plus Atlanta. Sharon says A. Donald says B. King saying C. Trey saying both win A-. Some of the grades coming in there.
T. Lee as well with the super chat. Do you think the Pats go Marvin Harrison Jr. and wait on a quarterback next year? I don't think they should do that, Tyler, and here's why. And things certainly changed. Jaden Daniels kind of came out of nowhere this year. But, like, on the surface, and there's NFL draft analysts on record saying this because they look ahead and they hear from scouts and people within the league, the QB draft class for next year doesn't look great. Now, will someone probably emerge? Sure, but if you're New England, what are the chances you're picking 1, 2, or 3 next year? They could be, but you're not planning.
You don't know.
You're not planning that. It feels like this is their chance to try and get a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that the Patriots are going to have the worst roster in the league next year, but I mean, the NFL stuff happens, right? I mean, you could luck your way into a couple more wins than you expected, and all of a sudden you're outside of the top 3. You're in a position now. I think you have to capitalize. You got to go get that quarterback.
Well, this
now.
It's a real scenario, Tyler, that the third best QB in this draft is better than the top QB in next year's draft. So if you view it from that lens, it's like even if we're the worst team in football next year, whoever's available with that pick may not be as good.
So here's an example to add on to that point. Drake May, let's say that he's there at 3.
That's an automatic draft for me.
Let's say that. Hold on, let me finish here. Drake May would have been the number 1 quarterback in the last 2 drafts.
Yes.
And he's number 3 this year, probably. So
Yep.
why go ahead and push off the inevitable when you're in as good a position as you may be?
Yeah, I mean, look, I get the appeal of Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he's the most can't-miss player in this draft. He's like the safest player. Like, at worst, he's going to be very, very good. But if you don't have the quarterback, what's the point? Like, I just feel like New England has seen the last 3 years, especially the last 2 years, things going sideways with Mac Jones. They're in position to get a quarterback. It's a good QB draft. Just draft a quarterback. Like, that would be my advice.
Your guy Kevin Warren with $5 super chat.
Kevin Warren. Bears should trade 9 to the Bengals for Tee Higgins in 18. There's your wide receiver 2. Draft Verse or Latu at 18. Yeah, this idea has been thrown out there, Tyler. The Bears need another receiver next to DJ Moore. Swap 9 and 18 with Cincinnati. Bengals could then replace Higgins with one of those dudes in the draft potentially. And then, the Bears still have a first-round pick. I guess my question is, does Ryan Poles want to give Tee Higgins $25 million per year, or would he rather just try to get Neighbors or a Dunze? No guarantee one falls to 9, but it's kind of the devil you know versus the devil you don't. You don't know how the draft is going to fall.
Well, we've seen Poles be aggressive the last couple of years of trying to get skill position players, and for better or for worse.
Yeah, he missed on Claypool. Obviously, hit on DJ. Hit on Montez Sweat as a premium pass rusher. So he's not immune to trades, no doubt about it. And another idea I've had, too, is if they do this trade and they get back to 18, that could also be range for Jackson Powers-Johnson, the Oregon center.
Yep.
They could use a center as well. So that's a possibility. So I'm definitely not turned off by the idea. I think Higgins would be a good fit with DJ Moore. They could get, a number 3 receiver later in the draft. So, yeah, it's certainly a possibility here. No doubt about it.
Yeah. I want to make sure you guys subscribe to NFL Daily by Chat Sports as we're trying to reach our next milestone of 368,000 subs here on the channel today. Got 1,800 people watching right now. You ain't live, you ain't subscribed. We have been live for the last 4 days of free agency coverage. We're going to be live again for the NFL Draft in several weeks from now as well. And in the meantime, between now and then, we'll keep you up to speed with the latest news and rumors going on across the National Football League. Also talking college football, NBA, and more. Spin the wheel of subs. Make that number go up, 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 and away. And we'll put the link in the chat to make sure you guys can subscribe and be a part of what we're doing each and every day, bringing you free coverage.
Got sub-only chat on, too, so if you want to be a part of the chat, you got to subscribe, so be sure to do so.
Another Bear fan checking in.
The Bears sign a wide receiver today. I hope so. I tweeted yesterday that they would, and they didn't, so I was let down by that. I like Curtis Samuel for Chicago. I would like Tyler Boyd. I don't think they end up with him, though. I think he probably goes to Pittsburgh or could be an option for Kansas City as well. I hope they do because they definitely need to add at that position because right now, DJ Moore is great. He was a top 6-7 receiver in the NFL last year. But they've got basically nothing after that. They have Tyler Scott and Velus Jones, and Velus Jones has been a bust, and Tyler Scott flashed some as a rookie, but you certainly need a lot more there.
Harry, before you sign off, give me one prediction for the rest of the day.
One prediction for today. Let me see. Man, putting me on the spot here. How about this? No, not Chase Young's visiting the Saints tomorrow. I will say how about this? I'll keep it kind of vague. 2 more trades happened today. We just saw Desmond Ridder get traded. 2 more trades happen. Not sure what they'll be. We get 2 more trades today. How about this? L'Jarius Sneed gets traded today. I'll go bold. L'Jarius Sneed gets traded today. There you go.
You heard it first. Harrison Graham joining us here on NFL Daily. More coverage on Bears Now.
We'll be live over there in a couple hours. So if you got Bears fans want to check that out, obviously we'll keep it rolling here. Jack Sperry going to come on here in a few minutes. So thanks for having me. I'll see you guys in a bit.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Harrison Graham joining us here on NFL Daily. We continue with our live coverage of Free Agency Frenzy, a half hour into our numero uno of today's show. And up next, we will bring in Jack Sperry coming up in just a bit. We'll go over our top 30 free agents that are still available at this point. In the news of this hour, Desmond Ridder off to Arizona in exchange for Rondale Moore, a player swap, as Kirk Cousins will get another weapon there in Atlanta. That news coming within about the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. Shout out your team, and we'll talk about the first one we see. The more you spam your team, the more likely the chances are that we talk about your team. So, chat, I want to see you flood the chat with your team, and I'm going to count down all the way from 30. I'm going to close my eyes, and the first team I see is the team we're going to talk about. So flood that chat. Go as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. And let's see what team we end up with. Here we go. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Falcons are the first team I saw there. All right, let's talk about the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons, very fascinating. I loved the move to go get Cousins. You got a top 10 quarterback in this league. You all of a sudden go from outside the playoffs in 2023 to now being a serious threat in the NFC as well. You bring in Mooney. You already had Drake London and Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson. Now you add Rondale Moore as well. The Falcons aren't messing around here. The question I have, the biggest concern for me when it comes to the Atlanta Falcons, is not the roster. It's the head coach. I didn't like the Raheem Morris hire. I didn't think he did a very good job in Tampa Bay. I didn't think he did a very good job last time when he was in Atlanta as their interim head coach. To me, that's the weak link, is Raheem Morris their head coach. The pieces are there, but is Raheem Morris the right man for the job? Jury's still out on him as far as I'm concerned. So that's how I look at with the Atlanta Falcons. They've had a good couple of days, but I have concerns when it comes to the head coach. We are going to bring in Jack Sperry in a moment, and I'm very curious what his thoughts are on the Atlanta Falcons. But in the meantime, while we wait to bring in Sperry, let's do this one more time. Let's pick another team. This time I'll count down from 20. Make you guys go a little bit faster in the chat this time of spamming your team as fast as we can. So let's get after it. Here we go. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Eagles. E-A-G-L-E-S. Losers. All right, let's talk about the Eagles here. You add Saquon Barkley, C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes back. The thing about the Eagles that I think is going to be something to watch in 2024 is the health of Jalen Hurts. To me, that is more important than any player that they've brought in. Because when things went downhill for Philadelphia in 2023 was when Jalen Hurts clearly wasn't healthy, when he didn't look right, and he never looked right the entire year. So for me, that's how I look at it. I think Philadelphia is going to have a nice bounce-back season. I like the additions they made in getting a healthy Jalen Hurts back. That's going to be crucial for the Philadelphia Eagles. Watch out for Philadelphia. Let's see what they do in 2024. Let's tell you about today's sponsor. Top of the morning to you. This episode is brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers Manscaped. This year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders in below-the-kit care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com and use code CHAT for 20% off plus free shipping. Meet your new lucky charm for St. Patrick's Day, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. The trimmer comes with two interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, one for a classic trim and a new foil blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. Trimming the hedges in your Irish garden isn't just for below the belt. Complete your look with Manscaped's signature Beard Hedger Pro Kit, plus Handyman Electric Face Shaver. Whether you're sculpting your beard or cleaning up your neckline, these are always the right tools for the job. Get 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code CHAT at manscaped.com. This St. Patrick's Day, make sure your little hairy leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. Link is in the chat right now. Go see Manscaped for yourself. Start saving money today. Start looking better. Your face, your balls, and your lady will thank you later. Check out Manscaped today. You'll be glad you did. We continue here on our live coverage of NFL Free Agency Frenzy Day number 4. That is Jack Sperry. I am Tyler Jones. Jack, welcome in. Glad to have you with us. Day number 4. What's your thoughts on the day that we've seen so far?
So Steelers added a safety, Deshaun Elliott. I was a little bit late. Sorry about that, folks. Had to go film a quick Steelers video. But Deshaun Elliott to the Pittsburgh Steelers should be a nice Swiss Army knife type versatile safety piece for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Desmond Ridder, it sounds like he's going to Arizona. Rondale Moore to the Atlanta Falcons. That's a nice, for sure, special teams piece, but I think that he could also maybe develop in that offense there in Atlanta as well. He was highly touted coming out of Purdue couple seasons back. So some decent moves, some interesting moves to start off today, man, and I'm excited to see how things get going today. Justin Simmons, Arik Armstead, maybe we hear some of those moves get done today. It's going to be exciting, man. I'm glad to be here.
Awesome stuff. Jack, glad to have you here, and we got an update. Hayden Hurst is who we'll turn our attention to next as we continue here, and we'll catch up to speed with say that again, Jack. Yeah. Let's talk about Hayden Hurst. Jack, your thoughts on Hayden Hurst here?
I mean, he's like a lower level, maybe types like number 2 tight end, maybe. You know, he's maybe not the dynamic talent that maybe some people thought he was going to be coming out of the draft a few years back. But do we know where he's going? He's going to the Chargers officially. Okay, so I'm just hearing that for the first time. Interesting fit. You know, the Chargers love, or I should say specifically, Jim Harbaugh loves to use these big tight end sets, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 2-3 tight ends on the field at a given time, and Hayden Hurst is just going to be another body in that room. Of course, Brock Bowers is somebody that's consistently mocked to the Los Angeles Chargers, maybe add a nice receiving dynamic threat there in this offense with Justin Herbert, but, you know, kind of a lower level starter type. You know, you can trust him on the field.
So they signed Colby Parkinson from the Seahawks as well.
Yes,
Good
they did. And I love Colby Parkinson, by the way.
So pairing Hurst and Parkinson, and they might even add more here, obviously we're seeing the Chargers and Harbaugh go to their bread and butter of investing in that tight end position.
Absolutely. And I really do think that they're going to want to carry 3 tight ends. Jim Harbaugh, like I said, loves to go to those heavy personnel packages. Hurst seems to me like a really good number 3 tight end option to me. You know, if you wanted to go 13 personnel, I think that what Jim Harbaugh would love to do is have Brock Bowers as his number 1, Colby Parkinson as his number 2, and that he'd be like the best number 2 tight end in football. And then you got Hayden Hurst as your number 3. I think that's a really good trio of tight ends. But with these 2 signings this free agency period, you don't have to get Brock Bowers, right? You could get a tackle, maybe a wide receiver after letting go of Mike Williams. They have options there at number 5 overall, and in fact, they could probably even trade down, Teej.
Yeah, they very well could. Jack, we got a super chat here from Kevin Warren, the president of the Bears, checking in.
Kevin Warren, $2 super chat, says Houston Texans make it to the AFC Championship game. Definitely wouldn't surprise me, Kevin, especially with how much good young talent that they have. That defensive line now is going to be absolutely ravenous. I mean, Will Anderson Jr., who they took in the top 5 last year, right? They traded up to go get him. And now you add Danielle Hunter, who had 16.5 sacks, 23 tackles for loss last year. And I think that they're probably in the running to maybe sign Arik Armstead to be a defensive tackle for them That could be probably the number one destination for Armstead because he used to play for D'Amico Ryans. The Houston still has a little bit of money to spend, and they're an up-and-coming team. Like you say, they got C.J. Stroud on his rookie contract. They've got some nice receiving weapons. And, this team is starting to get scary. It really is. Derek Stingley Jr. really came into his own last year, top 10 graded cornerback by the Pro Football Focus team last year. So I think D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, they got this team on the right track, and I can't wait to see what the Texans look like next year. Then we got Brandon Vander Riot. I hope I'm saying that right, my friend. Says, one, how's the feeling that Bears don't trade Fields, and goes MHJ. Next, does Seattle trade down for more draft cap? So first part of that question, I would say it's extremely unlikely that they go MHG at number 1 overall. Extremely unlikely. You look at Justin Fields' numbers last year. I mean, he's gotten better as a passer in all 3 of his seasons, and that's something you want to see from a developing type quarterback, but it's still not quite good enough, all right? And he actually took a little bit of a step back as a rusher compared to what he put up in 2022. Still arguably the best rushing quarterback in the National Football League, at least in my opinion. But, Justin Fields, it just seems like the feeling around the league is that he's not even a starting capable player. Like, he's like the same kind of tier as like a Sam Darnold or a Drew Lock or somewhere around this line. And the difference between guys like that is that Locke and Darnold could be gotten free agency without having to give up draft capital, and you have to go out and trade a draft pick for Justin Fields at this point, not to mention likely pick up his 5th-year option. So that's something teams are not willing to do for, especially what the Bears are wanting out of this. I think the Bears want at least a day 2 pick for Justin Fields, and I just don't think they're going to get that. And the chances of them going with Marvin Harrison Jr. and keeping Fields, I think is extremely unlikely. Caleb Williams, in my opinion, is one of the most special quarterback prospects we've seen enter the NFL draft in a very, very long time. He's by far the number 1 QB on my big board this year, and he's actually the highest graded quarterback prospect I've ever evaluated, and I've been doing this since 2018. So he is really a special prospect, in my opinion. If you're the Bears, you just can't pass up on that opportunity. Now, I'll answer the question here on Seattle. Does Seattle trade down for more draft capital? It's definitely possible, especially because they haven't been the most active out there in free agency so far. They have picked up Rayshon Jenkins, but they definitely still have some needs that they need to fill. And if Mike McDonald wants to compete for a playoff spot this year with Geno Smith as his QB, they still need a lot of things that they need to fill out on that roster before the season starts. So I could certainly see them trading down. I guess we'll see how everything kind of plays out moving forward. All right, so we got a $2 super chat here from R. Jonesy, and he says, when can we expect a Snead resolution, and could he be going to the Colts? He could be going to the Colts. It's certainly possible. They brought back Kenny Moore, really, really good slot corner, can play outside as well, but Snead is definitely a really good option for any team to add to their roster. It sounded like the Steelers and the Chiefs were talking potentially L'Jarius Snead trade that would have included Deontay Johnson. Obviously, that didn't work out. Dante Jackson now heading to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Titans have been connected to Snead. The Colts have been connected to Snead in recent days here. So it's going to be interesting to see where Snead ends up, because I think we all know he's not going to be a Kansas City Chief next year. All right, they're just paying Chris Jones way too much money. And there's just no way, in my opinion anyway, that they're going to be able to keep Snead on their roster for the 2024 season. They're going to have to trade him eventually, and teams know that, by the way. So I think that Kansas City doesn't exactly have the leverage in this kind of situation. I think when it's all said and done, a deal is going to get done, and a team is going to get an absolute steal for L'Jarius Snead this offseason. $20 super chat from Jason Howard says, $20 super chat. Great number right there. Thank you, Jason. Says, there's no way Poles waited for the QB carousel to stop moving. Then he tries to trade Fields. Right. So maybe he is trading the pick. How else do you explain Poles not doing anything yet? I'm so confused. So what I'll say there, Jason, is that they want like a 2nd or 3rd round pick, and nobody is willing to give them that. All right? That's probably the reason. And I think the way that things have worked here is that they tried to get a decent deal at the Combine. The Steelers, were reportedly in conversations with them about Fields, and it just wasn't the right price. Then it comes out that they're going to wait until Cousins, Russ, and Mayfield make decisions, and they were hoping that the market would have heated up. Instead, teams like Minnesota went with Sam Darnold. Teams like the Giants went with Drew Lock, and they didn't want Fields either. All right, and I think right now the Bears are in a point where they're like, well, shit, maybe we'll hold on to him now until the end of the first round of the NFL draft when one of these teams doesn't get a future franchise quarterback in the first round, and they're going to want Justin Fields instead. I don't know, man. I just think that this is a complete nightmare for the Chicago Bears and, frankly, for Justin Fields, because Fields wants to know where he's playing next year, and he might not know that answer until during or even after the NFL draft this year, based on the reports coming out of Chicago. What I will say, though, is I do think that they are going to be drafting Caleb Williams number 1 overall. I just, all the reporting is saying that right now coming out of Chicago, that's their guy, and barring something crazy like the medicals come in and the medicals completely don't check out for whatever reason, it definitely seems likely that Caleb Williams is going to be the starting quarterback for the Bears next year. So it's definitely a tricky situation here, Jason. And I think that what it boils down to here is that Chicago wants to get the best possible deal for Fields, and there's just no teams willing to give them what they want at this point. So they're kind of taking their time and hoping a market ends up developing. All right, so because of that $20 super chat, let's spin the wheel. I can't drink, though. Sam says he'll do the drinking. All right. All right, he's volunteering as tribute for me, but it's 5 jumping jacks. So, I mean, literally jumping jacks. Literally jumping jacks here. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. Got a little bit. I got my morning exercise in, guys. Let's go. 5. It's whatever. All right. It feels I completely lost all sense of time during this week. All right. This week is just nuts. $5 super chat here from KJ. How much money do the Seahawks have left in their cap space to spend on free agents, and which has been the best signing the Seahawks have done till now? Let me know. So right now, according to our latest figures here, they have just over $34 million to spend in cap space. That's top 10 in the National Football League right now. And their key additions, Leonard Williams, Noah Fant, Rayshawn Jenkins, that was probably the biggest new addition, Pharaoh Brown, and Harris there, the offensive lineman. Key departures, Lewis left, Jordan Brooks left, of course Bobby Wagner has left for the Commanders, and then Kobe Parkinson leaves for the Chargers. So, I think that probably their best addition, their best player is Leonard Williams, right? No question that they have brought back, but that was a re-signing. Obviously, Rayshawn Jenkins is the best overall player that they've brought in from outside of the organization. So Seattle is definitely a team that people expected to be busy. Patrick Queen would seem like the likely fit there at linebacker. They've already lost 2 of their linebackers, so they need to get busy here. And I actually think because they've lost 2 of their starting linebackers from last year, look for Seattle to get an inside linebacker or draft one relatively early in the NFL draft this year, maybe round 2 or round 3. So here is our Super Chat menu today. $2, beer cheers. Well, in my case, water cheers. I don't drink alcohol, in case you guys didn't know that. $5 Super Chats. We'll talk about your team. All right, whatever you guys want to talk about, draft strategy, free agency strategy, my opinion on the team itself heading into 2024. We'll talk about your team for $5. And then $10, hot take for 2024. I've got some in the chamber here, producer Jack and Sam. Then we got $20 super chats for wheel spins, just like our friend Jason's. Jason send in. And then $50, Mr. Sam Brown, our producer, will come on and do a beer bong / shotgun for y'all. So, that's something I want to see. Let's make it happen. Somebody send in the 50. All right, so let's go over the top NFL free agents still available on the open market. Justin Simmons, 4-time All-Pro safety. Still looking for a new home. He's been connected to a bunch of different teams around the National Football League. It seems like he's trying to get the best deal and try to find the best fit. There, he's the top guy right now. Hopefully, we get news about him later today. Arik Armstead, recently released by the San Francisco 49ers. Top 5 in the NFL right now in playoff sack production in their careers. So I think that Armstead's still a really good player. Watch out for him to go to the Houston Texans today with that DeMeco Ryans connection. Tyron Smith, he's always hurt, but when he's on the field, he is a damn good player, man. I think I would love my Steelers to go out and get a guy like Tyron Smith. Maybe the Commanders is a potential option here for Tyron Smith as well. But there's a bunch of different teams out there that could use tackle help, and I think Tyron Smith is in the point in his career where he's trying to win, so watch out for him. Marquise Hollywood Brown at number 4. Here's his career stat production here. Last year, over a first down per catch there at 11.3 yards per reception, 4 touchdowns with the Arizona Cardinals, 574 yards total on just 51 catches. He did deal with some injuries last year, though, 14 games played. Hollywood Brown, a deep downfield threat. Could be a good option for a team looking for a guy to take the top off the defense. Number 5, Chase Young, formerly with the San Francisco 49ers, was traded to the Niners at the trade deadline this past year. Had some good moments, had some not so great moments with the Niners. They let him go, obviously. So it's going to be interesting to see where Chase Young ends up here in the coming days and weeks. Josh Reynolds, a versatile receiver, formerly with the Lions. He's really an underrated guy, in my opinion, guys. He can play in the slot. He's bigger. He's a really good run blocker. He's an underrated route runner as well. Has good hands. I really like Josh Reynolds, guys. He's a stud of a player. Somebody's going to get a steal on him. Not going to be too expensive either. Then you get Jadeveon Clowney, who had a career year last year with the Baltimore Ravens, 43 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 9.5 sacks, which was the most over the last 4 seasons, and then 2 forced fumbles. He was a big part of the success there in Baltimore defensively last season. And then we get to Kendall Fuller at number 8, former cornerback for the Washington Commanders. He's kind of scheme dependent, in my opinion. He can also play safety if you need him to. He can play in the slot. Very versatile player, but as an outside corner, I think he has to go to a team with a Vic Fangio off-coverage style of play. You don't want Kendall Fuller in a press man system like the Giants or like the Steelers or like the Cowboys, right? You want him in kind of a Vic Fangio style defense. Still hasn't signed. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up. Mike Williams, who was recently released by the Los Angeles Chargers yesterday, 29 or 30. He's pretty old. He's 29 right now. And he's a big receiver. I mean, obviously he was drafted very high for a reason all those years back ago. But, big catch radius, good downfield threat, good athlete. He was a good fit for that Chargers offense. But at the end of the day, man, like that contract was just too big. They had to let him go. Last year, over 13 yards per reception, but only 1 touchdown. He was hurt the entire season at just 3 games played. Then number 10 on our list, DJ Reader. And honestly, guys, if this were my personal list, DJ Reader would probably be in the top 5 here. DJ Reader is such a good interior pass rusher. Somebody's going to get a steal on him, in my opinion. Really like what DJ Reader brings to the table. And Cincinnati's really going to miss him heading into next season, in my opinion, barring, of course, he doesn't go back. Then we got Cameron Curl, good, strong safety, can also play a little bit of free safety. He's a bigger dude, hard hitter, good instincts. 2 years ago was the 2nd highest graded safety according to Pro Football Focus, so still a very good player out there. Hunter Renfrow, just released by the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, Renfrow is going to be the type of guy where, he's not the best athlete. He's not much of a run blocker, but he's a really savvy route runner. He's going to get open for you. Last year, over a first down per catch on 255 yards. Just 25 receptions, though, no touchdowns. They brought in Jacoby Myers to essentially replace him in the offense last year, so not sure how much I believe in Hunter Renfrow's skill set, but he has had a season over 1,000 yards receiving back in 2021 with 9 touchdowns. So I think that fans of his are probably holding on to the hope that he can continue and get back to that spot. Number 13, Odell Beckham Jr. Number 13, watch out, maybe a dark horse here for OBJ, the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, he's good friends with Russell Wilson. They work out together during the offseason. Of course, he played for the Ravens and the Browns throughout his career, so he could play his former teams twice a year. Now, I don't I'm not necessarily sure he's a great fit for Arthur Smith's system. I think they'd rather have Tyler Boyd, but Odell Beckham Jr., in my opinion, still has a little bit of juice in the tank. He'd be a good number 2 wide receiver option. Then you get DJ Wanham, defensive end, formerly with the Minnesota Vikings, a decent rotational piece a team could add. And if you're looking for a guard, there's still a really good one out there in Kevin Zeitler, guard, formerly with the Ravens, currently 15th on our list. And now we have some center news. And for the Pittsburgh Steelers fans watching the stream, this is bad news for the Steelers because this is the guy I wanted Pittsburgh to sign. The Bears are signing center Coleman Shelton, formerly with the Los Angeles Rams, 17th highest graded center according to Pro Football Focus last season on a 1-year deal. So he will not be heading to Pittsburgh. This is the guy I wanted the Steelers to take, but unfortunately, so that's a little bit of a dagger to the heart to me personally. But overall, good fit with the Chicago Bears and Shane Waldron's new offense coming in there. Looks like he could potentially be the guy snapping the football to Caleb Williams next season. All right, so now we need to get to a 50% like rate, guys. All right, so right now we're at 240 likes. We need to get to 950 right now. So do me a favor, okay? Type me in the chat, okay? Type me in the live chat right now if you've clicked that thumbs up icon. We need to get to 950 right now. And producer Jack, he's going to continue to update it as we go on here. So we got True Never Lacking, says me. 49ers Media says me. Junior is here. Who is this? The Grumpy Old Man is here. Love that name. Math and Makeup is here. The Louse Lion is here. Darth Furman is here. Gerald Smith is here. Donald Laser is here. Josiah Scott is here. Eric Harwood is here. DeMarvin Finley is here. Dom H, Gaming Wizard, Melvin Arrington, Josiah Scott, Dom H, Gaming with Tito, Jonathan Taylor is here, Aiden the Goat, Duck Winger, come on now. We got up to 300. We need to get up to 950. Let's go. All right, man. So the reason why you like the video, plain and simply, guys, all right, we're a business here. We want to get as many people watching this stream as possible. Business is booming. The more people that click that thumbs up icon, the more this YouTube algorithm is going to push this stream out to other NFL fans like yourselves. So if you appreciate the work that we put in for you guys here at Chat Sports, you want to help us make this the best possible stream it can be, make sure you click that thumbs up icon right now. Continue to spam me in the chat if you haven't already. Asika, Jackson, Jason Black, Brandon McClure, Martin is here. Gaming with Tito is here. Aiden the Goat. Martin Klender, Brian Glenn, John Coy, Colton is here, Chris Gary, Chris Taylor, Kaylee is here. Let's go, man. We've got a good crew here today. We got over 1,900 people in the chat. Let's keep it rolling, baby. Let's keep it freaking rolling. We got up to 350 likes. Mr. Tyler Jones will be joining me here in just a little bit here. We got Pop Prison here. We got Wise VR. We got Gaming with Tito, Kristen. Conditionally accepted. Wise VR. Come on, baby. This is rookie numbers here. Only 370. Let's get this moving. Let's get up to 400 at least before we get to Tyler. Tyler currently getting set up here. Be joining us in just a second. Let's try to get this up to 400. Come on, we need 20 more likes. Let's get to 200. Keep it going. Vincent Sorletti is here. What's up, Vincent? Steelers fan. Good to see you, my friend. 49ers Media. Mickey Fender's here. Daniel Watson. Malik Grace says, just subscribe. Thank you, Malik. You're a real one. Come on, we're 2 away. We're 2 away to 400. Let's get to 400 here before we say hi to Tyler Jones. Come on. Reeve Jenkins says me. Anthony Williams is here. There we go. We got there. We got there, folks. Gotta love it. All right, so Desmond Ridder is on his way to the Arizona Cardinals to back up Kyler Murray. And Rondale Moore going from the Cardinals to the Falcons to join Drake London and Darnell Mooney. And, of course, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, and Kirk Cousins there in Atlanta.
I really like this for Atlanta.
I really do too, man. A good slot receiver. He's a guy that can take the top off the defense. I guess a pretty similar skill set to Mooney, even though Mooney can play outside. I think Rondale is more of just a slot guy. So I like the move for Atlanta. You could do a lot worse than Desmond Ridder, I guess, as your backup. kind of like a mid-level backup in my opinion, though.
Yeah.
So, I like the move for Atlanta. You get another weapon for Kirk Cousins. And, I went into this week with Kirk Cousins signing in Atlanta. I'm like, you know what? They need to get him 2 more weapons. Looks like they've got those 2 weapons now, and Darnell Mooney and Rondale Moore, and they might even add another one in the NFL draft, Teach.
Yeah, they might. And you look at this Atlanta team with what they've added to their offense, what they already have on their defense. The one question mark I have is that head coach, Raheem Morris, because he didn't do a good job in Tampa Bay. He didn't do a good job as the interim head coach in Atlanta several years ago. To me, he's the only one that I have question marks about. The jury's still out on Morris.
Sure, and then when you listen, the thing that I think Atlanta is doing here is that they're listening to the people around the league that really like Raheem Morris. I mean, he's a high-energy individual. Jalen Ramsey said he's the best coach he's ever had, all right? And Jalen Ramsey, of course, has had some good coaching in his time, we can assume. All right, so I think that there's a bunch of people around the league that highly respect Raheem Morris, and he did a really good job there in L.A. getting that defense, even with a bunch of young talent last year. I mean, most people expected that to be maybe the worst defense in football last year with a bunch of 5th and 6th round players, rookies playing for them, starting every down starters, and they were a pretty decent defense last year. So I think that Raheem Morris, I believe in him. I think that he can control a locker room. I think that this is his first time where he's really had a legitimate opportunity to have success. I mean, Dan Quinn got fired there in Atlanta. It was a complete shit show.
Right.
I thought he did a decent job trying to get it back on track. It's kind of hard to completely turn the ship around after that situation kind of unfolded in Atlanta.
I'll say this, though, Jack. I think it's very important to note. There is a big difference between coaches that are meant to be coordinators and coaches that are meant to be head coaches. And sometimes, the nature of the beast, you're just a great coordinator, but you're not a good head coach.
Fair enough.
And that's what I fear with Raheem Morris, that's going to be the case here. The example I always point to is Norv Turner. Norv Turner is one of the best offensive coordinators of all time, but he failed time and time again as a head coach. I'm a little skeptical of Raheem Morris here.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fair. But the thing I would say there, Tej, is the guys that I think are good coordinators but can't necessarily be great head coaches is that they can't control the locker room. They can't gain the respect and really control that locker room. We see it with like Steve Spagnuolo. We've seen it with guys like Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
Right? Great football minds, but they're not really team leaders of men. I think Raheem Morris is different. I think that when you listen to people speak about him, he's one of the best leaders that they've ever been around. And I think if you give him a Kirk Cousins and B. John Robinson, and that you give him a good roster to work with for the first time in his career as a head coach, I would argue, I think this could work. I like the hire, but I understand your concerns.
Yeah, we'll see how it all works out. Jerry Tillery going to the Minnesota Vikings, 1 year, $3.75 million deal. What do you think about this for Minnesota here?
Well, I wanted him to come to the Pittsburgh Steelers as a rotational piece, but I like the move for Minnesota. I think he's going to be a starter there, if I'm not mistaken. They got Harrison Phillips there. Let me check their roster real quick, but I think that this is a signing to potentially make him a 1-year rental as a starter.
And at 3.75, relatively reasonable rate.
Very reasonable rate. Yeah, I mean, they got Harrison Phillips and nobody else. So they're unless they get somebody in the draft, Jerry Tillery is going to be a starting defensive tackle for the Minnesota Vikings in 2024. So this is a good deal for Jerry because he gets a chance to start after a pretty decent season last year with Las Vegas. And it's good for the Vikings because you're getting a player that you apparently like for a $3.75 million contract. So I don't hate it for either side at all. I think it's a good move.
Meanwhile, Joey Bosa restructuring his deal with the L.A. Chargers. Jack, when you looked at the L.A. Chargers and their situation that Jim Harbaugh was walking into, salary cap hell for that team.
Oh, yeah.
Now you get a little bit of relief. Obviously, they'll need some more, but that Chargers rebuild that Harbaugh's walking into, this is a multi-year situation because of just how rough a situation they're in. Bosa's a great player. He'll be there a long time, but they got a lot of work to do.
Yes, they do. Jim Harbaugh, I think he knew what he was walking into, but I think he's coming into it with a plan, and I think we're seeing that plan unfold here over the last several days here in Los Angeles. And this also goes to show you, Tej, I mean, he knew he was walking into this cap situation, but it doesn't matter because he knew he was getting Justin Herbert as his new quarterback, and that just shows you how important the quarterback is when you have a top coaching candidate like Jim Harbaugh.
Well, when you have a great quarterback, that covers for a lot of the flaws.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, that does. I mean, you're exactly right, Tej. I mean, we look at the Kansas City Chiefs last year, didn't have a good receiving core. I mean, I like Rashee Rice, and, Travis Kelce is still a good player, but he declined. Like, we all know that the Chiefs had significant issues, but when you have Patrick frickin' Mahomes, like, things, can get covered up a bit, and that ended up in, of course, their second straight Super Bowl championship. So I think Jim Harbaugh is definitely hoping that Justin Herbert can cover up some of these holes on their team.
Are the Chargers a playoff team? Y for yes, N for no. Way in the chat right now. Get your predictions in. I'm saying no, but I do like the future of the Chargers. I think they hired the best coach that anyone could have found out there. And you got the franchise quarterback, but still a ways to go. They're on the right path, but I don't think the playoffs is within the picture for next year.
I think that there's gonna be a lot of hype heading into next year with the first year of the Jim Harbaugh era. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time for things to develop here. Now, didn't they hire Greg Roman as their new offensive play caller?
Yes, they did.
I mean,
which is a weird fit for Justin
feel
Herbert.
that's what I keep coming back to with this team, Tej, is that you got Justin Herbert, who's like a pure drop-back passer, and you're getting a guy in Greg Roman who throughout his career has never really had answers for cover zero blitz, has never really been a good drop-back passer, passing type of coordinator. He's been a run game designer throughout his career, and granted, he's been the best run game designer.
Turn Justin Herbert into Josh Allen here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they could do that. I mean, but yeah, I don't know what the thinking is there for Jim Harbaugh. I don't think this is going to go as good in year one as Chargers fans think it's going to be. And in a loaded AFC, Tej, and you got to play the Chiefs twice, and you got to play the Vegas Raiders and their pass rush twice, right. And I don't think it's going to be as smooth sailing as some Chargers fans may think it's going to be.
Our poll question right now, will the Chargers make the postseason? 64% of you say no, 36% say yes. Continue to get your votes in. Let us know in the chat which way you're feeling. Me and Sperry are on board of no playoffs for the LA Chargers in 2024.
Yeah, I just don't see it.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and catch up to speed on the tracker. It is. We said that. Come on, Jack. Pay attention.
Come on, Jack.
Let's catch up to speed on the tracker of everything that has gone on so far to this point today. As we saw the Steelers get going right away with some help in the safety room, Jack.
Yeah, so they actually did it yesterday with Miles Killebrew, but he's one of the best special teamers in the National Football League. He's a team captain for them. Really good personality in that locker room. Plus, he gets a blocked punt, it seems like, every single year. And, I mean, if I can bank on one blocked punt a year for a special teams unit, that's something I definitely want to have in the bank.
Harrison Smith staying around in Minnesota. Good move for the Vikings, locking up one of their best defensive players.
Yes, and, they restructure him. It's going to be a lower cap hit. I love Harrison Smith. A lot of my friends back in Minnesota, they love Harrison Smith. He's a great Viking, man. He might be a part of their Ring of Honor someday. It's great to see that he's going to be returning to the Minnesota Vikings next year.
Jamison Crowder, this man will not leave Washington.
No, he will not. He loves it there. And honestly, I can see why they brought him back, Tej, because he had a really good year as a punt returner last year, and he's got a bunch of experience as a slot receiver, and he'll be a good backup slot option for them next year. Paying him nothing, so I love the addition there for the Commanders.
Jonah Williams headed to Arizona, 2 years, $30 million, 19 guaranteed. Cardinals been making some moves.
Yeah, I don't know if I love this move, though. $15 million per year, 19 guaranteed for a guy that has given up as much sacks as Jonah Williams has the last 2 years. I guess with a guy like Kyler Murray being able to use his pocket presence and playmaking instincts, I guess that helps that out a little bit, but I do think $15 million a year for a guy like Jonah Williams is a bit rich for my blood. So not a huge move, or not a really good move, in my opinion, for Jonathan Gannon there in the Cardinals.
The Colts found an elite quarterback, Joe Flacco. 1 year, $8.7 million with $4.5 guaranteed. Anthony Richardson coming back, should be fully healthy next year. Flacco is a backup. Flacco did an incredible job last year with the Cleveland Browns. This is a really good situation for the Indianapolis Colts. If Anthony Richardson, especially with his style of play, he could get hurt again potentially to be able to turn to a veteran like Flacco here.
Yeah, and if you're Flacco, you look at this situation, you got a mobile quarterback that was just hurt last year, injury history, and if he's looking for a place to potentially get an opportunity, it's probably the Indianapolis Colts. Plus, they showed that Gardner Minshew was a guy that they could win games with last year. So he's probably thinking, man, if I get my chance there with Michael Pittman Jr. And Shane Steichen, I'm going to have a good damn chance to maybe win Comeback Player of the Year again. Or I don't know if that can happen after what happened last year. But he led the league in interception percentage last year. I think he might have been slightly overdone last year. I'm not sure if he deserved the Comeback Player of the Year in my book, but maybe that's just the Steelers bias in me, not wanting the Browns players to get.
I'm just glad it wasn't Damar Hamlin.
Yeah. Agreed with that, Tej. Okay, so Joe Flacco, decent backup. I'm glad that he revived his career or whatever. I just think that the hype from last season might be just a bit overblown with him.
Bengals gave Sheldon Rankins a decent amount of money there. Looking at some of these others, how about C.J. Mosley to the Jets? 2 years, 17.25, 13.25 guaranteed.
Yeah, that's a good deal for the Jets, I think. Mosley's a good player. He's aging a little bit. But he's a leader in that locker room. He fits well in what they like to do there with Ulbrich, their defensive coordinator. So, decent fit. I like that he's coming back to the Jets. He's a good fit there.
Some other signings here for you. Von Bell, 1 year, 1.2 with Cincinnati. Cheap amount of money there, just 1.2 for a player like Bell.
Yeah, and guess who was also going to be making $1.2 million this year, Tej? Mr. Russell Wilson with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The fact that Von Bell... Exactly. Von Bell signs for the vet minimum, so does Russell Wilson. So I guess two veterans getting the vet minimum there. But
and the Players Association is pissed.
And the Players Association is pissed, absolutely. Anthony Pittman signs with the Washington Commanders. Decent fourth linebacker in that room. They've already signed Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu. They already had Jamin Davis. So Pittman, a guy that has played quite a bit for the Lions these past couple of seasons, is going to be a good depth piece for them.
Meanwhile, the Falcons, we talked about the trade they had earlier with bringing in Moore and moving on from Ritter. You add in Norton, you add in Hodge. I would think that the Falcons have to be some of the biggest winners of free agency so far.
Absolutely, man, because, where would they be right now if they didn't get Kirk Cousins? Would they have traded for Fields by now? Would they have maybe gotten, Mason Rudolph or something? I feel like this would have been a completely different story if they wouldn't have gotten Kirk Cousins. They put all their eggs in the Kirk basket, essentially, and it paid off, Tej. They look pretty darn good right now heading into the year one of the Raheem Morris era.
Steelers, Deshaun Elliott, 2 years, $6 million. Steelers have had a very eventful last couple days.
Yes, they have. Patrick Queen, Russell Wilson. The rumors are Tyler Boyd could be heading there. He's a Pittsburgh native. But Deshaun Elliott, man, very versatile chess piece for Mike Tomlin to use. He can play free safety, strong safety at 6'1", 210 pounds. He can even play slot corner if they need him to. So this is definitely the type of piece that Mike Tomlin likes to have in his defense. It's going to allow them to make a bunch of these disguises that they like to run and kind of confuse the hell out of Lamar Jackson for the 8th straight time.
Speaking of the Ravens, Josh Johnson is back. He was the third-string quarterback last year behind Tyler Huntley. The reports going around, the rumors throughout the season were that Tyler Huntley was not the favorite quarterback of Todd Monken, that Monken didn't like Huntley at all. Huntley's available right now. They bring back Johnson. We'll see if they bring in another quarterback. But I would guess if the Ravens are listening to Todd Monken, Tyler Huntley's probably not back.
Yeah, probably not. And, Josh Johnson, we saw how he played in the NFC Championship game a couple years back.
He looked great in the preseason last year.
So did Kenny Pickett.
That's true.
And look, Josh Johnson, when he's put in an actual game where people are trying and they're playing real defenses, he's not good, all right? So let's not pretend that Josh Johnson is a good backup quarterback. He's not. He's a low-level backup, QB3 on most teams. So I actually think the Ravens are keeping the door open for a potential Justin Fields trade, all right? Let's talk about that. Justin Fields as a backup to Lamar, they wouldn't pick up his fifth-year option. They decline it, and it'd just be a one-year rental on a backup for them. But if Lamar Jackson, God forbid, gets hurt, you can run the same exact offense with Justin Fields, probably just as a lower-level passer.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to give up draft capital to do that trade.
Even if it's like a 6th-round pick, though?
I don't see him going for a 6. I think somebody's going to give up at least a
third. No one's offering anything for him.
I would be surprised if it's a 6.
What if it's
same as Mac Jones?
What? Maybe, yeah. What about a fifth?
Fifth, maybe.
If I'm the Ravens and I can get Justin Fields as a backup to Lamar, I feel like that is worth a fifth-round pick. Your roster is stacked. What are you going to do with that fifth-round pick that's more valuable?
You need help on your defense right now.
Well, I mean, you can get that earlier in the draft.
I think you got to go all in.
I would trade
They still need one more receiver. They still need an inside linebacker. They still need help in the secondary.
Absolutely. But, like, are you going to get a starter for any of those positions in round 5?
No, but
yeah, so, like, send the fifth rounder and get your backup quarterback.
There's flyers you potentially take in the fifth round. Like Andrew Voorhees last year, they took in the fifth round. He's going to be one of their starting offensive linemen this year.
Yeah, I love Voorhees coming out.
So
I remember last year at the Combine when he had the most bench press reps out of any offensive lineman at the Combine, and he did it with a torn ACL.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Joey Bosa sticking around in L.A., restructured that deal. We talked about that a few moments ago. Really just gets the Chargers out of some salary cap hell of sorts. That's a mess that they're trying to clean up there.
Oh, yeah, it's a mess. They're trying to clean it up. Joey Bosa agreeing to this restructure is definitely going to be something that helps them out in that regard. They're going to have to do a little bit more work here, obviously. I think it looks like they want to keep Keenan Allen in town as well. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of moves they make moving forward.
All right, let's tell you about today's sponsor. That is Manscaped. Top of the morning to you. This episode brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers. Manscaped this year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders in below-the-kilt care. Say goodbye to your Clover Forest with Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com and use code CHAT for 20% off plus free shipping. Meet your new lucky charm for St. Patrick's Day, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. This trimmer comes with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, one for a classic trim, and a new foil blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. Trimming the hedges in your Irish garden isn't just for below the belt. Complete your look with Manscaped's signature Beard Hedger Pro Kit plus Handyman electric face shaver. Whether you're sculpting your beard or cleaning up your neckline, these are always the right tools for the job. Get 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT at manscaped.com. This St. Patrick's Day, make sure your little hairy leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. Also going in the chat right now. Check out Manscaped today. You'll be glad you did. Sperry, I know you and I are clean-shave type guys.
Yes, I am. Even though I got a little bit of mustache going on right now because
but you'll be shaving that off with Manscaped.
Absolutely. Tonight, all right? Like I told myself I was going to do it last night. I fell asleep on my couch because I was so damn tired from all of our nonstop coverage here at Chat Sports. But today, making a promise to myself, I'm shaving off my my kind of it's definitely not a thick mustache right now. The fact that you guys can't even see it on screen definitely tells you that
you remember
I can't grow a mustache.
Y'all remember when I tried a mustache last year? That didn't go so well.
No, it did not.
Hey, you shut your mouth.
Well, hey, I admit I can't grow a mustache.
Okay.
I can't do it. All right? Sometimes we just have to accept the reality.
Accept defeat. Want a shout-out on the live show? Retweet our pinned tweet. It is in the chat right now. And it's very simple, just like that. If you retweet it, then we will shout out everybody out there that shares today's show. We got 1,700 people watching. If you retweet the tweet, this audience will keep on growing. We can get this show out to as many people as we can to be a part of our live coverage here on NFL Daily. And link is in the chat right now. So go ahead and click that link right now. We'll give some shout-outs here. I'll pull up the Chat Sports Twitter feed, and see this for myself of who has shared this. They make it harder to see the retweets now. I need some help. Unless Sam just wants to do the shout-outs. Let's see.
They make it way harder to find them now.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Musk.
We're looking for the retweets. Don't worry. Producer Sam is helping me out.
Did you
okay.
see the new thing where Musk, it was like reported that they were going to get rid of like being able to see how many likes or retweets you get at all?
Yes, he said they're doing that. That you're only going to see the amount of views people can see if your tweet.
That's
Cam
that's
retweeted
weird.
it. Golden retweeted it.
It just feels like it's not Twitter anymore, man.
Who else? Keep on sharing the tweet. Link is in the chat right now. We're shouting out everybody that shares the pinned tweet in the chat. I'm going to hit the refresh. Evan, thanks for retweeting it. Nick Roloff, Harrison Graham, James T. Yoder, Tom Downey. Never heard of these guys.
So can you guys give me
Matthew Peterson, Drew Kennedy Hawkins, Young Shahan, Sam Brown. Go ahead, Jack.
Can you guys give me an update here? I was busy with the Deshaun Elliott stuff. What about the tampering story in the National Football League right now with the Philadelphia Eagles and the Atlanta Falcons? What is the rub on that? Did they illegal tampering is what I heard? Like, what are the details on that?
So let's tell you the story here. Beginning with Dan Graziano, per a league source, the NFL is looking into potential tampering by the Eagles and the Falcons related to the free agent signings of Saquon Barkley and Kirk Cousins. Now, as far as who snitched, this is where it gets very fascinating. According to Pro Football Talk, on Tuesday, Penn State coach James Franklin, who coached Saquon Barkley, suggested that Eagles GM Howie Roseman spoke directly to running back Saquon Barkley during the negotiating period, which would violate the tampering rule. On Wednesday, Eagles said they only speak to player agents. So the narc looks like James Franklin. I look at it this way, Spare Dog. If you're the Eagles, you got Saquon. The Falcons, you got Cousins. Even if you tampered a little, the NFL, I can't imagine, is going to give you that serious of a punishment. It's got to be worth it. You got the player. It worked at the end of the day.
Sure, and this reminds me of back when the Miami Dolphins got caught tampering for Tom Brady and Sean Payton. They didn't land either one of them, and they still lost their first-round pick. So, could we see the Eagles and the Falcons lose a first-round pick as well here? Maybe not in this draft, but in a future draft. If they are found guilty here in their investigation, they figure out, yes, they tampered before the legal tampering period, I find it hard to believe it won't be at least a first-round pick for both teams. We might have 30 picks in the first round next year, if not this year.
The NFL's got to chill on this tampering stuff.
I don't even have much to say about this, man. I feel like the rules need to change because I feel like everybody breaks them.
I was gonna say everybody tampers.
I feel like
Every team
everybody
in the
does
NFL
this,
tampers.
and
it's just who gets caught.
Yeah,
It's not even who gets caught at this point. It's who's stupid enough to be public about it, right? That's kind of the whole thing, the whole Saquon to Philadelphia with James Franklin and Atlanta,
if I'm Saquon,
the links from Kirk Cousins to Atlanta were pretty public leading up to this.
If I'm Saquon, I'm calling up James Franklin, my former coach, and I'm like, "What the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah,
shut up."
Well, yeah, that was my whole thing. Is did he literally go to the NFL or Pro Football Florio or whoever and be like, "Hey, I think the Eagles did this tamper"? It's shut up.
Shut up, dude.
You just had a private conversation with Saquon Barkley, a player that you coach, and now you're going to go narc on the team that's signing him? I mean, what is that?
I mean, I'm actually not sure James Franklin knows the rules. I'm not even sure if he knows what he did. I think it was probably just an accident where he didn't understand that they weren't allowed to talk to him before, and he just blurted it out.
Well, and this isn't the only potential tampering situation we're talking about here, too. You had the Jets deal come up a couple of weeks ago where it was McCole Hardman came out and said that he spoke directly during the season to Brett Veach and Patrick Mahomes and said, "Come get me."
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah. So, I mean, does that count? Does that? I don't think that counts as a direct communication, does it?
So I read into this, and McCole Hardman in that case could get charged with tampering.
Oh, so he could be suspended.
He's not allowed to talk to other GMs.
Oh, well, right, but
Brett Veach would not be in trouble for taking the call, but it would be McCole Hardman who could be penalized for tampering.
But I mean, there's so much gray area when it comes to this rule because, like players on other teams are friends with other players on other teams, right? They're going to be in communication, and like, how are you supposed to monitor these players from working as proxies to be like, hey, my friend that's already in my contacts, you should come to the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Washington Commanders. Like, this is a community of players, and they're close with each other. They're friends. And, like, they're friends with coaches, too.
They protect the shield.
You know, and yeah, exactly. And it's like, there's definitely tampering that goes on before this rule, and it just feels like if you enforce the rule, you know, you're enforcing a rule on a select few teams that everybody takes advantage of. I guess it's just a matter of who gets caught, like you said there, Tej.
Yeah, it's bizarre. We got a signing. The Dallas Cowboys re-signing Jordan Lewis. The Cowboys, they never do much during free agency. I believe this is their second re-signing now.
Yes. Yeah, the other one's a long snapper.
Yeah.
They're signing Eric Kendricks, right? That's the one outside the organization player that they're bringing in. And by the way, Eric Kendricks is cooked. So if you're excited about that one, don't be, man. He's not a good player anymore. Jordan Lewis, though, still a decent player. I know the Commanders were interested in him, but it looks like the offer with the Cowboys here on this one-year deal is probably better than what the Commanders were willing to give him.
Yeah, one-year deal. We'll see what the details are. Super Chat menu. If you would like to get on today's show, the only way you can do so is by Super Chatting. $sign next to the chat box if you would like to contribute. $2 Super Chat will give you a beer cheers. $5 will talk about your team. $10 we'll give you a hot take for 2024. $20 Super Chat will spin the wheel of punishment. And then a $50 Super Chat will do either a beer bong or a beer shotgun. Here's the deal I am offering, folks. Here's what I'm willing to offer. I'm willing and able. If we get a $20 Super Chat, I think, Jack, we should spin the wheel twice. One for me, one for you.
Fine by me. I'll also say this. For the next 10 minutes here, okay, next 10 minutes, every dollar in Super Chat that we get, I'm doing a jumping jack, all right? So if you send in a 20, I will do 20 jumping jacks. If you send in a 100, I will do 100 Super Chats. And for the next, I have a timer going right now. For the next 10 minutes, all right? 10 minutes. Let me get this right. The next 10 minutes, every dollar that we get in Super Chats, I am doing jumping jacks for every dollar. All right, so get those Super Chats rolling. Every 20 we get, we'll spin the wheel twice. All right, so those are the deals that we're offering right now.
There's one.
All right, let's get it
Alex,
going.
And a first-time Super Chatter. Jumping jack. Jumping jack, everybody. We'll go to Alex and his Super Chat momentarily. Arms got to go all the way up, Jack.
They are all the way up. What are you talking about?
No. That was a half-ass effort there.
No, it was not. All right, so there's no
Spam F. Sperry in the chat.
There was no caption on there. No, not F. Sperry. I did them right.
No, you did not go all the way up.
Yes, I did. I was literally up here.
No, you were not. No, you were not. That was a half-ass effort.
TG, you need to get new glasses, man. You could see it on screen. My arms were like way up here.
F. Sperry in the chat. F. Sperry giving half-ass effort on jumping jacks.
No way. No way. Every dollar that comes in, I'm doing jumping jacks for the next 10 minutes. Keep them coming.
Robert says you're a Patriots fan. That's a new one.
Me?
There's
Alex's super.
Alex with a $20 Super Chat. Burn. And a first-time Super Chat. Spam Alex in the chat.
Give some love to Alex in the chat for that first-time Super Chat. Let's go. Man, people are throwing people are saying I'm an Eagles fan, people saying I'm a Patriots fan. I don't even know where people are getting that from.
Steve says you should try powerlifting.
Yeah, man, my lifting days are behind me. I'm actually used to be a college baseball player, so I used to lift.
Is this spin for me or Jack? 5 jumping jacks.
Nope, spin again.
Spin again. Okay, we'll see who gets this. Big money, big money. Beer chug. I need a beer. Not Bud Light.
I mean, Jack, how many of these things can I actually do on the
And
week?
not Pineapple Happy Dad.
Like, the only thing I can see me doing is jumping jacks.
Spin it again. Keep going.
Okay. Keep sending those super chats in. I'll keep doing those jumping jacks. I need a little bit of a workout today, man. Haven't been able to hit the gym this week with NFL free agency here. Working all day, working all night.
There we go. Beer. Go Stone Cold Steve Austin. Austin 316.
Jesus. Oh, man.
Oh, all right. Beer chug it is. Get to chugging, you little rat.
Yeah, rat.
Shout out our old friend.
You always talk, but you never chug.
Our old friend Chuggin' Jimmy. Where's Chuggin' Jimmy at?
I don't know. We haven't heard from Chuggin' Jim in a while. I'm getting a little bit concerned about our boy Chuggin' Jimmy, man. I'm not going to lie.
I know. I'm worried about Chuggin' Jim. So. All right, here's the beer chug.
Go! Keep it going.
Cold beer. Oh.
All right, Lottery.
Whoa.
All right, Lottery.
Phrasing. He's got a shot. What do you got a shot of there? Okay.
Lil Jack? Jack and Coke over here?
They sponsoring you? Jack drinking Jack? Shout out your favorite team. Sperry. Close your eyes. Count down from 30. And pick out the first team you see.
All right,
Spam
spam
your
your
team.
team for the next 30 seconds.
The more you spam, the more likely your team gets chosen.
Spam your team in the chat. And the first team that I see.
You can also do F. Sperry, too. That's another option as well.
Spam F Sperry. Spam F Teej in there, man. If
No.
If you're tired of this bullying here, type F Teej.
No, you all love it.
How about no F anyone? How about no negativity, period?
Count down from 30.
Already did. So
You didn't say it out loud.
you want me to literally count from
Yes.
30? No,
That was the assignment.
I'm picking
you
a
did not
team right
understand
now.
the assignment.
The Bills. Okay, let's talk about the Bills for a second here. Lost a lot of players in free agency this year, team.
That they did.
Lots of starters on their team last year getting cut because they were in cap hell, still are, technically. Negative 2.21 cap space right now. Bottom of the league, number 29. They added Mitch Trubisky, probably the worst quarterback in the National Football League. Steelers fans know this well.
Nathan Peterman exists.
And in fact, guys, okay, Mitchell Trubisky is set to make over double what Russell Wilson is going to make with the Steelers this year. They're laughing, and they're taking that to the bank. Taylor Rapp coming in here with a 3-year deal, bringing him back. Good deal for Taylor Rapp, by the way. He's a good player.
Taylor Rapp looks like a Nickelodeon star. Like,
whatever that means.
I can't wait to see Taylor Rapp starring in, like, the next rendition of Zoe 101.
Goodness gracious. Well, didn't they do a reboot? Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Because they need Taylor Rapp to come join and save the show.
Deion Dawkins, their starting left tackle, they got him locked up to a big 3-year extension, $60.5 million per year. Cam Lewis, bringing him back on a cheap deal, backup corner. AJ Epinesa, a pretty decent edge rusher, $6 million per year on a new extension there. Daquan Jones, another defensive lineman that's in their rotation, another 2-year contract.
Mac Hollins.
Yeah, Mac Hollins, somebody that's
Hell yeah.
Arthur Smith guy who was connected to the Steelers for a while. Going to end up here in Buffalo.
So when I look at the
Gabe
Bills,
Davis leaving.
When I look at the Bills, this is the team that I am selling all the stock in right now.
It's a lot of people missing, man, and
A lot of people missing.
They brought also Von Miller. They restructured his
I don't
contract.
think Stephon Diggs wants to be there either. They could potentially have to trade him.
I mean, that'd be crazy, man. If we see Justin Jefferson, Stephon Diggs, and Tee Higgins all get traded this offseason still, that will be crazy.
I think here I gave this hot take earlier in the week, so I won't reuse it as a hot take today, but I will say it again for the people in the back. The Bills miss the playoffs. Sean McDermott gets fired.
Yeah, I would agree with that, man. Like, he's been there a long time. The expectations are high. You have one of the best quarterbacks in football. I would argue top 3 quarterback in football right now. You got to get it done, man. Like you said earlier on quarterbacks, Josh Allen is the type of guy that should cover up for some of these deficiencies. If Sean McDermott can't get him to do that,
right,
then he's probably gone.
Yeah, I could see that.
Plus, it's a good division. Miami's still good. Who knows how good the Jets are going to be with Aaron Rodgers? Yeah, man, I feel like Miami is still probably the favorite right now.
All right, so now I will count down.
Okay.
I'll count from 20, and I will actually say it out loud the way you're supposed to. Spam.
The way you're supposed to.
Spam your favorite team. Don't spam F. Sperry this time. Just your favorite team. We'll be nice. I feel like being nice to Sperry just for this moment. Spam your favorite team. I'll count down from 20. And the more you spam, the more likely I'll see your team will go from there. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13,
This is
12,
ridiculous.
11, 10, 9,
This is unbelievable.
8, 7, 6,
Actually counting.
5, 4, 3,
closing his
2,
eyes, too.
1. The Lions.
That's the way it's supposed to be done right there, ladies
Rawr.
and gentlemen. You're supposed to close your eyes and count to 30.
All right, so the Lions. I look at this Lions team, and you had Marcus Davenport. He reunites with Dan Campbell.
Yep.
Couple other pieces there. You did lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but you didn't really have him last year anyway. Only played 3 games. We know that
losing Jonah Jackson, though, that's a pretty big miss, too.
it is.
He's a good player.
But with what they have, and we know that they have a very good scouting department when it comes to the draft, they should draft well again. There's no reason. I haven't seen anything. And you know, you added a Mick Robertson and such and all that. There's no reason to think that the Lions aren't going to be a contender in the NFC again next year.
Absolutely. I mean, they had the 49ers on the ropes in the NFC Championship game last year, and they've gotten better in free agency, in my opinion. Carlton Davis is a good corner that they traded for with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They re-signed Emmanuel Mosley this offseason. They still have Cam Sutton on the roster. So, listen, I'm not a big fan of Aaron Glenn. I don't think that defense has ever been good with him there. I think he's one of the worst defensive leaders in the game today. I don't know why he was getting head coaching interviews. But if there's anything that's going to stop Detroit, it's that, producer Sam. But I do like Jared Goff. I love Ben Johnson. I think they've gotten better in free agency, so they should be the favorite in the NFC North heading into next year.
I was going to say, what do you make of that NFLPA, that players, I don't know if it was a straw poll or whatever it was, where they ranked the top coordinators? Aaron Glenn wound up being number 1 on that list.
I don't understand it because his defense hasn't been in the top 20 his entire tenure with Detroit. And, they went out and splurged on corners last year to fill out their secondary. They had Aiden Hutchinson. All right, Rodrigo. We all remember him from Hard Knocks. They've got some good players there, and they've never been a good defense. They've been 31st and 32nd his first 2 years there, and then they weren't on top 20 defense last year. Why do people like this guy? I don't get it.
It's a head scratcher.
Well, I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a wonderful human being.
Absolutely. It's because along with what Lottery is saying here, in those rankings, the Kansas City Chiefs were towards the bottom of almost every category except coach with Andy Reid. It's as if, oh wait, do the rankings even really matter that much if the dynasty, the best team in the league, is getting some of the worst scores? To me, that kind of showed how you mentioned the Aaron Glenn thing, how irrelevant that player survey actually is.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious. The Steelers did not and the Commanders did not grade well in that thing. And we all know the Steelers have the worst locker room in football, man. It's like a closet. I've been there in person. I've taken a tour of Acrisure Stadium. You go inside that one, and it's old carpet. You go in there, it's super thin lockers. There's no space whatsoever. It looks like a high school locker room. And then you go into the Pitt Panther locker room, which is right next door to the Steelers locker room, and it's way nicer. So it's like, but at the end of the day, the Pittsburgh Steelers win football games. They beat the Ravens twice a year, and that's what they do. So, I mean, do you want to win or do you want a nice locker room?
They just don't win playoff games, when it matters.
Well, they do when they have a good quarterback, and now they got a good quarterback. Let's sub. Click
see.
that subscribe button right now.
When we see it.
We're
Sperry, what is your 30-second elevator pitch? Why people should subscribe to NFL Daily?
Well, it's for moments like this, Tej, when we're going live for these big events like NFL free agency. And, of course, we're going to be going live for every single pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. We're going to have expert analysis from all of our draft analysts here at Chat Sports. It's going to be a blast of a time. We've already had a great time here in free agency this week. It's been a long couple of days for us here at Chat Sports, but we love giving you guys top-notch, in-depth, extensive NFL coverage for free right here on YouTube. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button because we got daily news and rumors coverage. We got weekly mock drafts for the NFL Draft here on the channel. It's just a party here at Chat Sports, my friend.
It's a party. We know how to party here at Chat Sports. Join the family now. Sublink in the chat when you are subscribed. Let us know. Spam me in the chat, and we'll shout you out here on NFL Daily as we continue with our live coverage. NFL Free Agency Frenzy, day number 4. Let's talk about Derrick Henry real quick. 2 years, $16 million. There was another report that came out yesterday that the Ravens want Deebo Samuel and that they're trying to pursue that trade. I think when you look at the Baltimore Ravens, they lost a lot defensively. All the free agents, they had 20-plus. Most of them were on defense. And it appears to be their strategy, Jack, is to make up for what they're losing in defense with gaining on offense. And if you're the Baltimore Ravens, there's only one team that you need to compare yourself to. It's not the Cincinnati Bengals. It's not the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's not the Cleveland Browns, the Buffalo Bills, or the Miami Dolphins. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. And adding guys like Derrick Henry or Deebo Samuel and others, it's them saying, we're trying to put all our chips on the table, put the horses together to try to go toe-to-toe with Kansas City.
Yeah, and that's the mountain that you're trying to climb if you're Baltimore, right? Kansas City is, obviously the best team in football. They're champions of the world. They're going to get more receiver help this offseason to go along with Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce, which was enough to win them a Super Bowl last year. Lamar hasn't necessarily been the best playoff performer in his career. A little bit better last year. Had a good game against the Texans in the divisional round. But at the end of the day, man, this is definitely a team that's talented enough. They still need to make a couple more moves, like you said, on defense to kind of fill up some of those holes for the guys they missed in free agency. That I think losing Mike McDonald is going to be bigger than a lot of people think. He's a brilliant defensive mind.
Zach Orr takes over as their new DC.
Exactly, and he worked under Mike McDonald, so it shouldn't be that much same system. It shouldn't be that much of a difference, but the sequencing, all these different things could be a little bit different. But at the end of the day, yes, Kansas City should be the number one favorite in the AFC, and then the Ravens should be considered right now at least at the number 2 spot. Now, there's some other competitors in there, but it definitely seems like we could be going towards a Chiefs-Ravens AFC Championship game once again.
Let me say this one quick thing before we move on to Calvin Ridley here. When you're the Baltimore Ravens, do you, as a player, as a team, do you keep the Kansas City Chiefs in mind? Like I said on our Ravens channel earlier today, like I would be breaking the huddle at times, like in practice, whatever, saying, beat KC. Like, that would be my focus is we got to get through Kansas City, and I think that's got to be state of mind.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. They were the number 1 seed last year, and the only thing that really the last hurdle that they seem to need to come across there and get over is the Kansas City Chiefs. Because if you can get over Patrick Mahomes and the world champs, then it kind of, is it weird to say that like winning the Super Bowl against whoever you're playing in the NFC doesn't seem like that much of a challenge? I mean, of course it will be a challenge, but like it seems like Kansas City is the focus for Baltimore this season, and they're hoping a guy like Derrick Henry can wear out Steve Spagnuolo's defense.
They will play in the regular season this year too. Ravens Chiefs in KC.
Do you think that'll be the opening game?
Could be.
I think that's going to be Week 1 Thursday Night Football.
It'd be a great way to start the year.
And a great way to start the year. That's got to be the game, right? I feel like that's got to be the
schedule
one.
makers, if you're listening, we want Chiefs Ravens.
And
on
by the way,
night.
I'm looking into my crystal ball right now. if you want to know who the first Monday Night Football matchup is going to be next year, it's going to be Steelers-Broncos. Russell Wilson in Mile High Stadium. The NFL's not going to be able to say no to that storyline.
Don't put the Broncos in prime time, please.
Well, here's the thing, though. Week 1, they usually have 2 games, right? So they'll have...
No, they don't do that anymore. They moved it to week 2 and 3 with the doubleheaders.
Well, I mean, whether you like it or not, Tej, I think that is such a Monday Night Football storyline. You know, the Broncos won't be good. They want to give them at least one primetime game a year. Why not make that game the game where Russell Wilson is coming back to Mile High? It makes too much sense. His first game as a Steeler against his former team, against the head coach that berated him and is paying him $38 million to go away.
Let's talk Calvin Ridley.
Too good. All right, let's talk Calvin Ridley.
4 years, $92 million to Tennessee. So kind of to set the scene here, Jack, what we had heard was over the last couple of days that he wanted to go back to Jacksonville, that the Patriots were making a heavy push, and then just out of nowhere, out of complete left field, here come the Titans signing him to that big deal here. What do you think about the Titans bringing in Calvin Ridley here?
I mean, they paid a lot of money, and I think a lot of teams around the league are mad at them for giving him what they ended up giving him. $23 million for a guy like Calvin Ridley, who is expected to make about 18 and a half, somewhere in that range. Of course, all we heard about all week was Jacksonville or New England. New England seemed like they were willing to give up a little bit more, but out of nowhere here, Tennessee says, we'll give you $23 million per season. And for a guy like Ridley, who had a good season last year, but I wouldn't necessarily say an elite season last year, I'm not sure if he's worth that $23 million, but it's extremely obvious to me, Teacher. The Tennessee Titans are trying to give Will Levis every opportunity to succeed this year. It opens up the opportunity for them to just focus in on offensive tackle in round 1. It just seems like it clears a lot of things up for them, so I understand why they made the move.
Yeah, I could see that. The Titans, the receiving core hasn't been the same since that A.J. Brown trade.
Yeah, and I think they learned from their mistake. They got rid of the head coach and the GM responsible for that terrible trade, and now they're kind of going in the complete other direction. Now, I would argue overpaying for a receiver like Calvin Ridley. So you currently have DeAndre Hopkins on the roster. He's still playing at a high level. He was, I believe, a top 20 graded receiver last year. I think he was 18th in the National Football League. Still big, still has great hands, still has great body control. Don't get yourselves. DeAndre Hopkins can still play, but Calvin Ridley brings a little bit more speed and athleticism to the table here that maybe D-Hop didn't bring to the table.
Sure.
Still got Chigakonkwo, who I really like at tight end. They added Tony Pollard, so and their offensive line is going to be a lot better next year too. So Will Levis has no excuses going into year 2, and they just signed Mason Rudolph. So if Will Levis stinks, Mason Rudolph proved last year with the Steelers he's the type of guy that can come in and play decent football for you down the stretch.
The Chiefs, 1 year, $2.75 million deal for Deshaun Wharton, fully guaranteed here. You look at that Kansas City Chiefs team, and the thing that we've talked about a lot, Sperry, over the last several weeks was that the Super Bowl championship team that we saw hold on, Sam. I'm not going off. Sorry, I meant quick hitter on that. My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to clarify. With the Kansas City Chiefs, that was the worst team of the Mahomes era that just won the Super Bowl this past year. And now with where they're at, with salary cap space and the flexibility here and another draft class coming in, that team's only going to get better next year.
So it's only going to get better in the wide receiver room specifically as well.
Sounds like there's a lot of smoke on Marquise Brown.
Marquise Brown is something that could happen. They were interested in Darnell Mooney before he decided to go to Atlanta. There was rumors that they were interested in Deontay Johnson before he ended up going to Carolina. And it's looking like they're looking for a smaller receiver that is a decent route runner and can go deep when necessary. That's kind of like the mold that they're looking for here. And you know who else fits that mold, Tej? Mr. Xavier Worthy, the all-time 40-yard dash holder in the NFL draft.
4.21.
4.21.
He and his fellow Texas Longhorn, Adonai Mitchell, are both being projected around that same range. I know you've been scouting these guys, following draft stuff.
Yes.
Which guy do you like better from the Horns, Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy?
So Adonai Mitchell is actually wide receiver 4 for me on my list. He's above Brian Thomas Jr. even. I love Adonai Mitchell. My comp for him is CeeDee Lamb. He's a little bit slender, but he's tall at 6'4". Sooner fan, Mr. Sam Brown, our producer, not liking that comparison. But like route running is incredible. Ball tracking down the field is incredible. 4.35 speed at 6'4". And he's an extremely intelligent route runner. He's going to be ready to go day one. I'm actually in favor of the Steelers drafting him at number 20 to replace Deontay Johnson. I love Adonai Mitchell. And Xavier Worthy just seems like the perfect fit for Kansas City because he can play the Tyreek Hill role.
Maybe so. Will the Chiefs pull off the three-peat? Y for yes, N for no. Our new live poll that we'll put in the chat right now. Sperry, at this point in time, I have no reason to think that they won't.
Exactly. Like, they just won the Super Bowl with Travis Kelce, a diminished version of Travis Kelce, and Rashee Rice, who is like, I mean, if you looked at his depth of target this year, it was like 4.1.
I think he's going to take another step up, too.
I mean, it's definitely possible, man. He's a good player, really good after the catch. And if they get a deep threat to pair with him, along with the intermediate guy and Travis and the short field guy and Rashee, it's just going to be so difficult to corral Mahomes and that offense this upcoming year. Of course, Isaiah Pacheco is also a good player in the backfield. So if you have to be a betting man and you have to pick one team to win, at this point it is not a good decision to bet against Patrick Mahomes.
It feels like Chiefs versus the field almost.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody's trying to climb that mountain, right? Everybody. In the AFC, that's why the Browns got Deshaun Watson. That's why the Jets got Aaron Rodgers. That's why the Steelers are signing Russell Wilson. Everybody is trying to get the quarterback capable of beating Mahomes. And really the only guy that's been able to do it in the playoffs, A, is Tom Brady, who's no longer in the league, and B, is Joe Burrow, and his roster seems to be deteriorating right under his feet.
Yeah. Will they pull it off? Y for yes, N for no. Our chat right now, 69% of you, very nice, saying
nice.
no.
Very nice.
33% saying yes. Caden says if the Chiefs pull off a three-peat, I will no longer watch the NFL.
Well, I mean, people said that about this year if they won. So, like, I mean, people will say, just like how every election year, Tej, this isn't political, by the way, everybody on both sides says, if my guy loses, I'm moving to Canada. And it never happens. It never happens, all right? Like, it's just a ridiculous thing that people say. You're gonna watch football, whether it's rigged, whether it's not rigged. You love it. You know it. You're not going anywhere.
The logo theory for this upcoming year.
Okay, we're done with the logo theory.
Chiefs,
we're done.
Seahawks.
We're done with the logo theory.
It
wasn't right last year.
Yes,
Let's
it
move
was
on.
To add Taylor Swift purple.
Oh my God, the Taylor Swift purple. Give me a freaking break.
I mean, I would love if the logo theory is correct and we get a Seahawks-Chiefs Super Bowl.
Jeez.
Sign me up. Sign me up.
We need to start a brand new channel, Conspiracy Theories by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones is the host. Jack Lauderay is the producer. Let's make it happen, all right? Because
we'll hire Aaron Rodgers.
I want to talk about actual football on the stream, guys. Can we accomplish that, please? All right, let's do some shout-outs.
Get some shout-outs,
Let's give some shout-outs here. Tommy says they are going to pull it off. Luca is here. Luca's actually asking, where do we think Justin Simmons goes? Tej, what's your prediction on Justin Simmons? I don't know. I can honestly say I have no prediction on that.
I'd like to see him in Seattle.
Well, I mean, that would be the big splash move. But they got – so do they need two safeties? Because they just got Rayshon Jenkins.
Last year they played three safeties.
Okay, so yeah, that's the new thing in the NFL is to play three safeties.
I don't know what – and Mike McDonald played three safeties a lot last year with Geno Stone.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see like what the price point for Justin Simmons is going to be. Because like –
oh, my mistake. I thought you said Isaiah Simmons.
No, Justin Simmons.
Justin Simmons.
Yes.
I do think they're out on Justin Simmons. My mind was on Isaiah.
Maybe I did say Isaiah. I don't know. My brain can be crazy.
Isaiah Simmons, I think, would be great in Seattle. Justin Simmons, teams looking for safety help. Trying to think, what are the Lions going to replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson with?
Ooh, good question.
I know that he didn't play much last year for him anyway, but
Julian Blackmon? He's an affordable option. He's still on the open market. I could see him going to Detroit. He seems like a Detroit kind of player. I could see a Blackmon on a Lions jersey.
Lore says Justin Simmons to the Niners.
Do they even have the cap space to make that happen? I have a feeling, guys, that Justin Simmons is going to sign for like a $7 million contract or some shit, and we're just going to be like, somebody got to steal here. Like, I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers, I guess they just got a safety today, but
like the video. We need a 50% like rate.
Come on now.
We're currently at 568. We need to get to 750. If we don't get there, we might have to cut the stream.
Everybody type me in the chat. Everybody type me if you've clicked that thumbs up icon. Come on now. We need to get to 750 right now. Let's get there. I see the King is here. What's up, Kyle King? Good to see you, my friend. We got 18 the goal. We got JM, FX, Junior Estrada. What's up, Junior? We got Tommy. We got Lore.
Tommy DeVito.
It was just Tommy. Tyler Roberts, or it's Tommy Partners Group. Okay, Cameron Alfrey. Hope I'm saying that right. Alfry, I don't know. Clicking Cliff. Caden Cole. Stefan Wolf. All these guys are real ones in the chat, baby. We're 150 likes away. Come on. We got about 1,500 people watching live right now. Get those thumbs up icons going. It helps out the stream. It tells the YouTube algorithm to push this out to more NFL fans like yourselves.
Got to get to 750. We don't want to have to cut the stream.
Come on now. Got Adam. We got Football Productions. We got Vincent. We got Kirby. We got Isaiah. We got Superfood. I hope I'm Superfud. I don't know. He says, my name's Justin. So what's up, Justin? TB Mike, Mr. Barney, Garrett Alexander Brewster. Let's go, man. Keep clicking that thumbs up icon, and we can get to our next topic here. Going to be talking about Desmond Ridder coming up here in a second. Once we get to 750, we need to get there. Come on now.
Des.
Come on. Producer Jack. Producer Jack is telling me right now we can't go on until we get to 750. Come on. I want to talk about some Desmond Ridder right now. What are we doing? Russell Williams says he has not clicked that thumbs up icon. Well, Russell.
Then he eats corn the long way.
Oh, that's a good one, Siege. Okay. Come on now. Like the video. Let's get to at least 650. All right, let's get this. We're at 660. Oh, we're at 663. Let's get to 700 then. Let's get to 700, and then we'll do some quick hitters here. Come on.
Producer Jack, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Can I have some of your Pringles?
You got Pringles over there?
Yeah.
Producer Jack has Pringles.
Share
Didn't
your
tell
Pringles.
anybody?
What
the hell,
I didn't know
man?
I didn't know they were a hot commodity. If you'd like some Pringles, you're more than welcome to have Pringles. But I don't know. I don't know if we
did
should.
I just hear that right?
I don't know.
didn't know
Wow.
Pringles would be a hot commodity.
I
Have
don't
you
know.
ever been inside a school lunchroom?
Okay, fair.
Yeah, it is. It is fair.
You're more than welcome to have some Pringles after
did you
the
just
stream.
want to, like,
I don't
hide
know
them
if
from us or something?
I just
He's got them hidden behind his
honestly,
computer there.
honestly, I'm so locked in. I honestly forgot they were there.
Oh,
so.
okay. I think
We'll have
everybody spam F
after
Jack
after
for not sharing his Pringles.
after a successful stream, we'll have a Pringle party, okay? Because I got another canister out there as well. So we'll have some Pringles after the stream.
What flavor though?
I think those
Are you saving the?
What flavor are your Pringles?
Are you saving us the canister that you don't want anymore?
No,
You're just feeding it to the peasants?
I'm pretty sure they're barbecue, and I love barbecue.
Oh.
So those are barbecue. These are cheddar.
Okay.
So-
I like both.
Well, the cheddar is the king of Pringles flavors, and you're hogging them for yourself. What are we doing?
There's still half a canister there. We'll have a Pringle party.
Well,
after
yeah,
the
but
stream,
barbecue
okay?
isn't as good.
I'll have the barbecue.
You're
You
like
guys can-
sending the scraps to the peasants here, producer Jack. What are we
I don't
doing?
know what Jack. At this point, first off, this is Jack on Jack violence.
Whoa.
Second off, I don't know what you want me to
We
tell
got a
you.
jack off going on.
No. We're not crossing that line, ladies and gentlemen. We are not crossing that line.
That was pretty good.
Let's talk about Desmond Ridder, okay? He was sent to the Arizona Cardinals.
2 more likes for 700. There we go.
All right, we got there. Let's talk about Desmond Ridder, sent to the Arizona Cardinals today, straight up for wide receiver Rondale Moore. Both players have been disappointments in their careers to this point, Tej, but I like the fit with Rondale as a potential third option in the slot for Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, and I like Desmond Ridder as a backup there in Arizona for Kyler Murray.
Yeah. So from the Falcons standpoint, you got Darnell Mooney, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and now Moore comes in as what, your number 3 receiver?
Yep.
With Cousins there, that offense is going to be explosive. Like, I think that this is a really good fit for the Falcons because you were going to move on from Desmond Ridder anyway, and whether you're keeping Taylor Heineke as your backup or you go get a different backup, whatever it may be, it almost feels like you got Rondell Moore for free, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. You're going to get rid of Ridder anyway, and Moore is still on his rookie contract. He's immensely cheap. And it still leaves the door open for them to draft a wide receiver in this loaded wide receiver class. You don't have to take one because Rondell Moore can play in the slot for you, but Rondell Moore would be one of the best wide receiver fours in football if they ended up drafting a guy. So I like the move for both teams, and if I had to pick a team that won the trade, I would say it was the Atlanta Falcons personally. But Producer Jack, let's pull up that player 2 comp on Desmond Ridder if we could. I want to talk about his career stats and his time in Atlanta. Of course, he replaced Marcus Mariota and Arthur Smith's first year there in Atlanta second year, I should say, in Atlanta there in 2022. And then he got the starting job for the entire season in 2023, and it still wasn't good. All right, now, obviously, he played a lot more games in 2023, so the yards are going to be more, the touchdowns are going to be more, all that stuff. But the quarterback rating actually went down from 2023 from his rookie season, and his record definitely not showing good stuff there at 6-17. How do you feel about Desmond Ridder being a backup now to Kyler Murray?
Well, he showed us them TDs and everything else suffered last year. But you look at Desmond Ridder, and I think he's just fine as a potential backup quarterback. You go to that Arizona team, Kyler Murray, I don't feel like you can completely trust is going to be able to get through the whole season. Desmond Ridder has shown me enough where I can feel fully confident in him for a spot start or two here and there. I think that this is a good situation for Arizona to have that insurance policy. My dad's an insurance agent. I know about insurance policies. With Ridder here, I think that's good for that situation for Arizona if something were to arise, to have that backup plan. And think about this. Arizona, in the second half of the year, was a much better team than they were in the first half of the year.
Sure. They're competitive.
If they're somewhat competitive this season, let's say they're in the playoff hunt, that 1 or 2 games that Desmond Ridder potentially could spot start could be the difference between them making or missing the postseason.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that. I like Kyler more than probably most people, but I'm not sure if that. I think that roster is still probably a year away in that division with Seattle and Los Angeles and San Francisco of really competing. But we have breaking news here on the channel, guys. The Miami Dolphins have a new corner. All right, and it's going to be Kendall Fuller.
He's a Dolphin.
He is a Dolphin, and it's going to be 2 years. $16.5 million as Kendall Fuller blocks my face. There we go. Oh, okay, we got a fix there. 2 years, 16.5, so 8.25 per year for a guy, Tej, in Fuller, who was a really, really good corner there in Washington these last 2 seasons and is a perfect fit for the Fangio-style defense that they run there in Miami. I love this signing for the Miami Dolphins.
Keyword style. Fangio's in Philly now.
Well, yeah, it's keyword style. Yes, absolutely.
Just to clarify. It's going to be interesting. Kendall Fuller, I've never seen not wear a Washington or Kansas City jersey.
Yep.
So this will be his 3rd different team. It's no joke. The Dolphins needed a lot of help on their defense. You got Jalen Ramsey on one side. Now you got Kendall Fuller on the other. We've seen how the NFL has changed, how important the cornerback position is. And now you got 2 good corners, along with some of the other moves you made there. They added Jordan Poyer a couple days ago as well. I like what the Dolphins are doing, investing in that defense. I think they're going to be the favorites in the AFC East next year.
I completely agree. I love the fit here because what the Miami Dolphins ask of their corners is they ask them to play off coverage, and they ask them to do man-match style coverages in cover 4 and cover 6. That's exactly what Kendall Fuller did in Washington. He was one of the best at it in the league for the last 2 years. He's a veteran presence in that locker room that's trying to win now. He's somebody with experience playing in colder temperatures, which we know the Miami Dolphins need players that are comfortable in those environments. Just look at last year's playoffs. I love this move. I think actually right now you got Kader Kohu, who had a decent season last year as well, who's going to be your 3rd guy. I like this cornerback room for the Miami Dolphins, and I think this is an upgrade for them over Xavier Howard, who is more of a press man corner. He didn't really fit the old system with Fangio. You replace him with somebody who's a great fit. I love this for the Miami Dolphins defense.
In case you're just joining us, it is just past 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 out west. Welcome in. Beginning of a brand new hour of NFL free agency, day number 4. Kendall Fuller, he's a Dolphin, headed to Miami on a 2-year, $16.5 million deal. Grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F. What do you guys think? Okay. Perfect. All right. Promo code Dolphins. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. To give you a little inside baseball here, folks. For our Dolphins channel, Sperry and I are going to react to this Kendall Fuller news.
So is this going to be both of us here
Yeah,
giving our commentary? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
We're going to react to this Dolphins news, and this is going to, what you're about to see, this next segment, is going to go up on our Dolphins channel here in a little bit. So if you're a Dolphins fan, if you're a Fin head, then head over to our Dolphins channel, subscribe, and go check that out for more Dolphins coverage like you're about to see right now. And Dolphins Today, 55,000 subscribers, a lot of great Dolphins content there. And, I mean, Sperry, just real quick before we start this segment here, the Dolphins been making so many moves. If you're a Dolphins fan, you got to head over and subscribe and just to keep up with what's going on.
It's going to be a fun season for them, man. It really seems like they're going in. I mean, the Cowboys say they're going all in. The Miami Dolphins are moving a lot of money around. They're bringing in veteran players that can help them win now. Miami's trying to make a run right now with what they have when they have Tua still under a reasonable contract. I think they realize once they get Tua to a longer-term deal, they're not going to be able to add this type of talent in the future. So they're really trying to go all in on 2024. They're going to try to take down the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Texans and all these different teams that are going to be competing. And I like what they're doing right now. I'm excited to see them play.
Let's talk about it right now. Dolphins Today breaking down Kendall Fuller headed to Miami. Let's talk about it here on NFL Daily. Jones, Sperry, with you right now. We'll go ahead and get to it. You're watching Dolphins Today, powered by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones, that's Jack Sperry. Today's show is presented by Manscaped. You can save 20% off and get free shipping when you use the promo code Dolphins. We'll tell you more about Manscaped coming up later on in the show. The Dolphins have made another signing, this time grabbing one of the top corners on the market, Kendall Fuller. He's a Dolphin, headed to Miami on a 2-year, $16.5 million deal. And you look at Kendall Fuller. This is somebody that began his career with Washington, gets traded in the Alex Smith trade to the Kansas City Chiefs, wins the Super Bowl with the Chiefs, heads back to Washington shortly thereafter that, and he's been steady Eddie, one of the better corners in the league, one of the better corners on the market. You add him to what's already there with Jalen Ramsey, Jordan Poyer's there now. Jack, I really like what the Dolphins did to bring Kendall Fuller here and also to rebuild this Dolphins defense that needed a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely, Tej. I love the fit between Kendall Fuller and what the Miami Dolphins are going to be asking of him in this Vic Fangio-style defense. Now remember, Vic Fangio no longer here in Miami, but when you look at a guy like Kendall Fuller and what he did there with the Washington Commanders is he was one of the highest graded corners in football these past 2 years, is that they ran a Fangio-style system there under Jack Del Rio when Ron Rivera was still there. So it's lots of off coverage, lots of man-match coverages and cover 4 quarters, cover 4 palms, cover 6, all these different things that the Fangio people love to run, and Kendall Fuller is perfect at that. He can read the eyes of the quarterback. He can read cues. He knows the rules of this defense extremely well, and you're essentially replacing Xavier Howard's spot on the defense with this guy. Howard was more of a press man corner who didn't really fit this defensive system. Now you're replacing him with a guy here in Kendall Fuller who has absolutely been one of the best Fangio-style corners in football and had a really good deal here at $8.25 million per season over the next 2 years. It certainly looks like the Miami Dolphins are looking to try to win now, Mr. Teacher.
Yeah, absolutely. I said this a couple days ago. I'll continue to reiterate. I love the direction the Dolphins are going with the moves that they've made so far on top of the roster they already have. I think there's no reason why this team shouldn't be the favorites in the AFC East next year. Grade the signing for me. A, B, C, D, or F. What do you guys think of the move? It's our pinned comment today. As our old friend Tom Downey would say, if you get an ad break, take advantage of it. Let us know your grade in the comments section of this move. Sperry, I'm going A. What are you going with?
I'm going with an A, man. It's such a good signing. You're getting him for a good price. He's a perfect fit. He can help them try to win a Super Bowl next year. And at this point in the game, day 4 of NFL free agency, he was probably the best corner on the market. Great job there by the Miami Dolphins.
All right, let's go to the numbers on Kendall Fuller now. Last season, 2 interceptions, 79 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 9 pass breakups. The year prior, 3 interceptions, 13 pass breakups, 16 pass breakups in 2021, 11 pass breakups in 2020, and 4 interceptions. You're looking at Kendall Fuller. To put it in a nutshell here, Sperry, this guy, he's able to defend well in coverage and create those turnovers. Kind of a do-it-all guy here.
Yeah, he can even play safety if you absolutely need him to. Played safety with the Kansas City Chiefs from time to time, but really found a home at outside corner there at the Washington Commanders last year. Really did a great job. He had 2 pick sixes just 2 seasons ago, and he was once again one of the highest graded corners in football per Pro Football Focus. 83.1 PFF grade. That's one of the highest in the game last year. 2 fumble recoveries as well last year to 9 PBUs and 2 interceptions. So Kendall Fuller, definitely a really, really good second option. You still have Jalen Ramsey, who is another really great fit in this system. Had a little bit of a down year last year, but I think with Kendall Fuller next to him on that defense there, I really do think that secondary there in Miami is legit, and I can't wait to see Kendall Fuller in a Miami Dolphins uniform.
One quick thought here that we'll get to in just a bit. I want to talk about his time in Kansas City. But before we do, let's tell you about today's sponsor. That is Manscaped. Top of the morning to you. This episode is brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers Manscaped. This year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders in below-the-kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com and use code DOLPHINS for 20% off plus free shipping. Meet your new lucky charm for St. Patrick's Day, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. This trimmer comes with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, one for a classic trim and a new foil blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. Trimming the hedges in your Irish garden isn't just for below the belt. Complete your look with Manscaped's signature Beard Hedger Pro Kit, plus Handyman Electric Face Shaver. Whether you're sculpting your beard or cleaning up your neckline, these are always the right tools for the job. Get 20% off and free shipping with the promo code DOLPHINS at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with code DOLPHINS at manscaped.com. This St. Patrick's Day, make sure your little hairy leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. So, Sperry, a thought for me when it comes to Kendall Fuller, I know most of his career was with Washington, but you go back several years ago when he was with the Kansas City Chiefs, and he was a crucial part of that Kansas City Chiefs defense when they won their first Super Bowl of the Mahomes era. We mentioned he came in that trade with Alex Smith that was done there. And what he did on that defense, that was a team that, if you recall, did not have great corner play before he was around. They were pretty weak at that position. He was a game changer. I would argue that are the Dolphins not just getting a player that knows what it takes to play at a championship level, but they're also getting a piece that I would say the Chiefs probably would not have won that Super Bowl without that first go-round.
Yeah, I would say that, man. And another thing that I'll add to that, Tej, is that he was a team captain for multiple seasons there in Washington. So you're getting a great locker room presence. Like you said, he is a Super Bowl champion. He has been there and done what the Miami Dolphins are hoping to do in 2024. So I think he's going to be a really good presence in this defense and in that locker room at large. I think that he gives you everything that you're looking for, and you're paying him less than $10 million per season. I can't think of a better move for the Miami Dolphins to make right now than to sign this guy on day 4 of NFL free agency. Like you said, man, he provides more value than just being a perfect fit for the defense. He's going to bring you value as a winner, as a champion, and as a leader in your locker room.
Dolphins Today continues to bring you the best Dolphins coverage around as we have daily news and rumors. We're talking free agency, trades, we're counting down to the draft and more. If you are a Miami Dolphins fan, you got to subscribe to Dolphins Today by Chat Sports. We're getting so close to our next milestone, 56,000 subscribers, but we need your help to get there. Subscribe now for free. Lock us in for the latest happenings on your favorite team each and every day on Dolphins Today. Subscribe now. So to recap the moves the Dolphins have made so far in free agency, they started out things getting help at the tight end spot. Jonnu Smith, 2-year, $10 million deal. Robert Jones at the guard spot on a 1-year deal there. What is kind of your takeaways from this first batch of signings that Miami did?
So the first wave here, definitely the lower level signings, kind of the calm before the storm, so to speak, for the Miami Dolphins here. They were still kind of in cap hell when they made these moves here. So I like the fact that they're getting Jake Bailey back. He's a good punter. Jonnu Smith is a perfect fit for this system, very athletic tight end. And then Anthony Walker is somebody that fits in this defense as well as a middle linebacker. So I really do like all these moves here for the Dolphins, even though they might not be the most splashy moves out there.
Yeah, and then some other signings. They cleared close to $20 million in cap space with Jalen Ramsey, and then they go out and get Jordan Brooks at the linebacker spot. They get Shaq Barrett, who's going to be a rotational edge for them on a 1-year, $9 million deal. And then Aaron Brewer at the center position. You add in Jordan Poyer, Neville Gallimore comes in as well. I mean, these are some key pieces. I feel like the Dolphins in the last few days have gotten significantly better.
Yeah, and you can tell that they're really starting to push their chips into the center of the table here. Tua Tagovailoa, very limited time left for him to be on, contract control in his rookie contract. He's going to start be making a lot of money here soon. I think the Dolphins will extend him eventually just because he's so damn efficient in this offense. It doesn't make sense to move off of him if you're Mike McDaniel. But, you got to take advantage of the opportunities that you have now. And I really do think that the moves that they're making here, lots of 1-year contracts, older veterans that are going to help them win now, like Kendall Fuller, like Shaq Barrett, like a lot of the guys that they're bringing in. I think that a lot of them are good moves. And I actually really like the Aaron Brewer move, their next center replacing Connor Williams. I think that's kind of an under-the-radar move, but a 3-year contract for a really good starting center that really fits this offense. I think the Dolphins have made a lot of really splashy and really good moves to help them win a Super Bowl in 2024.
So Jack and I are very high on the Miami Dolphins. We both believe that they should be the favorites in the AFC East. What do you guys think? Y for yes, N for no. Will the Dolphins win the AFC East? Now adding Kendall Fuller to the fold. Let us know what you think, and we will see you next time right here on Dolphins Today.
Cool.
All right, let's give some shout-outs now. If you want a shout-out, spam me in the chat. Jack is going to shout out everybody that's spamming me in the chat. We want to see how many me's we can get over this next minute. The faster you type, the more me's, more shout-outs you're likely to get. So,
shout out to Jonathan Taylor, Blake, Michael, Brandon Nicholson. What's up, my man, Steelers fan? It's good to see you in the chat right here. Blake, Dave, Michael, Franklin, Cameron, Junior Estrada. What's up, Junior? De Niro. Oh no, I lost it. Oh no, I lost the stream. Teej, if you can pick me up here.
We got Rance, Jake, Wildest, Santos, Jake, Caden, Nothing, Kaylee, Michael, Santos, Kaylee, Dave, Tristan, John, the grumpy old man, Michael, Isaiah, Leon, Finesse, Ben, Jonathan Taylor. Got Leon, Tristan, Wildest, Michael, Brian, David, Isaiah. Oh, got a super chat coming in.
Oh, let's go.
Leon, Wildest, Santos, Kirby, Michael, just to name a few. So good work there, chat. Thanks for helping us. Let's keep on going here. A few more names here for you. Jonathan, Michael, Jake. Keep on going here. Pick up the pace a little. Let's get a little faster, guys.
Jake, Santos, Jonathan Taylor. Come on. Jonathan Taylor says, let's go Steelers. Let's go, baby. Kirby, Ben, Yonton, Zardy, Michael, Jonathan again, Isaiah, Zardy again. Come on, keep spamming it. And Adam, T. Lee, Nothing. What's up, Nothing? Good to see you. Vincent, Braden Strucky looks like a Steelers fan as well. What's up? We got Michael, we got T. Lee, we got Cloak, we got Jason, we've got Isaiah, we got Kaylee, we got Blake, we got Pascal, we got Michael, we got JTJ, we got Paranormal in the Funhouse, says Steelers country. That's right. Then we got Q Spades, we got Truvain Baker, we got Kirby Streamy, we got let's see, Leon, we've got Braden. He says, loves the singing too, or love the signing too, with Deshaun Elliott. Absolutely. Darian, Isaiah, Robert, Tony, Zardy, Michael, Charles Lemp, Vincent again, Jason, Tony. Let's go, baby. I'm excited. Let's get it going. Teach, tell them about our Super Chat menu today.
The Super Chat menu. Here is how you can get your name, face, and message on screen. The only way you can do so is by sending in a Super Chat, $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. $2 will give you a little beer cheers. $5 will talk about your team. $10 will give you a hot take for 2024. And we got some spicy ones cooked up, don't worry. $20 Super Chat will spin the wheel of punishment. And every $50 Super Chat, we will do a beer bong or a beer shotgun. Haven't done one of those yet, so I'd love to see if we can change that and make that happen. So send in a Super Chat, and we'll show you some love and get you on screen here. And let's go through some Super Chats here. Spur writes in, question. What'd you say? Oh, super. Okay. Question. Can the Bears make the playoffs in 2024? It's already gone. Hold on.
Producer Jack is ruining the show, having used the bathroom like a selfish idiot.
And he still hasn't given us any Pringles yet.
You know what, Jack? We're in the middle of a live. Sometimes you just got to hold it, my friend. I don't know what to tell you.
Question.
All right?
Can the Bears make the playoffs in 24 with Caleb Williams, with Justin Fields? Justin won't be there at QB1. It's not an option answering for the Fields question. I'll say this. I don't know if they can, but with this coaching staff coaching for their jobs, they are certainly going to try their darndest.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Bears next year, man. I mean, it's going to be tough with that division. I think that Minnesota probably goes down a little bit with Kirk Cousins out of the building. But Green Bay, they were red hot to finish out the season. They nearly knocked off the NFC champion Niners on the road in the playoffs. Detroit almost did the same thing in the NFC championship game. So that division's going to be tough. But I'll say this, Tej. Caleb Williams is the highest graded quarterback prospect I've evaluated since I started grading guys back in 2018. He is really special. You have DJ Moore there. They might draft another wide receiver in the draft, like a Roma Dunze to pair with him, which would be unbelievable for that franchise. The defense started to come on towards the end of the season. They added Kevin Byard, who's a good player. Looks like they're going to add an edge at some point in the draft as well. I like the Bears. I think they're a team on the up and up. And with a playmaker like Caleb Williams running an NFL offense with those weapons, I kind of like them, Tej.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. I think they're going to be battling for one of those final playoff spots.
I agree.
In the NFC.
And then with Justin Fields, I actually think Caleb gives them a better chance. I do. I agree. I think Caleb Williams is a better quarterback than Justin Fields is right now. I think with Shane Waldron's system, he would work a lot better than Justin.
My concern with Caleb Williams has nothing to do with his playing abilities. My concern is the leader that he is. We've seen him look mentally weak at times and how he's handled adversity. And, his dad off the field has been a terrible business manager for him.
Yes,
how he handled leaving Oklahoma to go to USC. The fingernails thing is weird, all that. Like, I have some concerns off the field with Caleb Williams.
Well, the fingernails thing, he does it to honor his mom, who had cancer. So there's that. And he does it for his
He honors his mom by writing F-U-C-K and team.
Well, he did that one time for one game.
No, he did that against Texas when he was all the way in Oklahoma. He's done that for all his rival teams.
Well, I mean, he also does it for his charity, which he started in college to help kids with bullying. He flew his offensive line out to his Heisman ceremony, paid for their flights and their hotel rooms and their food. And the offensive linemen, they can eat.
Oh!
Whoa! Woo! $50 super chat coming in
Okay.
here. We'll get to that in a second, but I think the Caleb Williams leadership stuff is overblown. I really do. I think that he's a good leader. You listen to anybody at Oklahoma, not Oklahoma fans, people that actually worked with him at Oklahoma and at USC, they all praise the guy as a leader, his work ethic, everything. Sam, no, okay? He is the ultimate Caleb Williams hater.
No, wrong. I
Because
praise
he-
him.
because he
I'm
left
the
his
ultimate.
school.
I'm the ultimate Lincoln Riley hater. I praise Caleb Williams. I think he's really good. I think he would have been a lot better in college had his coach not tried to ruin him at every turn he could.
I mean, fair enough, man. I mean, the offensive line was terrible at USC last year. He had some decent weapons. Taj Washington and Brendan Rice were pretty good. Mario Williams now in Tulane was there as well. Defense was terrible, though. He had to score like 50 points a game in order to win with a terrible offensive line. I think he's going to be great. I think that the arm talent's insane. And I think that within year 2, there's a significant possibility, Tej, he's the best quarterback in the NFC.
That's a bold take.
It is, but I think Caleb is worth that take. He is that good. He's really good within the pocket. I think that he's really fucking good, man. I really do.
Another super chat. Caden, my guy. Tyler, Dolphins versus Seahawks 2024. Who are you going for? Of course, the Seahawks. Who am I going for? What? I'm not a Dolphins fan.
I mean, guys, just because we do a cut for the Dolphins channel doesn't mean we're fans of that team. Okay?
Long story short, we don't have a Dolphins host right now. We are all helping contribute, fill in.
Yes, absolutely.
So
$20 super chat. They're coming in here. Let's go.
We got to spin the wheel. Cheers, Tyler and Jack. Duval. Go Jags. Baby.
Duval. Gotta love it, baby.
Let's spin the wheel. Big money.
I added something new to the wheel. I added higher or lower. It is a trivia question. I will give you a stat for a player, and you will have to say whether or not it's higher or lower.
Why don't you give me the chance to...
Wait, what are we doing here?
It's like a little trivia game. I'm adding some more to the wheel because it was like all drinking.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Why don't you give us the chance to win like some money or Pringles or something?
If you get it right, I'll give you a Pringle.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
Now we have to
Sour
land.
cream and
now
cheddar Pringles are on the table here.
We have to land on it.
Okay,
5 jumping jacks.
I'll do the jumping jacks. All right.
All right,
So I
better
see is
form this time.
1,
All the way. There we go.
This is what I was doing the whole
you were not.
time, Teach. What are
No,
you
you were
talking
not.
about? This is how I do jumping jacks.
Your arms before were not going all the way up.
I cannot believe he's saying this. He's slandering my name.
That was better.
My goodness, Teach.
That was
Don't
better.
listen to this guy, folks. Don't listen to him. He's a liar.
I'm not.
He is a liar.
I'm holding you accountable.
For doing perfect jumping jacks
You
every
did
time?
not do perfect jumping
Yes, I
jacks
did.
earlier.
Yes, I did. $5
Turtle
super chat
with a
from Turtle
$5
Troll.
super chat. Thank you, Turtle.
Appreciate you.
I like turtles.
$5
KJ.
super chat from KJ. I'll let you take this one.
Oh, how nice of you. How can the Seahawks be the best team in the NFC West and be better than the 49ers? Let me know. Well,
It's going to be
let
tough,
me
man. It's
let
going
me
to be tough.
frank. Here's what it would take. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to take a ton of luck. Niners would have to have some injuries. Everything would have to go right for Seattle. I think when you're talking about the Seahawks and their long-term prospects, first step is getting past the Niners and then winning the NFC West. Then after that, it's competing for the NFC and going forward from there. I still think they got a ways to go before they're on the Niners level because it's bad luck of the draw. The best team of the last 5 years in the NFC happens to be in their division.
Yep, and that's just terrible luck for them, man. I like Geno, actually. I think he's got a great story. I think he's underrated as hell.
Touchdowns all day. He rules.
Yeah, touchdowns all day. He rules. That's right. DK's great. Lockett's great. Mike McDaniel, I'm excited to see what he's going to look like. Losing Shane Waldron, who I think is a really good OC, is going to maybe hurt them a little bit.
I don't think so. I think Ryan Grubb's an
But I like
upgrade.
Grubbs, too. I was just about to say, I like Grubbs, too.
I think it's an upgrade.
And I think that Geno's actually a good fit in that system. So watch out, actually, for Michael Penix Jr. in round 1 if he gets to 20.
Well, they pick at 16. If they trade down,
yeah. Never mind. I'm confusing them with, I think, somebody else. But, yes, they pick at
And then
16.
the $50
Oh!
super chat
my man Brandon Nicholson. Let's go. Nicholson says, it's not Steelers talk. Sorry, Sperry. But let's see that shotgun. Can we get the hot take?
I was thinking,
For the
I
Steelers.
had an idea on this since they asked for you. What if you chugged like some Coca-Cola or something?
I would be okay with that if you guys want me to do that.
If Brandon's wanting you to do it, could he do a Coke bomb? Not that type of Coke bomb. Brandon.
Oh, my God.
Brandon, your choice.
So,
Do you want Sperry to do a Coke bomb, or I could go ahead and
hot
get this
take
done
for
with beer?
hot take for the Steelers, Brandon. This is what I'll say. Tyler Jones, our Ravens host, is going to severely disagree with me here. I think the Steelers win 12 or 13 games next year, and they win the AFC North. I know there's going to be a lot of people that disagree with me on that, but I think Russell Wilson is the perfect fit for Arthur Smith's system. They have an elite defense that has held their opponents, Teej, to 20 or less points, and NFL leading 22 times over the last 2 seasons.
Brandon says do the Coke beer bong.
Coke beer bong.
Or the Coke bong, I guess.
Okay, I guess we'll try it.
Hey, you can use this one.
Yeah, okay. So
Coca-Cola.
I think Russell Wilson is going to be a hit in Pittsburgh. I think that he's a great fit. I think the defense is fantastic. I love the coaching with Mike Tomlin. I think they're going to probably take an early round receiver that's going to be immediately impactful along with George Pickens. I think that team's going to be damn good next year. And they always sweep the Ravens. They've won 7 of their last 8 against the Ravens. All right, so Lamar Jackson I don't think has had a game where he's thrown for over 60% completions against that defense. So if I'm accounting for the Steelers sweeping the Ravens and they have the tiebreaker, they have the same record, they're going to win the division. So I think both the Ravens and the Steelers will be really good football teams. It's going to be a dogfight. I think probably the last game of the season will be a Ravens-Steelers matchup. And I think the Steelers win it, and I think they win the division. That's my hot take, all right? It's a hot take for sure.
So what do you think of Coke Zero?
It's fine.
Have you ever chugged a Coke Zero?
Am I just chugging?
No. You put
Is this
it in here.
clean?
Yes.
You swear on your life that this is clean. Okay. So I've actually never done one of these before. Do you just pour it?
Just pour it in, pour the whole thing in, and then you just got to drink.
Okay, there's water in this. This is dirty. I'm not doing it out of this. I'm just not, Sam.
All right, straight from the can.
Like there's literally like a puddle of water in here. That's disgusting.
All right, so he's
I'm
going to chug from the can.
I'm just gonna chug from the can.
Here it is. Oh, I know. Oh, I know who it is.
Oh, it's so bubbly, dude. It's unbelievable.
So cold.
It's so cold and it's so bubbly. You can't chug this shit, man.
We've reached the point in the afternoon where we got Jack Sperry chugging Coke Zeros.
Brain freeze, dude. They got this right from the fridge, dude. What am I supposed to do?
Another super chat while he's working on chugging his Coke Zero. At least there's no calories, Jack. Enjoy that aspartame.
No sugar, no calories, lots of brain freeze.
Lots of aspartame.
No, I'm just chugging from the thing. But I appreciate the effort.
He is miserable from chugging a Coke Zero.
Because it's cold and I'm drinking a lot, so there's a bunch of brain freeze.
I will ask one more time, can the Bears go to the playoffs with Justin Fields, trading down #1 pick? We answered this question earlier.
I don't. No.
We're saying no.
No, they can't. Unless Justin Fields, and this is speculation, all right? If Justin Fields gets a lot better as a passer, we can talk about it. But there's a reason why nobody is willing to even give up a 3rd-round pick for him. There's a reason. I get that Chicago fan. I get why Chicago fans like him, and they've endeared
Get
himself
back
to
drinking
him.
that Coke Zero.
But no, I don't think Justin Fields would lead them to the playoffs.
He's struggling with that Coke Zero here. This is the most entertaining part of the entire day. I love seeing Sperry miserable. This is great. Ray McLeod.
Oh, okay, done.
Oh, another super chat.
All right. Whew.
Wildest writes in, Texans all the way, baby. Would love to see us
God,
snag Higgins or maybe even Jefferson. since they requested a trade. I love what the Texans are doing. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson together.
Wait a second. Is it a fact that Justin Jefferson has requested a trade? Is that?
No.
I don't think that's the case, Wildest. I think you're getting some bad news there.
I love where the Texans are at, and I don't think they're done.
Yeah, man. I think that they're going to get Arik Armstead. I think that is the logical fit. He's played in D'Amico Ryans' system before. They still have some money to spend. Tee Higgins, interesting fit with the Texans there. Excuse me, I'm going to be belching for the next 15 minutes now, just to warn you guys, but if you guys wanted it, all right? You guys wanted it. This is what the people asked for. You have to lay in the bed you made, all right? So,
whoa.
What that is not a whoa. See it, Tyler Jones. What are we talking about? All right. When it comes to Higgins and the Texans, if they could get a deal done, maybe they could make it happen. But you have to keep in mind here, Wildest, you have to give them an extension that's going to be a lot of money, and I don't know if the Texans can afford that.
Limetree wants you to eat Mentos now. He might explode if that happened.
I would literally throw up if I ate Mentos right now, right? Because
have you seen the Mentos and Coke experiment?
It's bad.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's bad. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Ray McLeod.
I would bet a lot of money that Jack Lotteray did that experiment back in the day. Yeah, that's
Ray McLeod going to the Falcons, $6 million deal, 2 years, same exact deal that the Steelers got Deshaun Elliott for, and I would make the argument Deshaun Elliott is a way better player than Ray McLeod.
Yeah. Ray's a bit overrated.
Yeah, I would agree. And, it's not a bad deal for Atlanta. I just think that speaks to the deal and the steal that Omar Khan got with Deshaun Elliott in Pittsburgh. The con artist. The best nickname of any GM in the league, by far, by the way. So another signing for the Falcons here. What do you think of it?
I like what the Falcons are doing. This one, money could have been better spent elsewhere potentially here, but
yeah.
Nonetheless, I'll give them benefit of the doubt because they've done so good prior to this.
Sure. I mean, it's still a good haul for them overall. This might be their least. This might be the worst signing that they've done so far.
Right.
Whatever. So we're trying to get to 368,000 subscribers by the end of the day, guys. If you want to help us out and you want daily and free NFL coverage from us here at Chat Sports, we're going to be doing a bunch of draft stuff coming up here once free agency passes, in-depth scouting reports, mock drafts every single week, the latest news and rumors surrounding your favorite team, and, of course, live coverage for the big event, the NFL Draft, all 3 days, every single pick, live coverage right here on Chat Sports. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already.
YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Help us reach that next milestone, 368,000 subscribers. Let's catch you up to speed now on the action we've seen so far. Eric Kendricks, 1-year deal. Nick Harris, 1 year, $2.5 million with Seattle. Mac Hollins, 1 year, $3 million with the Buffalo Bills. I was reading the wrong screen there. Also, Morgan Moses getting traded to the Jets for a 4th and 6th round picks. Also, we got Lil Jordan Humphrey, the best name in the NFL. He's off to Sam Brown's Denver Broncos on a 1-year deal. Jake Elliott with a 4-year, $24 million deal with Philadelphia. Artie Burns, 1-year deal to stay with Seattle. Harrison Bryant, 1 year, $3.25 with the Raiders. Meanwhile, we see Jordan Whitehead get 2 years, $9 million with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Some other notables to get to. Julius Chestnut, 1-year deal with Tennessee. Khalil Mack is sticking around in Los Angeles with the Chargers. Let's start there with Khalil Mack here, Jack. His name was brought up a lot over the last few weeks as a potential cut or trade candidate. Jim Harbaugh and company find a way to keep him around there. Coming off the best season of his career, Khalil Mack still has a lot to take.
Yeah, man. I mean,
whoa!
We got a big super chat rolling in here, so we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, Khalil Mack, and the fact that he was willing to take that restructured deal, tells you that he believes in Jim Harbaugh. He believes in what he is building as a culture there in Los Angeles, and he wants to stick around and stick with his boy Joey Bosa. So, I don't know if it was the best year of his career. Was it really the best year of his career? Because he had one hell of a year, one defensive player of the year in Chicago.
He had what was it, 19 sacks?
He had a really good sack number.
17 sacks.
It was definitely a bounce back year for him, no question. But yeah, Khalil Mack, really good player. If I were the Chargers, I would have done whatever it took to keep him in the building, and the fact that he wanted to come back speaks volumes to the move to get Jim Harbaugh.
Some other moves here. Brett Rippon going to the Bears. Darrell Taylor staying in Seattle. Meanwhile, Mason Rudolph, let's touch on that. Going to the Tennessee Titans, 1 year, $3.62 million deal. The door shut on him coming back to Pittsburgh once they signed Russell Wilson. Will Levis is clearly their starter. Ryan Tannehill is gone. Mason Rudolph is the backup in Tennessee. Good for him, considering that not too long ago, this guy wasn't even getting on the active roster for the Steelers and their game day roster at times.
Well, the Steelers were the only team to give him a shot last year after he tested the free agency market, and nobody wanted him. So if it wasn't for the Steelers giving him a shot to be their third string last year, he wouldn't be in this position to get $3.62 million additional dollars to his NFL earnings and get an opportunity to maybe even play next year. If Will Levis stinks, they're clearly building this Tennessee roster to compete relatively quickly. Mason Rudolph proved that he could do that with the Steelers last year. What's crazy to me, Tej, is that the Pittsburgh Steelers will be paying Russell Wilson, a guy that had a better passer rating than Patrick Mahomes last year. No, I'm not saying he's better than Patrick Mahomes. Calm down at home. But you're paying a guy that did have that number 3 times less than what Mason Rudolph is going to be paid next year. That's an unbelievable value that the Pittsburgh Steelers have. And when you're choosing between Russell Wilson at 1.2 and Mason Rudolph at 3.62, it's a no-brainer. You got to go with Russell Wilson.
We got $50 super chat. Bang!
$50 from Superfood, I think is how he wants to say it. Super Fud? I don't know. I don't know, but thank you so much. He says, yes, they should have made it last year. I think he's talking about the Bears, talking about making the playoffs last year, except conservative, repetitive play calling by Luke Getsy. They also tanked 2 years ago. I bet $100 super tat that JF1 starts for Chicago. If I win, Chat Sports sends me a JF1 Chicago jersey XL in white. I mean, I'm not authorized to make those kinds of deals, but if I could, I would take that 100% because Caleb Williams is going to be the starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears next year.
Much appreciated. $50 super.
I appreciate you, Superfood, but it's
another beer bong.
This one's clean. I never used it, and there's no puddle in there. I'm not saying it's your fault, by the way. It's the person that cleaned it.
We all know who the guilty party is. So what is this? What is this water in here then?
Is there water in there again? Sam!
I see water.
It's dirty.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Well, if Tej is throwing up tonight,
you all know why.
Sam Brown has to go. Sam Brown has to go to his apartment and hold his hair back.
If I get sick from this, and can't go to work tomorrow, tomorrow should not count as a PTO day. If I get sick because of work, I should get workman's comp.
And Sam has to travel to your apartment and take care of you for the entire day.
That's okay.
Has to massage your feet.
That's okay. That's okay. I hang around Sam enough in the office. I don't need to hang around.
Whoa. Okay. I would love to hang out with Sam outside of the office personally.
I'm just kidding. Sam knows I am.
It's super fud.
Super
okay.
fud.
Because I could see how the spelling could be like he wants it food. But yeah, I see what you're coming from. Super. And by the way, I appreciate your dedication to your quarterback. I do. I think that's what's great about this country and about sports, man. You can disagree. We can still be friends, Superfood. Thank you for the $50 super chat.
What else is great about this country, Jack?
We have a signing.
Who did it?
DJ Reader to the Lions, 2-year deal, $27.25 on a 2-year deal. I said it yesterday, yeah. DJ Reader heading to Detroit, and Tej, I love that move for them. He is an incredible. What's that? Yeah, Jordan Schultz has it. It's $27.25 for 2 years. Worth up to $27.25.
So before I do this beer bong, I'll I'll reiterate.
Well, Tom Pelissero has it as well.
Before I do this beer bong, I'll reiterate. The Detroit Lions, when it comes to what they've done this offseason, trying to get back to the NFC Championship, they have done nothing to hurt themselves. All they've done
Get better.
has gotten better, and this adds to that with DJ Reader.
Yeah, the only like real big loss that they have had is Jonah Jackson, I believe, their guard, and he's it's a guard. Like you can replace a guard pretty easily. And DJ Reader here, man, big signing for this crew. Because I'm going to take a look at their roster right now and see what they have on the interior. Because if I remember correctly, they don't. Okay, so they have Aleem McNeil, one of the best interior defensive pass rushers in football. Top 10 in the NFL last year going Pro Football Focus. Now you add DJ Reader on the other side of that. You have Marcus Davenport. You have Aiden Hutchinson, of course, who was top 10 in football as an edge rusher last year. You add Carlton Davis to that defense. It's very obvious, Tej, that they're trying to build the defense because that was the big issue for them last year. The offense is fine.
That's what needs a lot of help.
That's what needs a lot of help, and this is going to help them out a lot. I love DJ Reader's game. He was a captain there in Cincinnati. Going to be a good locker room guy. Good stuff here for our friend Micro Mike in the Lions. Is it the Lions report that he runs or
Lions Talk?
Lions Talk. All right, so good stuff for Micro Mike here.
All right.
Getting DJ Reader.
So before we ask you about where the Lions belong in the NFC, I need the chat to spam Chug right now. Spam Chug.
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 Chug. Chug. Chug.
3,
Chug.
2. I'm not seeing any Chugs in the chat.
I'll shout out anybody that puts Chug in the chat. Cloak is here. The grumpy old man is here. Oh Jesus on Twitch. Caleb. Leo. Caleb again. Chat Sports. Caleb. Chat Sports. Tony. Chat Sports. Off the Porch Podcast. Let's go. And the big belch at the end. You got to love it. Hey.
There we go.
You're forgetting something.
What's that?
Excuse you.
Shout out Allie Barefoot.
Yeah. You did not just say that. Oh, my God. Goodness gracious, man. Okay.
The Detroit Lions are the blank best team in the NFC. I'd go like second or third. I still think it's San Fran.
San Fran's still got to be one. But Detroit, I would put them at 2. Are you putting the Cowboys at 2? Who are you putting at 2 over the Lions?
I said it's going to be second or third.
I gotcha.
I do like the Dallas Cowboys.
I like them too.
I like the roster. I just don't like the coach.
Yeah, the coach stinks, man. But I gotta put them at number 2 right now, guys. And now Green Bay might be a team that usurps them potentially if Jordan Love really plays well next year. Philly's gonna have Saquon. That could add a real dynamic element to their offense. So there's some good teams. Atlanta could be in the mix. Who knows?
Right.
If Raheem Morris shows that he's a legit coach. But right now, man, they're bringing everybody back. They have structure in place. They got a great head coach in Dan Campbell. They're bringing in good veteran pieces to help them win now. If Aaron Glenn can coach defense, and I'm not too sure he can, but let's say for the sake of the argument that they get better on defense, there's no reason why Detroit can't finish the job against the Niners this year and end up going to the Super Bowl in New Orleans next offseason, or next season, I should say.
Job's not finished. All right. Back to the tracker we go here on live coverage, free agency frenzy, as Calvin Ridley, 4 years, $92 million to Tennessee. There was rumblings that he wanted to go back to Jacksonville, that the Patriots were making a big push, and now he ends up in Tennessee here. Tennessee's been making moves, but I still don't feel like this is a very good football team.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get there. They're trying to give Will Levis every opportunity to succeed. But I think they overpaid for him, Tej. If I'm being quite frank, $23 million for him is a lot. And I think there's a lot of teams upset with Tennessee that they paid a guy of his caliber that much money at that point. There's going to be a lot of mediocre receivers wanting to get the Calvin Ridley a contract moving forward.
Rayshawn Jenkins going to Seattle, 2 years, $12 million. The Seahawks desperately needed some safety help after cutting Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams. You have Julian Love there, new head coach Mike McDonald coming in place. Rayshawn Jenkins, I thought was one of the more underrated safeties in football.
Decent
Coming
player.
over from Jacksonville, I thought this was a really good pickup for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think that's a good, especially at the price point, $6 million. Rayshawn's a good player. Maybe not like a super dynamic like ball hawk or anything like that, but like he's going to be a solid player in that defense. And I think that Mike McDaniel, or Mike McDonald, I should say, he's going to use him in the correct way. So I think that's a good fit.
Some other signings here for you. Bobby Wagner headed to the Washington Commanders, rejoining Dan Quinn. The Seahawks, their new staff, didn't seem too interested in bringing Bobby Wagner back. We'll see what they do at the inside linebacker spot. He goes to Washington, gets a pay bump from what he made last year in Seattle, $6 million guaranteed. He'll be the green dot of that defense. Got to imagine that him pairing back up with Dan Quinn against a great fit.
Yeah, and I think probably the biggest value, Teej, that Bobby Wagner brings to that team is not necessarily what he brings on the field, but make no mistake, he's a 10-time straight All-Pro. He's going to be phenomenal, but that's a young football team that's going to have a rookie quarterback. They're bringing in Bobby Wagner to be the leader of the locker room, period. All right? You hope that quarterback, whether that be Drake May or Jaden Daniels, or who knows, Caleb Williams, is going to be eventually that voice in the locker room that everybody rallies behind. But this allows that rookie to just focus on being the quarterback of the team and not necessarily just the leader. I really like this contract, and I love the fit.
All right, let's go a little rapid fire through these here. Harrison Smith back to Minnesota.
Yeah, good deal. I love Harrison Smith in Minnesota. Can't wait to see him back in the purple and gold.
Joe Flacco to the Colts as they back up behind Anthony Richardson. The Colts finding a good fit to give them a little insurance policy behind Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, Flacco pushes the ball down the field, throws a lot of interceptions. I think that the Browns replaced him in Cleveland with the exact same type of guy in Jameis Winston. And Joe Flacco, maybe a little bit overrated, in my opinion, what he did last year in Cleveland, but overall, he's a decent backup.
2 years, $17.25 for C.J. Mosley with the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good leader, leader in that locker room, good fit for what they like to do. They like him there in New York, and it's a pretty decent price tag, even though he is getting a little bit older.
How about Von Bell in Cincinnati on quite the discount, 1 year to 1.2?
Same price as Russell Wilson to the Steelers. So that just shows you how much of a steal it is for Russell Wilson and the Steelers there. But yeah, Von Bell, I believe he was a former team captain for the Cincinnati Bengals before he ended up leaving. So they get a guy back. He's back in the jungle.
Deshaun Elliott, Pittsburgh on a 2-year, $6 million deal. Steal for the Steelers.
Steal for the Steelers, man. Another one. Patrick Queen was a steal. Russell Wilson is a steal. And Deshaun Elliott is a steal. That's the three musketeers of Omar Khan's steals this offseason.
Okay, explain this one to me, Sperry. How is Nathan Peterman still in the league? How is he convincing teams like the Saints still to pay him?
I mean, apparently he's a really good presence in the QB room. Apparently people think that he could be a coach in the league eventually, and his presence in the locker room and in the QB room is valued. So, I mean, you could say one thing about his play on the field. He's not an NFL quarterback when he's on the field, but it seems like his presence in the league is valued to some degree, and good for him. He gets to play another year and get a uniform for one more year.
Blockbuster deal there with Desmond Ridder, and then meanwhile, some other news. Joey Bosa restructures, stays with the Chargers there. Khalil Mack did the same thing. The Chargers needed some help with the cap, and they keep their two anchors on defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge for Los Angeles. It lets us know that they're aware that they're in cap hell and that they're willing to move some stuff around, that these players that are going into the Jim Harbaugh regime here in LA are open to that and are appreciative of what Jim Harbaugh is bringing to the table here. It's a move that makes sense. And by the way, Jerry Tillery to the Vikings, I like that move as well.
Also, Kendall Fuller to the Miami Dolphins, 2 years, $16.5. Some good help there in the secondary for Miami.
Perfect fit. You're getting him for less than $10 million, Super Bowl champion. He might be a team captain. He was in Washington. Really, really good fit. Couldn't think of a better move at corner for the Miami Dolphins at this late stage in the game.
We have another signing as Sperry, the Washington Commanders, bringing back a familiar name.
Yeah, a backup defensive lineman here, F.A. Obata. A decent player. He's going to be a rotational piece. The thing about Washington right now, though, Tej, is that they're adding a lot of okay pieces, but there's not really a lot of splash at the edge rusher position specifically. And I think they're probably going to try to do that in the NFL draft with like a Chop Robinson in round 2 or maybe a Braylon Trice from Washington. And they're going to try to get their number 1 edge rusher in the draft. But right now they're filling out the ranks in the rotation, and Obata is a good enough player to get in there.
There you have it, our latest signing on that front. Let's tell you about today's sponsor. We will do that here in just a moment as we are talking Manscaped today. NFL Daily, presented by Manscaped. Top of the morning to you. This episode brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers. Manscaped this year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders in below-the-kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the iris and join 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com and use code CHAT for 20% off plus free shipping. Meet your lucky charm for St. Patrick's Day, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. The trimmer comes with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, one for a classic trim and a new foil blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. Trimming the hedges in your Irish garden isn't just for below the belt. Complete your look with Manscaped's signature Beard Hedger Pro Kit plus Handyman Electric Face Shaver. Whether you're sculpting your beard or cleaning up your neckline, these are always the right tools for the job. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code CHAT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with code CHAT at Manscaped. This St. Patrick's Day, make your little hairy leprechaun, make sure it's a little luckier than ever before with Manscaped. The link is going in the chat right now. Check out Manscaped today. You'll be glad you did. All right. If you want a shout-out on today's show, then you need to retweet or pin tweet, which is going in the chat right now. Sperry's going to give the shout-outs on X/Twitter next. And
so how do I check them?
Oh, you don't know how to check? Okay, I'll check it.
X stinks. So
so he's getting a real-time IT lesson here from our IT specialist, Sam Brown.
Oh. Gotcha.
If you want the shout-out from Spare Dog,
shout out to Sean.
Retweet the tweet.
Shout out to Anthony. Shout out to Jace. Shout out to Colton P22. Shout out to Sosa. Shout out to MU. Shout out to Evan. Shout out to Cam R. Cam, Steelers fan. I want to give a shout out to Cam R. Thank you so much, my friend. Golden. Shout out to Nick Roloff. Shout out to Harrison Graham. Shout out to James Yoder. Shout out to Tom Downey, Matthew Peterson, Drew Kennedy Hawkins, Joseph Shaheen, Sam Brown, Trizzy Trace, Jeremy Beedling, Chase Sr., Mitchell Renz, Jack Lotteray, myself, and of course, Tyler Jones. There's their shout-outs for today's show. Appreciate every single one of you guys in the chat right now. Let's see if there's any new ones. There is not any more new ones, so those are the shout-outs.
All right, there you have it. Sperry, you are off. You got some Commander stuff coming.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going to do a quick short. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Cool. All right.
We will see Sperry momentarily. In the meantime, let me tell you about this Tyler Lockett situation, which is pretty interesting.
Producer Jack, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing, Producer Jack?
I
got business to tend to here now. Come on.
So now, there we go. Retweet the pin tweet. We certainly appreciate it. Up next, let's talk about Tyler Lockett. You guys heard a couple of days ago that the Seahawks restructured his deal to bring his cap number down from $27 million, but we got some more info on what exactly that looks like for the Seahawks receiver, his new deal. An $8 million signing bonus, $4.66 in base salary in 2024, fully guaranteed, $10 million base salary in 2025, with a $5.3 million roster bonus due on the 5th day of the 2025 league year, and a $1.7 million in per game roster bonus in 25, up to $4 million in 2024 incentives. And then Brady Henderson, who put these numbers out, went to explain. So it's a base value of $29.66 over 2 years, with $12.66 guaranteed, with another $4 million in incentives. The cap savings for 24 will depend on the nature of the incentives how much they're earned, if any, considered likely to be earned. If none of the $4 million in 2024 incentives, then the Seahawks are saving $8.34 in cap this season via restructure. So what's interesting with this Tyler Lockett situation, folks, is that the Seahawks simply could not afford to keep Tyler Lockett with a cap hit of $27 million. So what they've done is they've moved this money around, lowering his cap hit from about $27 to $15 million, with the idea in mind that Tyler Lockett is going to be the number 2 or 3 receiver, depending on how well JSN plays, and you still put him on track to retire as a member of the Seattle Seahawks. He's made it known he wants to stay in Seattle anyway and wants to retire there someday. So makes a ton of sense for both sides here that Tyler Lockett gets to stay in Seattle. He wasn't going to make that $27 million elsewhere. Gets to play for this team and still play a significant role. I like this move for Seattle, restructure Tyler Lockett and keep him around. Another X, this one from the New York Post, my favorite newspaper in the country, by the way, posts the following. Zach Wilson lists his New Jersey townhome for nearly $1 million with the Jets trade coming. He already knows what's ahead. He has been given permission to seek a trade. I'll be honest, I don't see any team wanting to make a trade for Zach Wilson. I know that Mac Jones was worth a 6th-round pick, but I think everybody and their mother would take Mac Jones over Zach Wilson any day. I can't imagine any suitors out there to make a potential move for Zach Wilson. We'll see what exactly goes down there as far as that goes. It is just past 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 out west. We begin a brand new hour of NFL Free Agency Frenzy. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for joining us as we are talking the latest happenings throughout the NFL Free Agency period, day number 4. And we want to ask you now, your chance to let your voice be heard here on NFL Daily. What team is the best fit for Zach Wilson? I'll be honest with you. In my opinion, the best fit for Zach Wilson is a little football league we call the UFL. I don't think Zach Wilson's an NFL quarterback. I think he's awful, to be honest with you. I'm not a fan of Zach Wilson. I have not liked what I've seen from him as far as that goes. What do you guys think is the best fit for him? Sean says the Chiefs. Pats fan says the Vikings. Ben says the Broncos. Short says the Chiefs. Andreas says the Saints. Let's see. M says the 49ers. A little battle among the sources. Let's start with Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. A dark horse emerges. The Jags are closing in on a deal to add a huge presence to their defense as they're set to sign former 49ers defensive tackle Arik Armstead, sources say. But then, the Athletic's Diana Rossini reports, former 49er defensive tackle Arik Armstead is signing with the Bills, per sources. What's the winner, Sam? I'm going to go Jags. I think so. Oh! There you have it. Arik Armstead off to Jacksonville. How about that? Arik Armstead joining the Jags. He is, contrary to what Rossini's report is, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars there. Trace Gerard is in the house with us. We'll bring him in when he's ready and when we get to go ahead. But another trade coming in, too. What do we got? Sam Howell, we to the Seahawks. We got to go live on Seahawks for that. Hold on. Let's see this. Now I'm intrigued. What are we getting? The Seahawks receive Howell, a 4th and a 6th round pick. The Commanders receive a 3rd and a 5th. Really? Why? Sam Howell, are we real here? Of all the quarterbacks you could have made a move for, we're going Sam Howell. I don't like this. I don't like this. There's the full trade details. The Commanders won the trade. You kidding me? Sam Howell? Why? Sam Howell is not a starting quarterback in this league. I'll tell you this right now. I don't like this. I'm surprised. This one caught me off guard. I didn't expect the Seahawks to be trying to go get Sam Howell. Is Trace ready? Okay. Not yet. Who won the trade? Seattle or Washington? I got to go live on Seahawks here in a bit and get this reaction because this is wild. I'll be honest, I did not see this coming. The Seahawks making a move for Sam Howell, of all people. Who won the trade, Washington or Seattle? Pats fan says Washington. Vincent says Seattle. Eric says Seattle. Austin says Seattle. Steven says Washington. Sean says Washington. Austin says Seattle. Twitch says Seattle. I mean, he's not beating out Geno Smith. Geno's still your starter. They make this move to make Sam Howell their backup. There was a lot of hype on Sam Howell at one point coming out of North Carolina. Played under Sam Brown's favorite coach, Mac Brown, there. And he had a disappointing final season with the Tar Heels. Goes to the Commanders, and he's been a turnover machine. It's like Jameis Winston 2.0 almost. Like 21 touchdowns, 20 interceptions. There you have it. Exactly. I will say, in the Seahawks case, the silver lining of all this is that Geno Smith is likely to not play all 17 games, and we could see him, get hurt. Sam Howell can come in and start for you and win a game or two if Geno Smith can't play. That would be the silver lining I would say about this. But otherwise, Sam Howell. I don't like giving up draft capital for Sam Howell of all people. This one doesn't feel great, if I'm going to be honest. What do you guys think? Type C for Seattle, WAS for Washington. Who won the trade? Let's get your instant reaction now. Let us know what you think. Sam Howell off to the Seattle Seahawks. C! There we go. Trace has got it. What do you guys think? Who won the trade? C for Seattle, WAS for Washington. And Trace Gerard, the man, the myth, the legend, is here joining me now. Trace, the news just coming in. Sam Howell to Seattle. What are your thoughts?
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm totally on board with you here. It feels like you're investing a lot. You're making a lot of things just for a backup quarterback. I mean,
that's never going to be your franchise quarterback.
No. Like, I get, if this was like a Justin Fields kind of trade where it's, yeah, he's our backup maybe, but he could be our starter. Like, sure, the compensation might make some sense there. But, like, I feel like for a third and a fifth for Sam Howell and, some change, like, just doesn't make a lot of sense if you're Seattle, if you ask me. But we want to keep hearing what you guys got to say. Brandon Hall thinks Washington. C. Vang agrees with Tyler, says Washington. Ashley says Seattle. She thinks that Seattle won the trade.
So here's what I would say if you're looking for a silver lining, a life raft of sorts if you're Seattle Trace. You could argue that he wasn't in a great situation in Washington, and yet the offense was still good.
Yeah.
I think that is, if you're hoping for that, this feels like Drew Lock 2.0.
I was literally going to say this just feels like a literal plug and replace of Drew Lock. It's the
Why didn't you just pay Drew Lock then?
Yeah, backup guy, not going to do a ton. Maybe he has to play one game here or there. Has to come in for a drive if Geno has to tie his shoes or something. I don't know. I'm not crazy about it, but let's see what other people got to say. Cameron thinks Washington won.
I'll put my tweet in the chat so you guys can see this.
Yeah, give Tyler a follow. Make sure you give him a follow.
This is my instant reaction tweet. I said, thanks, I hate it. I'm shouting out everybody that shares my tweet here. thinks I hate it. Somebody's already trying to tweet me, with the right coach, he can be a top 15 quarterback. Stop.
No.
Stop.
Yep, and Ian Book won a lot of football games at Notre Dame. Is supposed to be a good quarterback in the NFL, and he is on what? His
Tiny
13?
Taco, Seahawk.
Yeah, what you could
14.
hot take. If you were going to trade for a backup, I like what Eric Lover said in the chat. Bailey Zappi better than Sam Howell.
And he might cost you, what, a 7th round
I was
pick?
going to say, maybe you send him a 7th round pick? I don't know. Weird one. Max Prod says that Washington won. Darwin Scales says Washington won.
All right, I need to go drown my sorrows away. Trace, it's all yours, my friend. I think we're going to go live on Seahawks coming up in a bit. So go check us out, Seahawks Today. Trace, it's all yours.
Going to take over for my guy, Tyler Jones, so he can go talk about this trade on Seahawks Today. So if you are a Seahawks fan, I encourage you to go check out that channel. Be sure to subscribe and show Tyler some love. But let's talk about Sam Howell as a player and why we believe the Seahawks lost this trade here by bringing in Sam Howell. So he does have a 63.4 completion percentage, just under 4,000 yards in 2017. That's not bad, but the 21 touchdowns to 21 interceptions, not a good ratio. I mean, it literally is the same thing, minus 10, of the Jameis Winston 30 for 30 year. He did have a really low QBR at 42.4, and to be honest, there was flashes, there was, hints of him maybe being good, but it never quite panned out for him to be a starter. Our guy, Jack Sperry, who does some of our Commanders coverage, he was pretty high on him as a backup quarterback. However, at this time, he is headed out of the nation's capital, moving up to the West Coast, playing in Seattle, playing behind Geno Smith. To be honest, it's not a bad move to bring in a new backup quarterback. It's just the trade compensation for me is a little too high for a player like Sam Howell. I'm not saying he's a bad player, a bad dude or whatever, but it's just the trade compensation to me doesn't make a lot of sense. So Seattle, Seattle is getting the backup quarterback, and then they're also getting Washington's 4th round pick, which is number 102 overall, and then they're also getting the 6th round pick, which is number 179 overall. And in return, the Commanders are getting the 3rd round pick from Seattle, which is number 78, and a 5th round pick at number 152 overall. So, without further ado, that is the news around Sam Howell and the Seattle Seahawks. And in terms of our Super Chat menu, we do want to get you guys on the show. We want to give you the opportunity to weigh in, share your thoughts. Get your name and your picture right next to me. $2 will give you a Beers Cheers. $5, I'll talk about your team. $10, I'll give you a red hot take. $20, I will spin that wheel. We'll have some fun. And for $50, we will do a beer bong / shotgun. I can guarantee you one thing. I will put down a beer bong in less than 4 seconds. But let's get some of y'all on the show. Let's show some love to the people who are supporting us. Super is saying it won't let me send more than $2. Ask about the $100 bet. Producer Jack, what you got to say here, brother?
We are not going to be able to authorize that bet today. I'm sorry. The higher ups are not going to let us authorize that bet today.
The ones who turn on the lights are saying we cannot do it. And if we do, the stream will have to end, and we do not want to do that. So sorry, Super. MH2, are the Chiefs signing Mike Williams?
I do just want to add, Super, we appreciate your super
chats.
We appreciate the support. Thank you so much.
Yes.
We're just not going to be able to authorize that today.
Yes, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you, of course, for your continued support. MH2, I don't hate the fit. I'm going to be honest. I really don't hate that move for the Chiefs. I'll tell you what. I think that they're going to go and try and pursue Mike Williams, but another Mike they could get, Mike Thomas. Can't guard Mike. I think that could be another option. But in terms of Mike Williams, this is a guy who he's missed some time over the past couple of seasons and has had some limited role. But when he plays in a full year, the last time he played a full season, he eclipsed over 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns, which is pretty impressive considering you're also splitting time with Keenan Allen out there in Los Angeles. Now, I do think that bringing in Mike Williams could be a smart move for Kansas City. Last year, I know that I'm going to say something and a lot of y'all are going to disagree. The Chiefs' offense, to me, was underwhelming in terms of the expectation that they have. Of course, Patrick Mahomes, he's incredible. Travis Kelce, he's really, really good. But outside of Rashee Rice, there wasn't a lot of receiver help. And if you ask me, I think bringing in Mike Williams, I know that the Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a weak offense. However, if you bring in Mike Williams, that's going to make your unit that much better and that much stronger. And I think that would be a smart move for Kansas City. Now, we're also going to talk about Arik Armstead, who did sign with the Jacksonville Jaguars, a really talented, big-bodied guy on the interior of a defensive line. I was seeing some reports out there that because they were trying to pursue Ridley and trying to make a deal happen, they weren't able to. So they took the money and decided to beef up the defensive line. Now, you see the production on your screen for what he was able to do out in the Bay over the last handful of seasons. 27 tackles and 5 sacks in 2023. And in 2022, he's missed some time. He does have injury issues that have piled up over the past couple of seasons. However, when he's on the field, he's dominant, and he is a very sneaky, underrated part of that 49ers defensive line, which has dogs at every single spot. And the fact that he's able to put up this kind of production is still impressive because you're splitting tackles with Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave. You also had Javon Kinlaw on the roster last year. You had a lot of guys in San Francisco that were creating pressure and causing problems for opposing offenses, and Arik Armstead was definitely a big factor in that. I think this is a good move for Jacksonville as they need to stay competitive in the AFC South because the Texans, they are clearly on the rise. The Jags, kind of teetering. They're on the rise, but they need to keep it moving. The Colts, Anthony Richardson, he's an electric football player. They got Zach Taylor still. And then they're also bringing back a handful of their wide receivers. They brought back Kenny Moore. So I think that this is going to be a good move to keep them competitive in a division that pretty much is all on the up outside of the Tennessee Titans. Sorry, Music City. But guys, this is why you subscribe. We've been live for 4 days now. This is day 4 of NFL free agency, and we've been here every step of the way. If you guys want to join our family, we're trying to reach 367,500. That's our next milestone, so help a brother out. Let's get 29 more subs ASAP, and I'll tell you what, when we hit that milestone, I'm going to crack open my first beverage of the day. So I want to know what you guys are thinking. Like, if you are subscribed, real quick, I want to get a little bit of a comment driver going. If you are subscribed, just type me because we're trying to make this number rise. And everyone who types to me is getting a shout out. And the only way you're getting a shout out is if you are subscribed. So let's get this number going. If you want a shout out, type me and keep on subbing so your team can catch some wins. Cloak is subscribed. We got Rhett Larson, Angelica, Rubik, the grumpy old man, Cameron, Michael Hyde, Caden Holt, Kev Dog. He's peppering the chat with me's. Austin, come on, keep it going. We're going. We're moving. We're grooving. Keep it rolling, baby. Football Productions, Danny Dimes, Lucas, Brandon Kinder, Junior Estrada, Donald Lear, Max Prods, D&D, Kev Dog, Eric Lover, John Wick, Isaiah Barnes, Junior Estrada, Kev. We also got Football Productions, Daniel, Max Prods, Kev, Steel City 22, Daniel Jones again, Ron C, Junior Estrada, Austin, Kev, Brian, go, 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 go. Keep it going. If you want a shout out, Russell Wilson's in the chat, Recon, Cluster, Junior, Carter, Goat Dallas, Steel City, Kev, Austin, the King, Kev, Austin, Big Rail, Jesse, Gabriel, Danny, Clifford, Kev Dog, Junior, Sierra, Austin, Brandon. Look at that. 10 more. Can we get there? 9 more. Come on. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. 9 more. Can we do it? Can we do it? We got Isaiah Barnes, Danny Thomas, Claptimus, Jay West, Odd F, Jacob Porter, Richard Sexton, Paranormal, Avectus, Nick, Odd F, Deshaun, Brandon, Go Big Blue, Odd F. We're 9 away. We're 8 away. Come on. Keep it going. We're moving. We're so close. We're 5 away. John Wick, Austin, Brandon Kinder, Odd F, Zapped, Austin, Go Big Blue. 2 more. 1 more sub. Can we do it? Can we do it? Who wants to be number 500? Boom! There we go. I love to see it. I'm going to get a brew cracked here in just a moment, but I want to talk about this trade here. So let's talk about Sam Howell from the Washington Commanders to the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle is receiving the backup quarterback. They are also getting Washington's 4th-round pick and 6th-round selection. And Commanders, they are receiving the Seattle 3rd-round pick, which is number 78 overall. Pretty good spot to pick there. And then on top of that, they're also getting a 5th-round selection. Sam, could you grab me happy, Dad? Thank you. So, yeah, here we go. That's the trade compensation, and here is the production that you could see from Sam Howell last season when he finally got to play as a starter, if you will. So, and he did play in all 17 games, 63.4 completion percentage. It's not good. It's not terrible, though. Just under 4,000 yards. The decision-making, clearly not great. 21 touchdowns to 21 interceptions. He didn't protect the football all that well, which is why he is going to be a backup quarterback for Geno Smith in Seattle. In the QBR, it's not even, it's a sub 50. It's 42.4. I mean, that's just not good. That's really not good for Sam Howell, unfortunately. That being said, I do think that he can be a capable backup, and if you have to trust a guy to just fill in for a handful of drives, maybe a game here and there, Sam Howell, I think, can be serviceable enough. He did win a handful of games for the Commanders, or he did lead the Commanders to a handful of victories last season. But, again, he's a backup quarterback. I think the trade compensation is a little high for Howell. But shout out to everyone who just subscribed and got the party going. I love to see it. Bill the Duck was asking, why are we spamming me? Because we wanted to see who all was subscribed. And on top of that, we want to ask you this. Who won the trade? We're going to ask you who won the trade. You see the production on your screen. I want you to know, do you think that Seattle's getting a good backup quarterback, or do you think Washington got a little fleeced? Jordan saying, bro, so we ain't drafting a quarterback? Outlook not so good if I'm a Seattle Seahawks fan. Big Rail says Seattle won the trade. Austin says Washington won the trade. I mean, I think I agree. I think Washington ended up winning the trade. They can go and add a quarterback this year. They brought in Marcus Mariota as well in free agency. He will be the backup. I think that's an upgrade, to be honest, in the backup quarterback spot, because he is a dual threat guy and he can get some things done. We are going to make this our pinned poll, so if you guys want to go a little above and beyond, we can try and see like what the gauge of the chat is in terms of the percentage, so we can really see who is winning the trade. So go vote in the live poll. The Commanders taking an early lead, 70%, 66%. Keep on voting in that live poll. We want to see what you guys got to say. We got 50 votes. Let's get to 100 votes. So Tommy says Washington won. Steel City says Seattle won. Washing Machine, said Washington won. Oss says the Seahawks. And Mr. Awesome Guy is asking, do Seattle fans hate Geno? I don't think so. I think they like Geno Smith. Paranormal is saying the Seahawks won the trade. Cody says Bears won the trade. Bears weren't in the trade. Richard says Washington won the trade. Recon, the Falcons were not a part of this trade, unfortunately for you. Austin, Seattle. Quinn, big Seattle W. Tice, Washington. Melvin, Seattle. Charles Lemp, St. Louis. He's watching from St. Louis, I would assume. We all do have Tyler Jones going live here shortly to discuss this trade from a Seahawks perspective. So if you are a fan of the Seattle Seahawks, I encourage you to go check out our channel. It's Seahawks Today by Chat Sports. It's a really, really cool spot to get all of your news and rumors around Seattle. So there you go. All right, let's go through some of the latest moves around free agency. I'm sorry. This is the latest move. This is the latest move in free agency. Deshaun Hand headed to Miami. Now, in terms of the player, I think Deshaun Hand, I'm going to be honest, need to do my research on him, but Deshaun Hand, he's a defensive lineman. He's played in the edge. He's played in the defensive tackle as an interior guy. Last year, he had 17 tackles, 1 sack. He isn't really a sack artist. He's not going to do a ton of damage in the backfield, but probably a good rotational piece for Mike McDaniel's defense. But Diana Rossini, she added this around the Arik Armstead move to Jacksonville. She's tweeted this out just a few moments ago. Arik Armstead was in discussion with several teams, including the Bills and the Titans. In fact, the 49ers and Texans had a player-for-player deal in place, Armstead for Collins. But it fell apart after the Texans agreed to terms with edge rusher Danielle Hunter, sources tell her and Matt Barrows. Now, Albert Breer adding some perspective on the Sam Howell trade. The Commanders now have 6 picks inside the top 100. They have the second overall pick, the 36th, the 40th, the 67th, and the 78th, and the 100th overall. Having that many picks inside the top 100 is a really, really good idea for Washington, especially considering they're trying to build something there under Dan Quinn. They need to be competitive in the NFC East. The Eagles making a lot of really smart moves this offseason. And on top of that, I think that the Commanders are in a spot where, hey, the Cowboys are not really doing much. Maybe you can go and try and take over for that number 2 spot in the division. And if you're at number 2, that means you can compete for the number 1 seed and hopefully win the division. Because, to be honest, in my point of view, I don't think the NFC East is wide open, but you did see the Eagles collapse offensively and defensively last year. You saw the Cowboys. They clearly can never get it done in a meaningful football game. But finishing out Albert Breer's tweet, 3 of them are the team's slotted picks, and the other 3 were part of deals offloading Montez Sweat, Chase Young, and, of course, Sam Howell. I mean, the fact that the Commanders are offloading as many players as they are, they're trading stuff. Like, I really like what Adam Peters is doing, the new GM in the nation's capital. He's getting active. He's making things happen, and on top of that, he has been doing stuff that they haven't been able to do in the past handful of years, and that's paying players, that's making moves, that's trying to improve this team, and trying to make them a competitive unit. Now, I do want to ask you guys this question. Caleb Williams going 1 overall. That's just happening. So if you were in the Washington Commanders draft room, who should be number 2? Who's your selection? And if you're not a Washington Commanders fan, if your team was picking number 2, which one of these 2 guys are you selecting? Geo Marvel says Jaden Daniels. Cloak, Jaden Daniels. Big Rail says Drake May. Marcus Drake May. Eli Jaden Daniels. Jr. and Steven Drake May. Grumpy Old Man says Jaden Daniels. Alpha and Austin, Drake May. Adam Burrow and Steel City, Jaden Daniels. Austin, Drake May. Tyler, Jeremy, both saying Jaden Daniels. So is Os M. Hamilton and Kev Dog got Drake May. Big Rail says Daniels is too skinny for the NFL. I will say this. He is really, really skinny, but didn't we say the same thing about Lamar Jackson a handful of years ago? Also, to kind of go back on your side, he does not protect himself well. Like, when he's running, he takes hits. He's a little bit reckless with his body when he's running the ball. Worked in college, helped you win a Heisman. I don't know if that's going to be the move in the NFL, and that's going to be a smart move. Zapped says Jamarcus Russell. I like Jaden Daniels a lot as a prospect. I think he's a very talented guy. I also really like Drake May, but if it's me, I'm typing my DMs in the chat. Gio says Daniels has talent. Melanin King, Jaden Daniels. Washing Machine, Jaden Daniels. Tyke says he would take Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 2 overall. Interesting draft idea. Yeah, but we're not talking wide receivers. We're talking quarterbacks. Quarterback will probably go number 2 overall. We still got Amari P. He's saying Drake May. Whitaker says, I'm a Commanders fan, and I say Jaden Daniels. Worthy, Malik Neighbors, Amari, Drake May. We also have some super chats rolling in. We'll get to those here in just a few moments. I wanted to also share this tweet with you guys from Field Yates discussing wide receiver Corey Davis. So he did decide to step away from football last August, and he actually reapplied, or not reapplied, he did apply for reinstatement into the NFL. The Jets are expected to release Davis from the reserve/retired list today, although a return to the Jets on a new contract is in play. So there is that around Corey Davis, a wide receiver that could re-enter the NFL free agent market. And this guy, I mean, you see the averages, did some good stuff in Tennessee, did some good stuff out in New Jersey. However, the limited games is what concerns me. Like 13 games played in 2022, 9 games played in 2021, 14 and 15 games played in 2020 and in 2019. However, the averages are there. He had almost 17 yards per catch in 2022, had 2 touchdowns. I will also add, like, just because a guy takes a step away from the NFL doesn't mean he's not going to be as good. Look at Calvin Ridley, for example. However, I don't want to sit here and say he's going to be as productive as he once was. Hadn't eclipsed the 1,000-yard mark in the last handful of seasons, but we do have Corey Davis trying to get back into the league. So, Field Yates, he put it out there. Corey Davis might be another option for a team that could use a pass catcher. We're going to go through the super chats here in a second, but if you guys are just now tuning in, here's a couple here's a couple ways for you to support this show. $2, we'll give you a beers cheers. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, I'll give you a hot take for 2024. $20, we'll spin the wheel. $50, a beer bong / shotgun. And Sam, did you grab that Happy Dad by chance? No worries. No worries. I will crack open my beverage and give y'all some cheers here in a second. But let's get to some of y'all's super chats, ladies and gentlemen. Ramcast, one of our legends throughout NFL free agency. So sorry, I'm back. What has happened today so far? If you can do a recap. Ramcast, I'll tell you what. We'll do a recap here in just a minute. We're going to get the tracker updated for you. Do what? Yeah, we also got another super. So, sorry about that. I had to hear what was going on behind the scenes. Ramcast, we'll go through the tracker here in just a few seconds. Richard, he is a Patriots fan, so shout out to the Patriots. And in terms of some moves that they've made, I mean, I don't want to say it's been lackluster, but like for a first-year head coach, Gerard Mayo, if you ask me, I would be a little bit more active in free agency. I do like this Kendrick Bourne deal, 3-year, $19.5 million. I think he can still be a good wide receiver. Arkansas legend Hunter Henry joins the team, as too does Jalen Reagor. Y'all remember him? Most notably, or is most famous for being selected ahead of Justin Jefferson by the Eagles. Jacoby Brissett, some backup quarterback talent that'll help out in New England. And then you also got Josh Hooper, a tight end. Josh Uche, he's sticking around. Anthony Jennings is sticking around. And Armon Watts as well is headed to the Foxborough to play with the Patriots and learn the Patriot way. I mean, the Patriots, it's like I said, it's just like a little underwhelming. They made some good moves. They brought in some good players. However, it just feels like if I had a first-year coach, I'd want to be doing as much as I could to succeed and win as many games as possible. I'm interested to see what they do with that number 3 overall selection, correct? Yeah, number 3 overall selection. So could be a quarterback. That could really help him out and answer a lot of questions for him. But Ramcast, another $10 super chat. I owe a couple cheers. And shout out to all y'all for helping us pass the sub milestone. Ramcast, the Bears should trade the 1st overall pick and the 9th overall to the Vikings for Justin Jefferson in their 1st-round pick because stat-wise, Justin Fields didn't have a bad season. I mean, I understand where you're coming from in terms of Justin Fields didn't have bad statistics. I do agree with that he didn't have that bad of a season. But what I will say, I don't think that the Vikings are going to trade Justin Jefferson and a first. Like, you're getting just Justin Jefferson. Maybe like a later round pick. And honestly, I don't think that the number 1 and number 9 overall pick really gets it done. That being said, Minnesota does need a quarterback. They could go get one of the best quarterback prospects that's entered the draft in the last handful of years in Caleb Williams. So maybe that's a route that they could go. Personally, though, I don't see them doing that. It just feels like it's going to be a lot more expensive to move on from Justin Jefferson, one of the best wide receivers in the league, if not the number 1 receiver. Let's catch you guys up on the NFL free agency tracker that's gone down today. Quentin Jefferson inked a 1-year deal with Cleveland. Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, he is headed back to Tennessee. C.J. Mosley, 2-year, $17.25 million deal. We've seen a lot of these players signing $17.25 million with $13.25 guaranteed. Ty Johnson headed to Buffalo. But then we also got Tony Brown, Giovanni Rice, or Reese Von Bell. He is headed back to Cincinnati. Spent some time with the Saints, spent some time with the Bengals, and spent some time with the Panthers. Headed back to Cincy. He's going to be eating a lot of Skyline chili. And then the Falcons making some moves today as well. Storm Norton, a player that they've had around for last year they brought him in, and Kadarrell Hodge as well headed to Atlanta. Deshaun Elliott, a 2-year, $6 million deal, and Nathan Peterman, a backup quarterback. He spent time with the Bills, spent time with the Raiders and the Bears. He's teaming back up with Derek Carr and his former quarterbacks coach and Andrew Janocko in New Orleans. Desmond Ridder. This was a big-time trade. Not a big-time trade, but this was a trade that shook some things up. I remember when Desmond Ridder said, I'm not leaving Atlanta until I win a Super Bowl. Well, you are. Rondale Moore is traded to the Falcons for the quarterback. Desmond Ridder took the Cincinnati Bearcats to the college football playoff not too long ago. Coleman Shelton headed to the Bears, and Hayden Hurst is going to the Chargers. Jerry Tillery, a former first-round pick, going to Minnesota. Joey Bosa sticking around in L.A. alongside Khalil Mack. Jordan Lewis, he's headed back to Dallas, re-signed with the team. And then Tershawn Wharton, a 1-year, $2.75 million deal that's fully guaranteed. But also Kendall Fuller is headed down to South Beach. Ray McLeod, a speedster, headed from San Francisco, moving out to Atlanta. DJ Reader, a really nice run-stopping defensive tackle that was with the Cincinnati Bengals. He's signing a 2-year, $27.25 million deal. And then a big-time move for Arik Armstead, headed out to Jacksonville. They missed out on bringing back Calvin Ridley. They spent that money on Arik Armstead to beef up that defensive line. And the most notable move on this, outside Arik Armstead, Sam Howell, he was traded for a 3rd and 5th round pick to the Commanders in return for some picks as well. And Deshaun Hand, one of the most recent moves of the day. Devin Bush signing with the Cleveland Browns this year. And Devin Bush, in terms of the player, he's spent time with the Steelers. He's been there for a little bit. Kind of an underwhelming guy. He did have over 100 tackles back in 2019, his rookie season, but since then it's kind of gone downhill. Didn't log a sack last year, but did log 81 tackles 2 years ago, in 2022. And then in 2023 with the Seattle Seahawks, no sacks, 37 tackles, and he only started in 3 games but played in 13. Now, guys, if you're having a good time, I need you to hit that thumbs up icon, like this video, and show us some love. We're currently at 1,300 people watching, over that mark, actually, and we have 788 likes. I don't like that. Let's get 800, what did you say? We're at 862 likes. Let's get there. Let's get to 800 first, and let's get to 900, and then let's get to 1,000. I don't want to stop at 800. I don't want to stop at 900. I want to get all the way to 1,000. So if you're having a good time, like the video. And every time you like the video, it helps us out a little bit more. It also allows you to get more of our coverage in the future. We're at 883. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. My number didn't update, but there it is. 883. Keep moving. Keep it going. Let's get to 1,000. Can we get to 1,000? 885. Keep going. Go, go, go. Like the video if you're having a good time and if you enjoy our coverage. Cloak, letting us know that he liked the video. Appreciate you, Cloak. Ramcast, he's talking a little bit in the chat. We got Worthy. He's in the chat as well. Shout out to you. We're 100 away. 100 away. We're 98 away. Go, 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 go. Like the video. Like it up. Like the Migos. Not pipe it up. Like it up. We're 95 away. Keep on going. I'm so happy. I made producer Sam laugh, and he never laughs. 913 likes. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go. Can we get there? Can we get to 1,000? I'll tell you what. You have 60 seconds to get to 1,000 likes, and then if we get there, I'm going to take a big chug out of my Happy Dad. We need 75 likes. We need 75 exactly. You guys got 50 seconds. Come on. Let's get it going. Like the video. You got less than 60 seconds. You got 40 seconds left. We're getting close, but we need your help. 1,500 people watching. The numbers are skyrocketing. Go, go, go. We're halfway there. 30 seconds. Can we get 50 more likes? Can we get 45 more likes? It's a race against time. Can we do it? Come on, NFL fans. I need your help. We're so close, 15 seconds away. We're now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to refresh the page. We're going to see it. We're going to refresh it, see if we got there. We did. Love to see it. Just in the nick of time. I'm going to take a few sips for you. Boom. 1,000 likes. That's what we love to see. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for helping us out, helping us reach our next milestone. Now we're going to shoot for 1,200 here in the next little bit. But hey, we made it to 1,000. I absolutely love to see it. Dude, it is hilarious. I'm seeing this Albert Breer tweet. There's a picture that surfaced a while back of Mac Jones at a Darty, clearly in college, rocking a Blake Bortles Jags jersey. And now you are a Jacksonville Jaguar. He is literally a Jag. He has always been a Jag. It was always the Jags. All right, let's kick it to the top free agents available. Number 1, a really nice safety in Justin Simmons. I like the player. I think it's a really good move for any team to bring him in. I think he'd be a good fit for a lot of units. Tyron Smith, one of the top offensive players or offensive linemen, if not the top offensive lineman available. He's a veteran guy. He's been around the league for quite some time. Marquise Hollywood Brown. This guy is a speedster. He can help a offense, gets another element, an explosive element for their team. Back in 2021, crossed over 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns, averaging 11.1 yards per catch. And in 2023, actually averaged more than that, 11.3 yards per catch. However, only 51 receptions and 4 touchdowns. Not a bad day at the office for Marquise Brown in 2023, because they also did have a lot of quarterback issues out in Arizona due to the Kyler Murray injury. Chase Young, he's number 4. He's an edge rusher. Met with the Panthers yesterday. Left Carolina without a deal. He's meeting with the Saints tomorrow on Friday. He's also scheduled to meet with the Tennessee Titans. Josh Reynolds, a wide receiver out of the Detroit Lions. I'm interested to see where he can go. Then you also got edge rusher Jadeveon Clowney. He's a veteran who knows how to get it done at a high level. 9.5 sacks last year for the Ravens. Mike Williams, he entered the free agent market yesterday. This player is really talented. My biggest thing is the lack of availability. Because in my opinion, the best ability is availability. In 2023, he only played in 3 games, but did rack up just under 250 yards, 13.1 yards per catch, and a touchdown. And in 2022, you saw the numbers right there. And in 2021, full season, got over 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns. Really good season for him. Cam Curl, the Arkansas legend. He is a safety that is available. Hunter Renfrow feels like he is headed to New Orleans. Makes sense because of Derek Carr. Odell Beckham Jr., a really intriguing name, a really interesting player. However, after 2 ACL tears in less than 18 months, this is a guy that could go to a team, make an impact, but at the end of the day, I don't think he is the player he used to be. DJ Wonham, he's a defensive end that's still available. Kevin Zeitler, he is available. Stephon Gilmore, I like that player. The veteran has been around the league for quite some time. He's been playing at a high level for a very, very long time. And to be honest, it's surprising that the Cowboys haven't been prioritizing getting him back in Dallas to play opposite of Trayvon Diggs. Look what he did with Dallas in 2023. He played all 17 games, had 13 pass breakups. He turned the ball over 3 times. 2 of those with an interception, 1 of those with a forced fumble. And then with the Colts back in 2022, 11 pass breakups. In 2021, 2 pass breakups, but 2 interceptions. And in 2020, 3 pass breakups, 1 interception. This guy's a journeyman. He's played in a lot of different teams. He's played for a lot of different coaches, but all of them at a high level. We also got Devin White available. Andrus Peat, he can play guard. He can play tackle. He is available in free agency as well. So is Trent Brown, one of the top offensive tackles, still available. PFF graded him pretty highly. He also is an intriguing prospect. Steven Nelson on your screen as well. Laken Tomlinson, another interior offensive lineman. Mekhi Becton on the outside, and Julian Blackmon, the safety, as well, is available. If you don't want to pay high dollars for Justin Simmons, maybe Julian Blackmon could be an option for your team. Now, who will be the next player to sign in NFL free agency? Who's it going to be? I want you guys to let me know.
I gotta say something real quick.
You got to say something.
Right.
Hit me with it.
This is for all the people in the chat that keep asking about Justin Jefferson and Justin Jefferson news. There is no Justin Jefferson news.
Yeah,
and I highly doubt that there will be something happening with Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, trust me. If there's Justin Jefferson news, we will let you know. There just isn't anything right now. But that's totally okay. That's okay. If you guys want Justin Jefferson news, maybe you can try and speak it into existence.
I mean, this is
the most news we got. This is
the news. So
you can read it from Diana. The Vikings came close to extending Justin Jefferson last offseason in Indianapolis at the Combine. Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, he aggressively rejected the idea of trading the star wide receiver. Cousins' departure has not changed things. The Vikings have no plans to trade Jefferson, sources tell me and Alec Lewis. So there's your Justin Jefferson news. He ain't getting traded. Who's going to be the next player signed, though? Jamal Chance says Isaac Yiadom to Washington. I would really like that move for Washington. To be honest, I want my team to bring back Isaac Yiadom. He's a really, really good football player. He filled in nicely in New Orleans whenever he had to fill in for Marshawn Lattimore, had really high special teams value. He's a good player and developed really nicely under Dennis Allen. I like that move for whoever signs him. Do we have any Snead news? Nothing yet. Zapped says Colin Kaepernick will sign. Devin White to the Patriots from Shock Universe. We do have the next signing. It's not official. There's an expectation that the Panthers could sign edge rusher DJ Wonnum from the Minnesota Vikings. So there is that for you. Okay,
so to clarify, the report is he has not signed. I just want to say that real quick. Cade, I see you in the chat. I see you. He has not signed. The report is that they are, quote, not going to let him leave without a deal or something like that. So, no, he has not signed yet. This is Dov being Dov, as he does. So, you can lamel all you want, Cade, but it is not official yet. Could it happen? Sounds like it probably will, but it has not happened yet. It's just a report.
Once it's official, we'll break it down for you. You can count on that. That's one thing we can definitely tell you. Go Ram says Devin White to the Seahawks. Actually, I don't hate that fit for him. Losing Bobby Wagner, I don't mind that fit for Seattle. Let's kick it to Ramcast, $5 super chat. Cheers to you, brother. Do you think the Chiefs will get Mike Williams or Marquise Brown as their number one? Maybe Brown to replace Tyreek Speed. In terms of the speed element, yeah, I definitely could see them going with the Marquise Brown option. I think that Brown would actually be a lot better in Kansas City than he was with Arizona. He also was decent in Baltimore with Lamar Jackson, and I could see him recreating some of that success and replicating some of that success with a better quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. I don't think that's a bad option. Mike Williams is another solid target for the Chiefs. And on top of that, I think Michael Thomas could be a future Chiefs legend as well. So shout out to you, Ramcast. Thank you for holding it down, keeping the super chats rolling. We greatly do appreciate it. Platinum, what are the Saints doing? Not a lot. They're making a lot of bargain deals, making a lot of cheap signings. That being said, that Willie Gay deal, extremely good value. So I don't mind that whatsoever. I just pulled it up. Yep. Perfect. Coolio. All right, really quick, guys. We're going to get back to some action. We're going to talk to you guys more about the free agency moves that have been going on. But before we do, I got to give a big-time shout-out to today's presenting sponsor. Wait, we're not going to give it. We're not going to do it quite yet. We're going to keep talking about Mike Williams and Marquise Brown with the Kansas City Chiefs. So Tyreek Hill, ever since he left the Kansas City Chiefs and headed over to Miami, that has been something they've been missing. They've been missing that speedster element. I'd like Rashee Rice as a wide receiver. to be honest, I thought Kadarius Toney was going to be really good with Patrick Mahomes, but nope. Dude's got bricks for hands. So they clearly need to add a wide receiver. I also could see them going the route of adding or drafting a guy like an Adonai Mitchell or an Xavier Worthy. I think those are all solid options for the Kansas City Chiefs in the draft. And guys, now we're ready to roll. We're going to tell y'all all about today's presenting sponsor, and it is Manscaped. You can get 20% off plus free shipping if you use promo code CHAT at manscaped.com/chat. We have awesome products, and to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, I'm going to give you my best leprechaun impression. Top of the morning to ya. This episode is brought to you by St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers, Manscaped. This year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders and below the kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head on over to manscaped.com and use promo code CHAT, that's C-H-A-T, for 20% off plus free shipping. Ever since I've been using Manscaped, they've been a sponsor here at Chat Sports for a really long time. They've helped me keep things clean below the belt. They've also helped me keep things clean up top as well. So my girlfriend is satisfied no matter what. And if you want to satisfy your significant other, or if you want to just feel a little bit more confident, visit manscaped.com/chat. Plug in that promo code CHAT. You get 20% off and free shipping. This St. Patrick's Day, make sure your hairy little leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. We love Manscaped. They've been with the program for a really long time. One of my favorite sponsors and one of my favorite things to use outside of the Chat Sports windows and walls, because it would be weird if I was manscaping here at work. All right. If you want to shout out on the live show, I need you to retweet the pinned tweet on Chat Sports right now for me. I'm pulling up the post so I can give shout outs to everyone who retweets it. I'm going to drop the link as well in the live chat for you. So retweet it. We got it in the live chat. Going to give shout outs to everyone who retweets it here in the next minute or so. If you want your name to be shown some love, if you want to get some love here on the channel, we want to give it to you. We just ask you. So go spread the love, spread our coverage a little bit. And
we also want to show the Manscaped people how the NFL Daily crowd, the Chat Sports crowd, gets down.
I was about to say.
Manscaped's tagged in the post, and our idea is we just want to bombard whoever that social media guy is, whoever the unlucky
We want
fella
that
is.
intern to just have notifications.
Yeah, whoever
left
that
and right.
intern is that has to run the socials, we want his phone to explode for the next 60 to 90 seconds here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And hey, it helps spread the word. Manscaped will help you spread your legs. Go. Trying to do my best Mitchell Renz impression. So shout out to, let me see who we got recently. Let me see what we got recently. We got Cade recently retweeted the post. We also got Piero. We got Sean M. We got Anthony. Shout out to you, brother. We got Jace, who's an A&M fan. He is an Aggie. Colton. You're not going to want to hear what Sam said behind the scenes. Sosa. Thank you for retweeting. We also got Anton. Appreciate you, brother. Evan Hinders. Shout out to you for always supporting the show. Cam R. also retweeted the post. If you guys want to get a shout out, we encourage you to retweet it. It helps Manscaped, one of our sponsors here, see how crazy NFL fans here at Chat Sports are and how wild the NFL Daily crew can get down in town. Keep on retweeting, keep on showing love. We also got C3D Money retweeting the post. We got Fly Eagles Fly retweeting the post. We got Packers Fan 1 retweeting the post as well. So shout out to you guys. Thank y'all for showing some love and supporting our movement here at Chat Sports. All right, let's kick it over to P-Town Brown, baby. What do you think the Rams are going to do next? Well, it's a good question. I mean, in terms of where the Rams could go with free agency, like, it feels like that they're a team that needs to bring in a couple more defensive guys, boost up that offensive line. I do think that they could build in the draft here, but here is their free agency outlook. They haven't really had anybody leave. No key departures, but in terms of additions, Jonah Jackson, he is a nice offensive guard that's going to help out. They've shored up the defense by bringing another cornerback, and they do have just under $10 million to spend, so maybe they could go and spend all that on one player, or maybe go get some value signings here, the second wave of free agency. To be honest, it feels like the Rams are in a position where they're going to do the draft, see what else they need, and then from there, second wave of free agency, add in some talent if they need it. Still gives them time to clear out money as well in case they want to increase their cap space and go make a big-time signing. And then speaking of a big-time signing, Arik Armstead. He is headed to Duval. He is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars, leaving San Francisco. The Jags, they wanted to try and bring back Calvin Ridley. However, the money that they were going to spend on him, they took it and put it towards Armstead's check. They're shoring up that defensive line. They took Trayvon Walker a handful of years ago, number 1 overall, bringing in another nice defensive piece. I like this move for Jacksonville. They need to stay competitive in a really talented and really stout AFC South. This is a good move for Jacksonville. All right, let's talk about this trade that came in and went down not too long ago. Sam Howell. He is headed to Seattle to replace Drew Lock. Drew Lock is now headed to the New York Giants. And in terms of the trade compensation, Seattle's receiving Howell, the Commanders' 4th-round pick, which was number 102 overall, and their 6th-round pick, which was number 179 overall. Now, the Commanders, they are at number 78 overall now with the 3rd-round selection coming from Seattle. And on top of that, they're also picking at number 152. I believe they have 6 picks inside the top 100, which is, if you ask me, that's a really good problem to have, having that many early draft picks. You're going to want to bring in some talent. You're going to be able to add a lot of playmakers and a lot of big-time names that can make the positive impact now, and on top of that, you can make a positive impact down the road. So I think that this is a nice trade for the Commanders. Seattle feels like that they had to give up a little bit, little weird haul to get Sam Howell. But hey, shout out to the Commanders for making this happen. So let's talk about Albert Breer's post. He did add some context here. The Commanders now have 6 picks inside the top 100, like I just said. They had the number 2 overall pick, the 36th overall pick, the 40th, 67th, 78th. They got number 100 overall. 3 of those are their team slotted picks. The other 3 were part of deals when they traded Montez Sweat, Chase Young, and obviously Sam Howell. Now, I think that this is an interesting move for Washington. They're wanting to build a strong new culture, and this is how they can go and do that, by bringing in some young, fresh blood, spending money, not being cheap. Adam Peters, the new GM out in Washington, has done a stellar job so far this offseason. All right, real quick, I want to talk ball with
We're
some of
gonna
y'all.
do this together, Trace, you and me.
Let's
since
do
you
this.
Since you don't have a co-host with you,
Let's do this.
we're gonna do this together. So you close your eyes. I'll set a timer for 30 seconds.
Cool.
Everyone starts spamming the chat for 30 seconds. The clock is on. 30 seconds.
I'm not going to look at all. And whichever name producer Jack picks out, we're going to talk about him. And on top of that, I'll tell you what. If you type your name more, you have a better chance of getting your team talked about. Just
the
saying.
more you type it, the
better chances,
chance
the
you
better the
have.
odds. That's just how things work. That's just how things work.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Falcons. I saw Falcons. There were so many coming in. It took a second to nail one. Falcons. That's what we're talking about. The Falcons have had a hell of an offseason so far. Bringing a new head coach, Raheem Morris. Bringing a new offensive coordinator, Zach Taylor, who was formerly with the Los Angeles Rams. Key additions. They brought in Darnell Mooney. They also brought in Charlie Warner in a big-time signing, and Kirk Cousins. Kirk O'Chain's headed down to Hotlanta to team up with the Migos. He signed a 4-year, $180 million deal. $100 million, that's guaranteed, coming off a torn Achilles. He's 35 years old, but, dude, the guy can sling the rock. He's a good football player. And his wife is from Atlanta, so it's a nice homecoming for them. And on top of that, they also brought in Darnell Mooney, like we mentioned, 3-year, $39 million deal. And they also added another weapon on the offense in Ray McLeod, who was a really nice special teamer, a really solid speedster option in San Francisco for Brock Purdy last year to 2 years, up to $6 million. I like that value for Ray McLeod because I think that he can be a really big asset for an offense, and I think that he also has really nice special teams value as a kick returner, punt returner, but also, doing a little bit more. Special teams, special players, special plays. Shout out Sketch. All right, we're going to do this again. You guys see what we're doing? See how it works? It kind of makes sense now. We're going to try it again now. Let's see which team we're going to discuss next, Jack.
All right, I'll close my eyes from
All right.
behind the screen. Jack
is closing his eyes. He can't see a thing. So start typing your teams now. Keep going. Keep going. I got a timer rolling. And I'm going to count it down for producer Jack here in just a second, but I need to see your team peppered in the chat. All right, Jack, you ready?
Welcome into hour 5, by the way.
We're in hour 5.
Brand new hour.
It's a brand new hour here.
Brand new hour here on NFL Daily.
Welcome in to the brand new hour of NFL Daily. My name is Trey Sherrard. I'm alongside producer Sam and producer Jack, the extraordinaires.
Welcome in to hour 4 of NFL Daily.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick your name.
First one I saw was the Steelers.
Steelers! We're headed out to the Steel City now. We're going to talk about what they've done. The biggest move has to be Russell Wilson, the quarterback, going in to compete with Kenny Pickett to be their QB1. Here's their current free agency outlook. Just under $16 million left to spend, about league average at number 17 across the NFL. They brought in Russell Wilson. They brought in Patrick Queen. They did lose Deontay Johnson. However, they made some really smart moves this offseason. I like this deal, and I like his value for Russell Wilson. The Buccaneers, they're paying him the frickin' Broncos. I can't speak today. The Broncos are paying him a lot of money to not be around in the Mile High City. Patrick Queen, I love that value, bringing him in, keeping him in the division. I think it's a really smart, competitive move for Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. 3 years, $41 million. In their most recent move, Deshaun Elliott, a 2-year, $6 million deal. I like that value. I like that contract for a player who has had some productive, or who has been a little bit productive, but at the end of the day, probably good rotational piece. Mitch Trubisky, he's headed out of there. Deontay Johnson, like we mentioned a few moments ago, also headed out. And there we go. I also see some Patriots fans, some Vikings fans, some Buccaneers fans, some Bears fans.
I have some good news for fellow chatter Cade Olive.
We're
going to get to it in a second, but
Ooh.
I think he's going to be pretty happy with what we got coming down the pipe.
Cade,
if you're still watching.
Where you at, Cade?
Are you ready, Cade?
Are you ready?
Cade, are you ready?
Carolina Panthers are signing DJ Wonham to a 2-year deal. Cade, I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited about this move. I want to know what you think about this move, Cade. He says, nice! Nice! Yeah, I think that is a good move. The Panthers are being competitive, which is interesting because the Falcons are making a lot of moves. The Panthers are making a lot of moves. But the Saints and Buccaneers kind of being a little quiet. They're making some, moves here and there. But DJ Wonham, let's talk about the newest Carolina Panther. 62 tackles, 8 sacks in 2023 for Minnesota. He also had 4 sacks back in 2022, 8 sacks in 2021, and in 2020 only logged 3. But this is a guy who's talented, who can get to the quarterback. He can create havoc. And, he played in 15 games last year. He had some solid durability, 6 pass breakups as well. For DJ Wonham. This is a good move. I hate to say, this is a good move for Carolina. I think this is a solid addition, and I think that DJ Wonham, depending on the exact contract details, I think this could be a really nice steal for the Carolina Panthers. Now, Carolina won 2 games last year. It was a very, very big disappointment after trading up to get the number 1 overall pick. They would have had the number 1 overall pick this year. I'm sure they would much rather have gone with Caleb Williams and Bryce Young. However, it's not how the cookie crumbled. How many games do you think they'll win next season? I'm going to give shout-outs. Junior Strata says 7. Neon Cards says 4. I think that they could win. I'm gonna go 6. I'm gonna go 6 wins. I'm gonna go 6 wins. And if they also get Xavier Legette, maybe that adds a couple more. All right. Zachary says 4. Richard says 4. Lucas says 5. Great Silverado says 3. Joshua says 2.5. Can't win half a game. Late says 3. Payne says 6. Tristan says 1. SoFly says 2. Lucas says 5. Isaac 6. Daniel 8. Cyclone says 9. Or Zingy Coyote. I don't know. Zingy says 9. I don't think they're winning 9 games this year. 1 from Nick Powell. 3 from Josh Benham. And then 5 from Cameron Clark. 5 from Solly the Viking. Neon Card says 17. That will not happen. 0 from Goaty. That will not happen. 4 from Ben Like Sports. 3 from the Great Silverdew. Austin says 5. Jason says 5. Ben Like Sports says 4. Boom. There you go. We do have some updated information. Not yet. We have some updated information coming in soon. We have NC Show is 6. And we can talk about the news now. So we got Arik Armstead. He inked his deal. The numbers are in. It's a 3-year, $51 million deal. And I went to the University of Arkansas, so math is not my strong suit. So 51 divided by 3, that's a $17 million deal per year. I like that. That's actually, it's a lot of money for Arik Armstead, but he's a really good player. If he can stay on the field, that $17 million might be a steal.
Welcome to my daily Jordan Schultz sucks moment. This news, the Arik Armstead signing with the Jaguars news has been out for what now? About 45 minutes to an hour? Jordan Schultz comes in, breaking all caps. Arik Armstead is signing on a 3-year, $51 million deal. So he confirmed the contract information, gives no credit to the fact that people have broken the signing an hour ago.
Yep.
This is, one day after he incorrectly reported Calvin Ridley to Tennessee because he said he was staying home in Jacksonville and tried to kiss his ass about how he really wanted to stay home in Florida. Then literally did not tweet for the rest of the day yesterday.
Shout out to Jordan.
Clown.
Shout out to Jordan.
Sam hates Jordan Schultz, if you guys couldn't tell. Sam strongly despises Jordan Schultz.
Oh, on top of that, something to think about here, because the Panthers signed DJ Wonnum, that's going to likely take him out of the Chase Young option. They met with the
Robert
Panthers
Bruce.
yesterday. Robert
What is
Bruce!
up, brother?
By the way, Adam Schefter tweeted the news, gave credit to Jordan Schultz for the contract information. Couldn't do the same for the people who actually broke the signing, though.
Shout out Jordan. Way to go.
But shout out Robert Bruce. My guy. Fellow Boston sports fan. What the hell are the Red Sox doing, Robert? What the hell are the Sox doing, Robert?
No doubt. Jasmine says the Saints need Caleb. They will not be getting Caleb. They will not be getting Caleb. We also got the Viking saying the Bucks have more titles, but the Falcons need to get some sunlight. They could be the 2022 Lions. They win the division, TBH. They could win the division, no doubt about it. They have a good team. They're doing a lot of good stuff. So we're gonna talk about CJ Goodwin. He is re-signing with Dallas on a 1-year deal. Details still TBA. We'll get you those numbers ASAP. Dallas, the clown show continues. The circus will not end. And Jerry, the ringleader of it all, he's, not really. Get off your yacht, man. You're trying to run a frickin' football team. Get the hell off your yacht. All right, let's go through the Cowboys free agency moves because it's been very underwhelming. They got a long snapper. Nice. I don't really think that counts as a move. Re-signed him. And that's Eric Kendricks, who was headed to San Francisco and then flipped last second and is now headed to Dallas. So I like that move for Dallas. It's a good pickup in Eric Kendricks, but Jordan Lewis, like Jack mentioned, it's a re-sign. CJ Goodwin, a re-sign. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but what are you doing, Jerry? Go spend that cash. You got plenty of it. Stop going to the piano bar in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and start spending your money on your football team. Jerry! All right, we're going to go through the Super Chat menu. $2. We'll give you a beers cheers. I got a Happy Dad rolling with me. I got one more. So I'm happy to crack that open with you guys. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10 will give you a hot take for the 2024 season. $20, we'll spin that wheel. And then $50, we'll do a beer bong or a shotgun, and it will go down in less than 4 seconds. New York G-Men, $2 super chat. Cheers to you, brother.
Robert, yes. Yes, Robert. Sell the team, Robert. Sell the team. John Henry's horrible. Sell the team. All right, back to New York G-Men.
That's hilarious. All right, back to New York G-Men. Do you think the Giants can add anyone? Well, let me look at how much cap space they have left. We're going to tell you guys some of the departures that have come in and some of the additions they've had. They only have $3.5 million left to spend in 2024, of course. They can cut, restructure, extend people to increase that number. But they did already make a big-time move by trading for Brian Burns, a really, really talented. No, did they trade for him? Yeah, no, it was free agency. They traded for him. Okay, yeah, it was like, wait, no, hold on, they did. Yeah, we've been doing this a long time, so sorry. Brian Burns was traded for John Runyon, an offensive guard, Devin Singletary replacing Saquon Barkley. As we all know, Barkley is headed to the Eagles, but they also brought in these players as well, Casey Creeder and Gunnar Olszewski, and then Carter Coughlin. They shored up the offensive line with friend of Chat Sports, Jermaine Illuminor. And like we mentioned, Brian Burns, 5 years, $141 million deal, 87.5 of that is guaranteed. That's a lot of money for a really, really talented pass rusher. I like pairing him up opposite of Kayvon Thibodeau, Drew Lock, a backup quarterback. Dare I say he might be better than Daniel Jones. Jalen Mills, the corner, is headed to New York. And Isaiah McKenzie, a wide receiver, given Daniel Jones or Drew Lock or whoever's going to be throwing him the ball, Tommy DeVito maybe, it's going to give him another pass catcher, which is a solid option always. Back to our Super Chat menu, and we did get a first-time Super Chatter here in just a second. We'll pop that up here in just a moment. But if this is your first time tuning in, not only do we appreciate your Super Chats, and we greatly do. Like, it doesn't go unnoticed. It does not go unappreciated. But we also want to give you guys some fun. You know, if you want to spend the money, we'll give you a beer cheers for $2, $5. We'll discuss your team no matter what. $10. We'll give you a hot take for 2024. $20. We'll spin the wheel. And for $50, I will put down a beer bong in less than 4 seconds. So that's how you can support the show. Other free ways by liking the video, subscribing, and keeping the comment section flowing, because that honestly goes a long way in helping YouTube understand that we're a really good spot to be hanging out. So we got a first-time Super Chatter and King Kyleon the God. I'm going to say King God. I like that. My Texans are going to ball out. What do you think? Yes, they will. They will be balling out. CJ Stroud, I love him. I think he's an sweet prince. CJ the sweet prince. He is so great. And on top of that, Tank Dell coming back from injury. But, dude, look at this freaking free agency, like, key additions right here. Look at all the moves they've made. It has been incredible. They're retaining Dalton Schultz. They're retaining Kaimi Fairbairn. They're retaining Eric Murray. They brought in Foley Fatukasi. They also brought back Lonnie Johnson, who went to the Saints. He's coming back to Houston. Danico Autry, Jeff Okuda. Those are really good defensive pieces. And on top of that, Azeez Al-Shaair, Noah Brown. They're keeping him around. They're getting a new punter in Tommy Townsend, a former Kansas City Chief who helped them win a Super Bowl, and Delshon Phillips. But no move bigger than Danielle Hunter, a 2-year, $49 million deal. The guy has biceps that are bigger than my freaking cranium. And then on top of that, they also traded for Joe Mixon, the running back, for a conditional 7th-round pick to Cincinnati, and David Sharp. I love what D'Amico Ryans has been doing.
I was going to say, that Mixon trade, I think, is pretty underrated. You only give up a conditional 7th for a running back who I still think is pretty good. He might not be what he used to be, but, I mean, you lose Devin Singletary. You lose Devin Singletary, excuse me, to the Giants, and I think you kind of get an upgrade.
Yeah.
And you got Dameon Pierce as well. So you got a pretty good running back room, at
Yeah.
least in my opinion. I think that was a pretty underrated move.
Yeah, without a doubt. And on top of that, Tank Dell coming back. I mean, there's just a lot of firepower on that offense and on that defense. D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, they're building something special out there. I actually have a friend who works in the ticket sales office for the Houston Texans, and he said that the energy out there is through the roof right now. They are loving what they've been doing this year. All right, so let's talk about kind of a hot topic here. It's some tampering stuff. There's some chatter that the Eagles tampered to get Saquon Barkley. So Pro Football Talk adding this on Tuesday. Penn State coach James Franklin suggested that Eagles general manager Howie Roseman spoke directly to running back Saquon Barkley during the negotiating period, which would violate the tampering rule. On Wednesday, the Eagles said they only speak to player agents. So there's that from Pro Football Talk. Dan Graziano adding this. Per a league source, the NFL is looking into potential tampering by the Eagles in terms of signing Saquon Barkley and the Falcons in regards to signing Kirk Cousins. So could those teams lose a draft pick? I don't know, probably not. Who knows, though, but that is some interesting stuff to think about. And if you're a hater of either the Falcons or the Eagles, you're probably getting pretty active on Twitter. I know Marshall Green is doing that definitely. He is out for the Eagles' throats. It's bad. All righty. Can we get to the next milestone? Last time we did. We need 25 subs. Can we get 25 subs? Because if we do, I'm going to finish my beverage. I'm going to finish my drink. If we can get 25 more subscribers, that would be really, really awesome. It would help us out. And on top of that, what's in it for you, you might be asking? Well, let me tell you. You get daily NFL news. You get rumors. You get updates. Anytime there's a trade, anytime there's something free agency, we're going to break it down. For the NFL draft, we're going to be live every single pick. We're going to give you guys updates and our analysis from our draft experts here in real time. Let me ask you one question. When future NBA, great, Nikola Jokic, I almost butchered the name. When Jokic was drafted, you know what ESPN was doing? They were talking about Taco Bell and Doritos. You know what we were doing? We were breaking it down, giving you guys all the coverage and information you needed to know. So I encourage you to lock us in. We only need 19 more. 19 more and I finish my beverage. Can we get there?
I remember it vividly. It was a Quesarito commercial. I remember it vividly.
Quesarito rules.
The Quesarito rules.
Quesarito rules.
But not when Nikola Jokic is being drafted. We would never. We would never.
It's just, it's hilarious. We're 18 away. Let's get 18 more subs, and I'm going to give you guys some shout-outs. If you are subscribed to the channel, I need you to type me so that way I can give you a shout-out. We are in sub-only chat, so if you want a shout-out, that's the deal. You have to be subscribed. I'll tell you what, it's 100% free. It doesn't feel like it's a bad trade-off for you, but let me give some shout-outs now. Hot is in the chat. Junior Strada, Garrett, Hayden, Great Silverado, Tyler Granger, Beefy, Hayden, the Great Silverado, Hayden, Matt McAllister, Number Foe, Jigsaw, Charles Lemp, Kaylee, Darnell's Fishing Channel, Josh Benham, Jake Ferguson, Aggie, Charles, Kaylee, Zingy, Goody, Brody, a lot of E's in the chat, Luis, Matt, Marvin, Reggie Jackson, Go Big Blue, Luis, Michael Beard. We got Go Big Blue. We also have Mac McAllister. We got Go Big Blue, Beefy, Charles, keep it moving, keep subbing, Jason Rodriguez, Coach Cardiac, Matt. We're 8 away. We're 8 away. Keep typing me for a shout out and keep on subbing. Luis, Patty, Darnell, Louise, Matt, Chiefy, Charles, Patty, Chiefy, X Hours, Darnell's, Pittsburgh Tags, Chiefy, 6 more subs. Come on, let's get there. Marvin Sordo, Beefy, Pittsburgh, Darnell, Chilihead, Beefy 7000, Patty, Hayden Woodson, Travis Long, one more sub, Steve Hunter, Darnell, Justin, bang! That's another milestone. I owe you guys a chug. Boom. Boom. Love to see it. Great Silverado is cheering in the chat. Number 4, Darnell got all the shout-outs. Number 4, I shouted you out a handful of times too, brother. And I can't help that he was keeping the comment section going, and he's our comment MVP. I'm not over here making the rules. I'm just reading the names I see in the chat. We also got Charles hanging out, Unknown hanging out. Darnell said, I'm cooking. Let Darnell cook. Let's hit this super chat from Michael Beard. Big moves. Jags' second favorite team. Free agency recap and predictions. All right. We can go through the free agency recap here for you in just one moment. Let us get that stuff pulled up for you. But the Jags, big-time move, bringing back Ezra Cleveland, offensive lineman, making a lot of money. Mac Jones, interesting enough, the same draft class as Trevor Lawrence. Now he's backing up Trevor Lawrence. And if you remember that picture from him in college, he was wearing a Blake Bortles jersey at a Darty at Bama, so that's pretty cool. Gabe Davis, a 3-year, $39 million deal. And then you also have Mitch Morse, a 2-year, $10.5 million deal. Darnell Savage and Devin Duvernay also headed to Duval. Ronald Darby joining his former teammate in Devin Duvernay with the Jags. And D'Ernest Johnson, a nice running back who's got some dual threat ability. He's headed down or sticking around in Jacksonville as well. And then on top of that, you got Arik Armstead, a really, really nice addition to the defensive line. I almost said offense. To the defensive line. A 3-year, $51 million deal. He is a really, really nice piece that can make a massive impact. Has some injury issues. Has been productive when he's been on the field. So that's the big thing there. If he can stay on the field, this is a huge get for Dougie P and those Jacksonville Jaguars down in Jacksonville. But let's keep talking about the free agency tracker and see what other teams have been doing. Mac Hollins, 1-year deal in Buffalo. Malik Collins, Lil Jordan Humphrey. They are finding some new teams. Lil Jordan Humphrey has spent time with the Saints. He spent time with Sean Payton, reuniting with Sean Payton. Jake Elliott, it's a 4-year, $24 million extension. Our guy Chase Sr., the host of our Eagles channel, he thinks that Jake Elliott is the best kicker in the league. So nice value for him there. Artie Burns inked a 1-year deal. Harrison Bryant, a 1-year deal. Kyle Juszczyk cleared almost $2 million in cap space for San Francisco. Jordan Whitehead, 2-year deal in Tampa Bay. Then you got Julius Chestnut and Gennard Avery also inking some new deals. Saron Neal, Michael Hogt it to the Rams. So there you have it. There's some of the recent moves that have gone down. On top of Khalil Mack, he's an edge rusher sticking around. They also keeping Joey Bosa. Mack, 17 sacks for the Chargers last year. Like that's a really good keep for the Chargers. Matt Pryor, 1-year deal in Chicago. Dane Jackson, 2-year deal up to $14.5 million. Thomas Morstead, the punter, sticking around with the Jets. Let's talk about Khalil Mack because this is not a guy who just has done it once. He's not done it twice. He's done it consistently throughout his career. He's a sack artist and a machine on the defensive side of the ball. This dude can literally change games. He is that good. He averaged 1 sack a game last year. That's pretty good stuff, if you ask me. I don't think anybody's going to at all complain, maybe except for teams that are in the same division. I don't think anyone's going to complain about Khalil Mack sticking around in L.A. Adam Prentice, a fullback, sticking around in New Orleans. Brett Rippon, he is headed to Chicago. Jonathan Bouillard, a 1-year deal with the Vikings. And Darrell Taylor, a deal with the Seahawks. And then on top of that, Mason Rudolph, a nice backup quarterback addition for the Music City, trying to give Will Levis a little bit of help and have a little bit of a safety blanket there. But on top of it, that addition, they also brought in a nice wide receiver in Calvin Ridley. Spent a couple years away from the game. Not a couple years. He spent a year and some change away from the game, almost a year and a half, due to a suspension, due to just stepping away from football. And that's kind of how that panned out. But when he returned, over 1,000 yards in the season. And in 2020, he had over 1,000 yards as well whenever he got to play almost a full season. But like I said, 2021, he stepped away from football. 2022, during his time away, they found out he was placing down some parlays. Should have been doing prize picks, but that's not for me to decide. And on top of that, he is a talented wide receiver. I like that addition alongside Treylon Burks and DeAndre Hopkins for the new offense led by Brian Callahan. Nick Folk, a kicker that's really good inside the 50. He is pretty much money there. This value for Bobby Wagner is actually insane. 1 year up to $8.5 million. Neville Gallimore, a 1 year deal for just under $2 million. Bobby Wagner, the value there is incredible because of the production. He is literally a tackling phenom. Like this guy he just tackles guys. Like that. If a guy has the ball, he's going to hit you. You can almost write that off and almost guarantee it every single time. 183 tackles, 3.5 sacks, 3 pass breakups for the Seahawks last year. But when he was with the Rams in 2022, 10 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 5 pass breakups in 140 tackles. This dude is a machine. This guy just is a production machine. Let's keep talking about the NFL free agency tracker. Miles Killebrew, 2-year deal, $6.5 million. Jamison Crowder, a running back, headed to the Commanders out in the nation's capital. Washington's been very, very active in this free agency period, trying to bring in a lot of talent, trying to bring in a new culture. And Harrison Smith, he is sticking around in Minnesota. He's going to keep those Skull chants going. 93 tackles last year, 3 pass breakups, 0 interceptions, but in a limited sample size in 2022, he had 5 interceptions in 14 games. That's pretty nice. He's one of the all-time great Vikings safeties, and I think that he is a really good player. I know that producer Seeps, who you guys have seen on here before, he also hosts our Vikings channel. I know he's high on the player, but was personally okay with the departure. That being said, he's sticking around. Now, the NFL Comeback Player of the Year, Joe Flacco. He inked a 1-year deal with the Indianapolis Colts. I actually kind of love that for Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson did leave the season last year with an injury, meaning Gardner Minshew had to hold it down. And what better guy to hold it down than a guy who came off the couch, a few weeks later was throwing dots across the field in Cleveland. 60.3 completion percentage, helped keep those playoff hopes alive for the land. 1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. This guy is a postseason phenom. He plays his best ball whenever the pressure is on and whenever the heat is turned up. I like that move for Indianapolis. Kevin Givens, a 1-year deal with the 49ers. Sheldon Rankins, a big-bodied guy. And when I say big, I mean a big-bodied guy. With the Houston Texans last year, he's headed up to Cincinnati. Jonah Williams, an offensive tackle, moving down to the desert, a 2-year, $30 million deal. 19 of that is guaranteed. And then let's kick it to Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, a 1-year deal in Tennessee. C.J. Mosley, 2-year deal. Quentin Jefferson, he got a 1-year deal. Ty Johnson, we're still waiting for those details there. Tony Brown, Giovanni Ricci, and Von Bell. This is a big-time move for the Bengals. That's really nice value for Von Bell. He's been an effective player for some time. Spent a couple years with the Saints, played with the Panthers, the Bengals. He's headed back to Cincinnati to team up and try and take over that division that hopefully can be a little bit more successful with Joe Burrow being healthy. Now, the Falcons, they also brought back a familiar face in Storm Norton and Hodge, excuse me. I have a friend whose last name is Hodges, my bad. Kaderil Hodge. He's headed out to Atlanta. Deshaun Elliott moving from Miami. Better get a jacket because it's cold up in the Steel City. Josh Johnson, a 1-year deal. Is that the Josh Johnson, quarterback legend? That's incredible. He is still around in the league. Another new team for Josh Johnson. Or has he already played with the Ravens? I think he has. He was a re-sign. Yeah. He was with the, if you guys remember the name, Josh Johnson checked in for the 49ers in the NFC Championship against the Eagles 2 seasons ago after Brock Purdy hurt his elbow and Christian McCaffrey also tried to play quarterback. Josh Johnson, NFL journeyman. At this point, I think he might have played for more teams than Ryan Fitzpatrick, which is pretty wild. Nathan Peterman, a backup quarterback, going to be competing with for the QB2 spot with Jake Haener in New Orleans. Desmond Ridder, a former college football playoff legend, is headed to the Panthers for a player-for-player swap. Desmond Ridder for Rondale Moore. The Falcons are getting a wide receiver 3/4 in that, but they're going to be able to allow him, or he's going to be in a much better position with some nice weapons alongside Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Darnell Mooney. Falcons are wanting to clearly have an offensive overhaul. They're doing just that. Jerry Tillery, a former first-round pick, is headed up to Minnesota. Joey Bosa, like we mentioned ago, sticking around in Los Angeles. Jordan Lewis re-signing with the Cowboys, and Tershawn Wharton, he is headed to Kansas City. But Joey Bosa, the brother of the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL, not nearly as good. 20 tackles last year, 6.5 sacks. That isn't a limited sample size, but you can see the trend here. It's can he stay on the field? Outside of getting into it with fans at games that he's not playing in, Joey Bosa, not that productive or not that healthy. He hasn't been on the field. Like, that's just something that's worth mentioning and worth observing. But he is a good player, and when he played 16 games in 2021, 10.5 sacks, 51 tackles. But I think it's fair to say that Nick Bosa is winning at those family dinners at Thanksgiving. Kendall Fuller, 2-year deal, $16.5 million. Ray McLeod, a nice speed option for the Falcons as well. He also has some special teams value. DJ Reader, a good run-stopping defensive tackle that's moved from Cincinnati, headed up to the Motor City. He doesn't have a ton of sack production. He doesn't do a ton in the backfield, but he's a good run stopper. He can shore up the defensive line, can keep that interior solid and strong. He's a veteran who knows how to use his body and knows how to win in the line. Arik Armstead, we talked about him a handful. 3 years, $51 million deal. Sam Howell, a 3rd and a 5th round pick, traded to the Commanders, or traded from the, hold on, let me rephrase. Sam Howell traded alongside a 4th and 6th round pick for a 3rd and 5th round pick. So there's the trade breakdown, and that is the full trade package for Sam Howell. The Seahawks getting a new backup quarterback. The Commanders, they did sign Marcus Mariota in free agency, so they didn't need a QB2. They're clearly looking to draft a quarterback at number 2 overall. Whether it's Drake May, Jaden Daniels, you're going to have a backup you have your backup in Marcus May. Sam Howell headed out to Seattle. Devin Bush, he spent time with the Steelers. He is headed to the Browns. Big divisional rival right there. C.J. Goodwin, a 1-year deal. And Tim Settle, one of the most recent deals there. 2-year deal for the Texans. And DJ Wonnum, he inked a 2-year deal as well for the Carolina Panthers. That's a good move for the Panthers. All right, let's talk about Allen Lazard here. This tweet coming in literally 10 minutes ago. The Jets have made wide receiver Allen Lazard available in trade talks this offseason. Sources tell me and Zach Blatt, Lazard is due a $10 million salary this season. So, Allen Lazard, there was a familiarity with him and Aaron Rodgers from their time in Green Bay together. That is, why they brought him in. But he was a little underwhelming. I'm not going to lie. I drafted him to be on my fantasy team, and I didn't play him a single week. 60 receptions, 788 yards, 6 touchdowns, averaging just over 13 yards per catch. But when he had Aaron Rodgers dishing him the ball, he was all right. Got more touchdowns in 2021 than he did in 2022, but less yards, less catches, and a lower average. You can see why they would want to try and match up a familiar face between Lazard and Aaron Rodgers. However, didn't work out. Looks like they're going to try and move on and bring in another pass catcher to pair up with Garrett Wilson. Because Garrett Wilson's good, but you're going to need another wide receiver if you want to be a great football team and you want to compete. So I want you guys to predict the matchup for Super Bowl 59. Who do you think is going to be in Super Bowl 59? Let me know. Feels like the Chiefs are the obvious answer. So if you want to be a little creative, pick another different AFC team. I'm going to give you guys an out there one. I'm going to give you guys a wild one that could happen, but it's unlikely. I'm going to say Lions-Texans. Lions-Texans for the Super Bowl. That could be my far out there prediction. But I see AJ saying Eagles versus Texans. I see Tony, Lions versus Chiefs. Great says Chiefs versus Commanders. Devonta says Chiefs versus Eagles in a rematch. So does Cameron Clark, Eagles versus Chiefs. Garrett, Texans versus Falcons. Eric, Falcons versus Steelers. Chiefy, Chiefs versus Packers. Mr. Death, Packers versus Texans. Timberwolf, Lions versus Chiefs with the Lions victory. Way to go above and beyond and let us know who would win it, Timberwolf. We also got Chiefs versus Packers from the Chiefy. We got Oz saying, I want to understand how Rudolph would beat out Levis. I don't think he will. It's a backup option. Hayden Woodson, Patriots versus Red Sox. That's hilarious. That would be that's not the Super Bowl. That's the Jack Lotteray Bowl. Lions, Titans, Lions versus Steelers, Packers versus Ravens, Eagles versus Colts, Niners versus Ravens, Packers versus Jets, Titans versus Buccaneers, Falcons versus Bills, Dolphins versus Lions, Bengals versus Eagles. I would love to see the Bengals make it back to the Super Bowl, to be honest. I would love to see them. They got talent. They have weapons on the offensive side of the ball. They also have a good defense. Joe Burrow didn't. If Joe Burrow was able to hold a football last year, he would have been on the field, but he just, got hurt, unfortunately. We got Patriots-Falcons in a rematch of the 28-3 bludgeoning and horrible choke job by the Falcons. Dolphins versus Chiefs, Texans-Lions, Chiefs-Lions, Steelers-Bucks, Lions-Titans with Mason Rudolph as the MVP. That's not good. That's just not good. Oz says, Buddy trolling saying Mason Rudolph is starting. Who said Mason Rudolph was starting? I know I didn't. Someone in the chat did. There you go. Panthers versus Broncos, Super Bowl 50, I think rematch that is. Packers versus Ravens, Ravens versus Cowboys, Texans versus Falcons. Any news on Devin White? No. Ravens versus Cowboys, evil. Robert, putting the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, that's really bold. That's a bold move by you, Robert Bruce, but your rule once we'll let it slide. Eagles versus Ravens, Steelers versus Eagles. Did the Chiefs side Mike Williams? No. Rams by Texans? No. I don't think the Rams will make the Super Bowl. Texans could. Texans, Bucks. Don't think the Bucks will. Bengals are cooked. Sorry, won't happen. I mean, who's the only quarterback in the league who can consistently beat Patrick Mahomes? No problem. It's Joe Burrow. So I don't think the Bengals are cooked. As long as Joe Burrow's around, the Bengals are, in fact, not cooked. But good try there. Mason Rudolph will win the starting job from Matt. No, he won't. Justin Fields to the Giants from Daniel Jones. Maybe. That's not a bad option. Number 4 says Ravens versus Lions. I like that. Steelers versus Packers from Offsides Edits. Colts making any moves? They have made some moves. What are your thoughts on Justin Fields to the Giants? I think it could happen. I don't think it's very likely, but we got some breaking news. Joe Mixon, he was traded to the Texans, but he's signing an extension, a 3-year, $27 million deal. 13 of that is guaranteed. So that's the latest NFL free agency news that has come in around the league. Joe Mixon traded for a conditional 7th-round pick from the Bengals to the Texans. It's a sneaky good move. It feels like it's an upgrade over Devin Singletary. You also got Dameon Pierce. You also have C.J. Stroud. You also have Dalton Schultz. You also have Tank Dell. They got a good team out there. They got Nico Collins. Nico Collins isn't around anymore. No, he's not. He's not. But Joe Mixon, he is earning a new contract with the Texans, signing that extension, 3 years, $27 million. That's not a bad value for a player who's been getting it done for a long, long time, ladies and gentlemen. And really fast, we're at 1,400 people hanging out with us, 1,100 likes. It's some good numbers. Can we get more likes, though? I know not everybody who's hung out with us. I know not every single person who's hanging out with us has liked the video, so hit that thumbs up icon. Smash that thumbs up if you are enjoying what we're doing here. Is that tracker, is that the last thing we're doing on main? Okay. Okay, cool. I'll be fine. Calais Campbell to the Bills from Anthony. Not a bad idea. I like Calais Campbell. He's a veteran. Definitely up there in the age column, but he's effective. Knows how to get it done at the end of the day. What wide receiver should the Giants trade for? Well, I don't know if you have to trade for one, but maybe go pay Michael Thomas. Maybe go get a Marquise Brown. Maybe a Odell Beckham Jr. reunite with him. That'd be pretty cool. Justin Fields to the Cowboys for Trey Lance. Nope. Robert Bruce says Chat Sports rules. No, Robert Bruce, you rule. You rule, my friend. The Broncos should trade for Fields. What happened? Steelers versus Ravens AFC Championship. Eagles versus Lions NFC Championship. Steelers versus Eagles in the Super Bowl. The Battle of Pennsylvania for the Super Bowl down in New Orleans. That'd be a pretty fun one. Zach Wilson to Carolina. Dude, could you imagine what a bunch of Birds fans down in New Orleans on Bourbon Street? Yeah, Birds! And then they'll have a hurricane down their gullet, and they'll have a hand grenade, and then they'll be stumbling around like fools. It'll be hilarious. I love Eagles fans. They're so funny. They're just so funny. Like, I know a lot of people like to hate on the Eagles and the fan base, but dude, you can't tell me they're not entertaining. Like, every single time I see an Eagles fan, a clip on Twitter, Reels, TikTok, whatever, I'm watching it. Like, I love Eagles fans. They're hilarious. They're so funny. They're so passionate. Russ is washed from Donald Duck. Go Birds! Go Birds! You'll know what video I'm talking about when he's doing that in front of that lady's face. It's hilarious. All right, Chiefs versus Eagles rematch for the next Super Bowl. Can you say, hi, my mama's watching? Hello to AJS's mom. Thank you for tuning in. Your kid is awesome for keeping the chat rolling and hanging out with us today. I hope he's had a really, really good time. So shout out to your mom, Joshua Dobbs, MVP Dark Horse. Unless MVP stands for most, I don't even have anything I can give you there. Unless MVP doesn't mean most valuable player, no, that just ain't going to happen. There is a deal I would like to make. I'll tell you what. For every $10 super chat that comes in, wheel spin. Every $10 super chat that comes in while we do what? For the rest of the day, for the rest of the way, the rest of the day, the rest of the time, $10. That's 50% off. $10 wheel spins. We got taking shots. We got doing jumping jacks. We got talk about your team. We got all sorts of cool stuff. So throughout the rest of the show, anytime we get a $10 super chat, we will do a wheel spin for you. And without further ado, we're going to get down and dirty with our tracker cut. We're going to be discussing all the moves that have happened here at NFL Free Agency Day 4. It's been a busy day, not nearly as busy as the first couple, but it's definitely something to talk about, so we're going to get down with that. Y'all, are we ready behind the scenes? All righty. Let me take one quick sip of water, and we can break it down. Got it. Got it. All righty. We're going to talk about all the moves that have happened in Day 4. Be sure to hang out with us, and remember, every $10 super chat that goes on the rest of the show, we're spinning the wheel. It's 50% off. Really good value. NFL Daily is presented by Manscaped, one of my favorite sponsors we have here at Chat Sports. You can get started and get 20% off at Manscaped if you go to manscaped.com/chat. I'm going to tell you all a little bit more about them here in just a few minutes. Guys, take care of some business and help your significant other out. All right, let's go through the free agency tracker of all the moves that have happened today. Miles Killebrew, he signed a 2-year, $6.5 million deal on NFL Free Agency Day 4. Harrison Smith, he is headed back to the Minnesota Vikings. Jamison Crowder moving out to Washington. Offensive tackle Jonah Williams inked a 2-year, $30 million deal. 19 of that is guaranteed. And this one right here, Joe Flacco, the NFL Comeback Player of the Year not too long ago. He got off the couch and said, you know what? I'm going to go sling the rock and go win a handful of football games because I missed that thing. 60.3 completion percentage, 1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He helped keep the Browns' playoff hopes alive. He helped the Browns' offense stay alive. And on top of that, he's now headed out to Indianapolis where he'll back up Anthony Richardson. I like this move for the Colts. It's pretty fun to see Flacco back out on the field. Sheldon Rankins, a big-bodied guy who spent last year with the Houston Texans, a really nice run stopper, 2 years, $26 million deal for the Cincinnati Bengals. And Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, deal with the Titans. You got C.J. Mosley inking a 2-year, $17.25 million deal, 13 and a quarter. That is guaranteed. You've seen a lot of those kind of contracts, 2 years, 17.25, 13 and a quarter guaranteed. That's a very similar contract we've seen to a lot of players getting this offseason. And on top of that, Von Bell, he is headed to Cincinnati. He's a really talented player. He's kind of been around the league a little bit, spent time with the Saints, the Panthers, the Bengals, headed back to Cincinnati. I think that that's a solid move for the Bengals, trying to compete in a really talented AFC conference, and they got to get over the hump of Patrick Mahomes. All right, so give them some credit, everybody. Which team has had the best free agency so far? I hate to be that guy. I hate to admit it. The people who subscribe to my channel, this is going to hurt me to say this, but the Falcons. The Falcons have had an incredible offseason so far. They've had a really good free agency. My honorable mention is the Washington Commanders, but I want to know what you had to say in the comment section. Storm Norton is a familiar face that was with the Atlanta Falcons last year. He's headed back to Atlanta. And joining him is Kadarrell Hodge. Deshaun Elliott, he's headed up to the Steel City. And Josh Johnson, the NFL journeyman, he is headed back to Baltimore to play backup quarterback. Nathan Peterman, speaking of backup QBs, he's going to be competing with Jake Haener in the quarterback room for New Orleans to be the quarterback 2. I think he's a solid option for quarterback 3. It's a vet minimum deal. It's going to be about $1.2 million, considering it's his 7th year in the league. Desmond Ridder, this was a move that shook some things up. He got traded to the Cardinals for Rondale Moore. Now, Ridder was interesting, and he was an intriguing prospect coming out of Cincinnati. He took the Bearcats to the college football playoff, but when he got to the league, it just never quite worked out. He had a 2-2 record in 2022, 6-7 record in 2023. They started Taylor Heineke. They were starting Marcus Mariota in 2022. Like, there was just crazy things going on. The Falcons' offense the last couple of years just could not get their leader. They could not figure out their quarterback. So maybe he'll have a better chance at being more productive in Arizona as the backup for Kyler Murray. Of course, if Kyler can't play again this year, then Desmond Ridder will get some run. Now, Jerry Tillery, a former first-round pick, headed up to Minnesota. Joey Bosa is reuniting with his running mate in Khalil Mack out in Los Angeles on the West Coast. Now, this guy, he's had a really tough time staying on the field the last 2 years. Only 14, excuse me. I'm bad at math. 14 games played in the last 2 seasons. But when he's been on the field, he's put up some decent numbers, but nothing compared to what Khalil Mack has done. Last year, he had 17 sacks. He had 8 sacks in 2022, 6 sacks in just 7 games played in 2021, and 9 sacks in 2020 with the Bears. I like that they're keeping that defensive line intact in Los Angeles. Jesse Minter, the new defensive coordinator, should have a field day with those guys. Jordan Lewis, a defensive back, a cornerback for the Dallas Cowboys. He's re-signing for a 1-year deal. Tershawn Wharton, 1 year, $2.75 million, fully guaranteed. And Kendall Fuller, moving from Washington to the nation's capital, trading in some of that stuff for some Hawaiian shirts, heading down to South Beach. He did have a decent season last year, 9 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. The quarterback rating when targeted is a little high for me, but I also understand that the Commanders didn't have the best team last year. He also gave up only 488 yards, which is a decent amount, but, nothing too wild. Ray McLeod, a speed stir, if I've ever seen one. He's headed out to Atlanta to join Kirk Cousins, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Darnell Mooney. Ray McLeod can also offer some special teams value in DJ Reader. He is a run-stopping defensive tackle moving from Cincinnati out to the Motor City. And I have some more names I want to go through here, but before I do that, I got to give a big-time shout-out to Manscaped for sponsoring today's video. You can get 20% off and free shipping if you use our promo code CHAT when you go to Manscaped. So top of the morning to ya. This episode is brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers Manscaped. This year, don't just chase Rambos. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders and the below-the-kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with the Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. If you head over to manscaped.com and use promo code CHAT, you can get 20% off plus free shipping. One more time, the link is manscaped.com/chat. Use that promo code CHAT. You get 20% off and free shipping. And not only do they help you out below the belt, they also help you out above the waist as well. I can tell you one thing. My girlfriend loves Manscaped, so I encourage you to check it out too. So Arik Armstead was a big-time addition for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Reports were coming in that they were trying to bring back Calvin Ridley. However, the money that they didn't spend on him, picked it up and moved it to Arik Armstead, just like Patrick Starr suggested that one time. In 2023, 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss. He has missed some time over the last couple of years, but he's a very underrated part of a very talented defensive line that has a Nick Bosa, that has a Javon Hargrave, that had Javon Kinlaw as well. I mean, he is a part of a really solid unit defensively, so of course the production might dip when you're having to try and split some time with Nick Bosa. But Sam Howell, a big-time trade that shook some things up. He was traded for a 3rd-round pick, number 78 overall, and a 5th-round pick, number 152 overall. In return, Seattle is getting the backup quarterback for Geno Smith. They're getting number 102 and number 179 overall. Worth noting, the Commanders now have 6 selections inside the top 100. 3 of those are their own. 3 of those were from trading Montez Sweat, Chase Young, and obviously Sam Howell. But let's talk about Howell a little bit more. The former Tar Heel legend, he had a lot of buzz coming out of college, but once he finally got the ability to be a starting QB in this league, underwhelming. We made the joke earlier that he kind of had a Jameis Winston 30 for 30 season. Not quite. It was 21 and 21, but the decision-making not great, less than 4,000 yards. It's not horrible, but again, I feel like this isn't going to move the needle too much for Seattle. I think he's a solid backup option. Honestly, if I was the Seahawks, I would have rather kept Drew Lock around, but we're not talking about Drew Lock today. We were talking about Desmond Ridder and Sam Howell, who are both on new teams, so pick the better quarterback. Think it's the one who took his team to the college football playoff? Or do you think it's Sam Howell, who did make a name for himself in the Carolina Blue? Just type R for Ridder, type H for Howell, and let me know in the comment section what you think. Devin Bush, he spent time with the Pittsburgh Steelers, spent a year with the Seattle Seahawks. He is now headed to the land to team up with Kevin Stefanski, Myles Garrett, and a really solid defensive unit there that also has Zadarius Smith returning. DJ Wonnum, it's a 2-year deal for the Carolina Panthers. I love this addition for Carolina. They need to stay competitive in the NFC South. It's a weak division, and I think that this can give them a little bit of a boost. CJ Goodwin, he is headed on a 1-year deal with the Cowboys. He's sticking around out there. The Cowboys have only made 1 signing of an external player. So, figure it out, Jerry. And Tim Settle, it's a 2-year, up to $7 million deal. But a big-time update that we're getting in just a few moments ago, we got Joe Mixon. So he was traded to the Texans from the Bengals for a conditional 7th-round pick. But he just signed an extension with Houston, and it's worth 3 years and $27 million. 13 of that is guaranteed. I think this is a really sneaky good move for Houston. They lost Devin Singletary in free agency. He's headed up to the Giants. But Joe Mixon can be a sneaky good addition for that offensive unit that has talent in Dalton Schultz, C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Dameon Pierce. I think he's in a really good situation in Houston. And on top of that, I think that he can add a little bit of more of a pop to that offensive side of the ball that's really got things moving. Curtis Samuel, we got some news there for you as well. The Buffalo Bills inking a 3-year, $24 million deal for the wide receiver, $15 million guaranteed. And this guy is pretty solid, if you ask me. He hasn't ever really had that breakout year. In 2020 with the Panthers, 850 yards. That's not bad by any means. I want to make that clear. But he just hasn't quite gotten over the hump. He hasn't quite broken out in the last handful of years. But with a better quarterback and a better situation in Josh Allen and the Bills offense, maybe that's something that can help him out as well. It also could take some pressure off of Stephon Diggs, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, all those guys out there as well. who are pass catchers in Buffalo. So there you go. Name your favorite free agent left. Who is it? I want you guys to get down in the comment section. I can tell you mine. It's Justin Simmons. I really like that safety. I think he's a really good player. And if you're watching this and he got signed, I'll tell you what, it's probably a good move for whoever signed him. And guys, before we hop on out of here, I want to give a quick reminder to subscribe to Chat Sports for nonstop coverage all offseason long. We don't do just NFL. We don't do just NBA. We don't do just college sports. We do everything. So lock us in, subscribe today, so that way you can be a smarter fan of your favorite team. All righty. Curtis Samuel, that was some breaking news that came in while we were in the cut. So I want to just give a big-time shout-out to producer Jack and producer Sam for holding it down for us and getting those graphics updated ASAP. I mean, we got the best in the biz here in the studio. Shout out to them. They are legends. But I want to keep giving you shout-outs in the comment section. So let me know what team. We're going to do something real quick. Did we get any $10 super chats, by the way? No super chats. No worries. Coolio. Great this signing. Curtis Samuel. It's brand new. Just came in. 3 years, $24 million deal, 15 guaranteed. Is it an A, B, C, D, or read between the lines, an F? All right, Donald Lear says B. Devonta Bradley says B. Elite Tyler says B. Jonathan says B+. Lil Stu, C-. I'd give it a B. Like, I don't think it's a bad addition. 3 years, 24 million. Just over 7-ish million a year, 8 million. It's not bad. 15 guaranteed. It's not terrible. We got B from Joe. A from Cottage, D from Christopher Flores. Jeffrey says A. Levy says could have used it on Gabe. I will agree with you there. B+ from Quadzilla. F from Basic. Should have kept Davis. A lot of people saying they wanted to keep Gabe Davis. Akiva says F. He's peppering the chat with the F. Here's our super chat menu, NFL fans. $2. We'll give you a beers cheers. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, I'll give you a red hot take, more red than my face. $20, I'll give you a wheel spin. But we have a deal for you. It's actually 10. It's actually 10 because we wanted to give you guys a special flash deal there. And, of course, $50, we'll do a beer bong or shotgun, and I'll put it down in less than 4 seconds. I guarantee it. All right. Every time I've asked, you guys have come through for me. One more time. One more time. You got to celebrate. Oh, yeah. All right. We get to dancing. All right. Can we get to 700? I need 62. Not 69. That would be pretty cool. But 62. I just need 61 now. That's really good mental math for the Arkansas graduate. Hey, I passed my math classes, and that's what's important. The transcript, you don't need to see it. We need 41 subs. We need 42 subs. So help a brother out. If you enjoy the NFL, if you love college sports, if you love the NBA, this is the channel for you. We go live for all of these big events. We give you guys real, authentic takes and opinions. And on top of that, we give you guys excellent analysis that's informative and entertaining. We take so much pride in being an interactive channel, and we want you to join our family. We need, come on, let's go. Let's go. I'll tell you what, free shotgun if we can get to 367,700. Free shotgun. That's a $50 value for free. For free. So there you have it. Keep it moving. I want to keep pumping it up. We're going to pump you up. Let's give a shout out to everyone who has been subscribed. Robert Bruce says the Razorbacks rule. No, Robert, you rule, my friend. Shout out to you. Johnny asking, why isn't Fields a Patriot? I don't know. But I do. That's a good question. Honestly, it feels like that could be a good fit there. But keep on going. I want everyone, if you've subbed, type sub in the chat. Type sub in the chat if you have subbed. Because I also want everyone who's tuning in now, who's clicking into the video to see, we got to get here. We got to join this squad. If we have over 1,000 people typing sub, It's going to make me want to join the squad. So I'm giving shout-outs to everyone who is subscribed. We got Joe, Cottage, Robert Bruce, Cloak, Brooks, Yonatan, Richard, King Confidence, Joe, Theo, Cottage, Richard, Daniel, Joe, Zapped, Stoney, Robert Bruce, Johnny, Zapped, I Alternate. That's a really funny name. Richard, Theo Parks, Cottage, Andrew, Diesel, Israel, Akiva, Zapped, Superstar, Theo, Richard, Robert, KN, Nathan, Theo, Richard, Joe, Garrett, Cottage, Israel, Superstar, Richard, Ben, Robert, Theo. Keep going. Keep going. Who wants a shout out? Who wants a shout out? I Alternate, Richard, Richard again, but a different Richard. Richard the Michigan fan. Robert Bruce, Tyrek, Theo, Yonatan, Johnny, Richard, Theo, Aiden, Gabriel, Robert, Joe, Yonatan, Brooks, Aiden, Richard, Theo, Robert, Alex, Johnny, Aiden, Akiva, Goody One Kenobi. Great name there. Dax C, Theo Parks, Richard Potts, Robert Bruce, Richard Lococo, Israel Lopez, Eric, Lil Stu, Eric Blair, Theo Parks, Donald Lear, Robert Bruce, Dax C, Lil Stu, Cottage, Nathan, X Hours, Superstar Productions, Mr. Miami, Robert Potts. Keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what we're doing here. Free beer shotgun if we can get less than 40 subs. I need 40 subs and I'm giving you a free shotgun. Come on now. We got Cottage, Richard, Topher. Shout out to Topher. Thank you for joining the squad, man. Kaylee, Robert, Richard, Denrod, Aiden, Phil, Yonatan, Frank, Robert, Aiden, Mark, Matthew, Mike, Yeet Skeet, Kelly, TK, Ski, Muscle Crew, Joe, Stoney, Max Prods, Robert. Keep it moving. One more. Hold on. Give me one more. Just give me one more. Give me one more. Give me one. Oh, come on. Come on. We were so close to something really good there. We were so close to something really fun there. And you ruined it. I didn't. You did. We were so close to having some jokes there. But you messed it up. Max Prods, Mr. 420, Vectus, Richard, Feliciano, Max, Robert, or one away. The nice, how much I like. Okay, it's done. You guys didn't want to have fun. All right, Corey Pierce, Max, Garrett, Stoney, Richard, Nathan. Thank you guys for subscribing and joining our squad. I know y'all are subscribing and unsubscribing because you think it's hilarious and you're trying to troll a little bit. Totally understand it. I would do the same thing if I was you. But don't forget to resubscribe before you hop on out of here. We're about to send this thing to loop. If we get one more sub, I'll sign off in a Borat voice. All right, we're heading out of here. This has been NFL Daily. This is the coverage of the NFL free agency. Therefore, I very much so like the moves. And if you want to say subscribed, I encourage you to watch the loop for NFL Daily. Then that's how much I like. There you go. Thank you guys for hanging out with us during our live coverage of NFL free agency on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. We'll see you guys next time. Peace. NFL Daily is presented by Manscaped, one of my favorite sponsors we have here at Chat Sports. You can get started and get 20% off at Manscaped if you go to manscaped.com/chat. I'm going to tell you all a little bit more about them here in just a few minutes. Guys, take care of some business and help your significant other out. All right, let's go through the free agency tracker of all the moves that have happened today. Miles Killebrew, he signed a 2-year, $6.5 million deal on NFL free agency day 4. Harrison Smith, he is headed back to the Minnesota Vikings. Jamison Crowder moving out to Washington. Offensive tackle Jonah Williams inked a 2-year, $30 million deal. 19 of that is guaranteed. And this one right here, Joe Flacco, the NFL Comeback Player of the Year not too long ago. He got off the couch and said, you know what? I'm going to go sling the rock and go win a handful of football games because I missed that thing. 60.3 completion percentage, 1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He helped keep the Browns' playoff hopes alive. He helped the Browns' offense stay alive. And on top of that, he's now headed out to Indianapolis where he'll back up Anthony Richardson. I like this move for the Colts. It's pretty fun to see Flacco back out on the field. Sheldon Rankins, a big-bodied guy who spent last year with the Houston Texans, a really nice run stopper, 2 years, $26 million deal for the Cincinnati Bengals. And Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, deal with the Titans. You got C.J. Mosley inking a 2 year, $17.25 million deal, 13 and a quarter. That is guaranteed. You've seen a lot of those kind of contracts, 2 years, 17.25, 13 and a quarter guaranteed. That's a very similar contract we've seen to a lot of players getting this offseason. And on top of that, Von Bell, he is headed to Cincinnati. He's a really talented player. He's kind of been around the league a little bit, spent time with the Saints, the Panthers, the Bengals, headed back to Cincinnati. I think that that's a solid move for the Bengals, trying to compete in a really talented AFC conference, and they got to get over the hump of Patrick Mahomes. All right, so give them some credit, everybody. Which team has had the best free agency so far? I hate to be that guy. I hate to admit it. The people who subscribe to my channel, this is going to hurt me to say this, but the Falcons. The Falcons have had an incredible offseason so far. They've had a really good free agency. My honorable mention is the Washington Commanders, but I want to know what you had to say in the comment section. Storm Norton is a familiar face that was with the Atlanta Falcons last year. He's headed back to Atlanta. And joining him is Kadarrell Hodge. Deshaun Elliott, he's headed up to the Steel City. And Josh Johnson, the NFL journeyman, he is headed back to Baltimore to play backup quarterback. Nathan Peterman, speaking of backup QBs, he's going to be competing with Jake Haener in the quarterback room for New Orleans to be the quarterback 2. I think he's a solid option for quarterback 3. It's a vet minimum deal. It's going to be about $1.2 million, considering it's his 7th year in the league. Desmond Ridder, this was a move that shook some things up. He got traded to the Cardinals for Rondale Moore. Now, Ridder was interesting, and he was an intriguing prospect coming out of Cincinnati. He took the Bearcats to the college football playoff, but when he got to the league, it just never quite worked out. He had a 2-2 record in 2022, 6-7 record in 2023. They started Taylor Heineke. They were starting Marcus Mariota in 2022. Like, there was just crazy things going on. The Falcons' offense the last couple of years just could not get their leader. They could not figure out their quarterback. So maybe he'll have a better chance at being more productive in Arizona as the backup for Kyler Murray. Of course, if Kyler can't play again this year, then Desmond Ridder will get some run. Now, Jerry Tillery, a former first-round pick, headed up to Minnesota. Joey Bosa is reuniting with his running mate in Khalil Mack out in Los Angeles on the West Coast. Now, this guy, he's had a really tough time staying on the field the last 2 years. Only 14, excuse me. I'm bad at math. 14 games played in the last 2 seasons. But when he's been on the field, he's put up some decent numbers, but nothing compared to what Khalil Mack has done. Last year, he had 17 sacks. He had 8 sacks in 2022, 6 sacks in just 7 games played in 2021, and 9 sacks in 2020 with the Bears. I like that they're keeping that defensive line intact in Los Angeles. Jesse Minter, the new defensive coordinator, should have a field day with those guys. Jordan Lewis, a defensive back, a cornerback for the Dallas Cowboys. He's re-signing for a 1-year deal. Tershawn Wharton, 1 year, $2.75 million, fully guaranteed. And Kendall Fuller, moving from Washington to the nation's capital, trading in some of that stuff for some Hawaiian shirts, heading down to South Beach. He did have a decent season last year, 9 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. The quarterback rating when targeted is a little high for me, but I also understand that the Commanders didn't have the best team last year. He also gave up only 488 yards, which is a decent amount, but, nothing too wild. Ray McLeod, a speed stir, if I've ever seen one. He's headed out to Atlanta to join Kirk Cousins, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Darnell Mooney. Ray McLeod can also offer some special teams value in DJ Reader. He is a run-stopping defensive tackle moving from Cincinnati out to the Motor City. And I have some more names I want to go through here, but before I do that, I got to give a big-time shout-out to Manscaped for sponsoring today's video. You can get 20% off and free shipping if you use our promo code CHAT when you go to Manscaped. So top of the morning to ya. This episode is brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers Manscaped. This year, don't just chase Rambos. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders and the below-the-kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with the Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. If you head over to manscaped.com and use promo code CHAT, you can get 20% off plus free shipping. One more time, the link is manscaped.com/chat. Use that promo code CHAT. You get 20% off and free shipping. And not only do they help you out below the belt, they also help you out above the waist as well. I can tell you one thing. My girlfriend loves Manscaped, so I encourage you to check it out too. So Arik Armstead was a big-time addition for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Reports were coming in that they were trying to bring back Calvin Ridley. However, the money that they didn't spend on him, picked it up and moved it to Arik Armstead, just like Patrick Starr suggested that one time. In 2023, 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss. He has missed some time over the last couple of years, but he's a very underrated part of a very talented defensive line that has a Nick Bosa, that has a Javon Hargrave, that had Javon Kinlaw as well. I mean, he is a part of a really solid unit defensively, so of course the production might dip when you're having to try and split some time with Nick Bosa. But Sam Howell, a big-time trade that shook some things up. He was traded for a 3rd-round pick, number 78 overall, and a 5th-round pick, number 152 overall. In return, Seattle is getting the backup quarterback for Geno Smith. They're getting number 102 and number 179 overall. Worth noting, the Commanders now have 6 selections inside the top 100. 3 of those are their own. 3 of those were from trading Montez Sweat, Chase Young, and obviously Sam Howell. But let's talk about Howell a little bit more. The former Tar Heel legend, he had a lot of buzz coming out of college, but once he finally got the ability to be a starting QB in this league, underwhelming. We made the joke earlier that he kind of had a Jameis Winston 30 for 30 season. Not quite. It was 21 and 21, but the decision-making not great, less than 4,000 yards. It's not horrible, but again, I feel like this isn't going to move the needle too much for Seattle. I think he's a solid backup option. Honestly, if I was the Seahawks, I would have rather kept Drew Lock around, but we're not talking about Drew Lock today. We were talking about Desmond Ridder and Sam Howell, who are both on new teams, so pick the better quarterback. Think it's the one who took his team to the college football playoff? Or do you think it's Sam Howell, who did make a name for himself in the Carolina Blue? Just type R for Ridder, type H for Howell, and let me know in the comment section what you think. Devin Bush, he spent time with the Pittsburgh Steelers, spent a year with the Seattle Seahawks. He is now headed to the land to team up with Kevin Stefanski, Myles Garrett, and a really solid defensive unit there that also has Zadarius Smith returning. DJ Wonnum, it's a 2-year deal for the Carolina Panthers. I love this addition for Carolina. They need to stay competitive in the NFC South. It's a weak division, and I think that this can give them a little bit of a boost. CJ Goodwin, he is headed on a 1-year deal with the Cowboys. He's sticking around out there. The Cowboys have only made 1 signing of an external player. So, figure it out, Jerry. And Tim Settle, it's a 2-year, up to $7 million deal. But a big-time update that we're getting in just a few moments ago, we got Joe Mixon. So he was traded to the Texans from the Bengals for a conditional 7th-round pick. But he just signed an extension with Houston, and it's worth 3 years and $27 million. 13 of that is guaranteed. I think this is a really sneaky good move for Houston. They lost Devin Singletary in free agency. He's headed up to the Giants. But Joe Mixon can be a sneaky good addition for that offensive unit that has talent in Dalton Schultz, C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Dameon Pierce. I think he's in a really good situation in Houston. And on top of that, I think that he can add a little bit of more of a pop to that offensive side of the ball that's really got things moving. Curtis Samuel, we got some news there for you as well. The Buffalo Bills inking a 3-year, $24 million deal for the wide receiver, $15 million guaranteed. And this guy is pretty solid, if you ask me. He hasn't ever really had that breakout year. In 2020 with the Panthers, 850 yards. That's not bad by any means. I want to make that clear. But he just hasn't quite gotten over the hump. He hasn't quite broken out in the last handful of years. But with a better quarterback and a better situation in Josh Allen and the Bills offense, maybe that's something that can help him out as well. It also could take some pressure off of Stephon Diggs, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, all those guys out there as well who are pass catchers in Buffalo. So there you go. Name your favorite free agent left. Who is it? I want you guys to get down in the comment section. I can tell you mine. It's Justin Simmons. I really like that safety. I think he's a really good player. And if you're watching this and he got signed, I'll tell you what, it's probably a good move for whoever signed him. And guys, before we hop on out of here, I want to give a quick reminder to subscribe to Chat Sports for nonstop coverage all offseason long. We don't do just NFL. We don't do just NBA. We don't do just college sports. We do everything. So lock us in, subscribe today, so that way you can be a smarter fan of your favorite team. NFL Daily is presented by Manscaped, one of my favorite sponsors we have here at Chat Sports. You can get started and get 20% off at Manscaped if you go to manscaped.com/chat. I'm going to tell you all a little bit more about them here in just a few minutes. Guys, take care of some business and help your significant other out. All right, let's go through the free agency tracker of all the moves that have happened today. Miles Killebrew, he signed a 2-year, $6.5 million deal on NFL free agency day 4. Harrison Smith, he is headed back to the Minnesota Vikings. Jamison Crowder moving out to Washington. Offensive tackle Jonah Williams inked a 2-year, $30 million deal. 19 of that is guaranteed. And this one right here, Joe Flacco, the NFL Comeback Player of the Year not too long ago. He got off the couch and said, you know what? I'm going to go sling the rock and go win a handful of football games because I missed that thing. 60.3 completion percentage, 1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He helped keep the Browns' playoff hopes alive. He helped the Browns' offense stay alive. And on top of that, he's now headed out to Indianapolis where he'll back up Anthony Richardson. I like this move for the Colts. It's pretty fun to see Flacco back out on the field. Sheldon Rankin's a big-bodied guy who spent last year with the Houston Texans, a really nice run stopper, 2 years, $26 million deal for the Cincinnati Bengals. And Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, deal with the Titans. You got C.J. Mosley inking a 2-year, $17.25 million deal, 13 and a quarter. That is guaranteed. You've seen a lot of those kind of contracts, 2 years, 17.25, 13 and a quarter guaranteed. That's a very similar contract we've seen to a lot of players getting this offseason. And on top of that, Von Bell, he is headed to Cincinnati. He's a really talented player. He's kind of been around the league a little bit, spent time with the Saints, the Panthers, the Bengals, headed back to Cincinnati. I think that that's a solid move for the Bengals, trying to compete in a really talented AFC conference, and they got to get over the hump of Patrick Mahomes. All right, so give them some credit, everybody. Which team has had the best free agency so far? I hate to be that guy. I hate to admit it. The people who subscribe to my channel, this is going to hurt me to say this, but the Falcons. The Falcons have had an incredible offseason so far. They've had a really good free agency. My honorable mention is the Washington Commanders, but I want to know what you had to say in the comment section. Storm Norton is a familiar face that was with the Atlanta Falcons last year. He's headed back to Atlanta. And joining him is Kadarrell Hodge. Deshaun Elliott, he's headed up to the Steel City. And Josh Johnson, the NFL journeyman, he is headed back to Baltimore to play backup quarterback. Nathan Peterman, speaking of backup QBs, he's going to be competing with Jake Haener in the quarterback room for New Orleans to be the quarterback 2. I think he's a solid option for quarterback 3. It's a vet minimum deal. It's going to be about $1.2 million, considering it's his 7th year in the league. Desmond Ridder, this was a move that shook some things up. He got traded to the Cardinals for Rondale Moore. Now, Ridder was interesting, and he was an intriguing prospect coming out of Cincinnati. He took the Bearcats to the college football playoff. But when he got to the league, it just never quite worked out. He had a 2-2 record in 2022, 6-7 record in 2023. They started Taylor Heineke. They were starting Marcus Mariota in 2022. Like, there was just crazy things going on. The Falcons' offense the last couple of years just could not get their leader. They could not figure out their quarterback. So maybe he'll have a better chance at being more productive in Arizona as the backup for Kyler Murray. Of course, if Kyler can't play again this year, then Desmond Ridder will get some run. Now, Jerry Tillery, a former first-round pick, headed up to Minnesota. Joey Bosa is reuniting with his running mate in Khalil Mack out in Los Angeles on the West Coast. Now, this guy, he's had a really tough time staying on the field the last 2 years. Only 14, excuse me. I'm bad at math. 14 games played in the last 2 seasons. But when he's been on the field, he's put up some decent numbers, but nothing compared to what Khalil Mack has done. Last year, he had 17 sacks. He had 8 sacks in 2022, 6 sacks in just 7 games played in 2021, and 9 sacks in 2020 with the Bears. I like that they're keeping that defensive line intact in Los Angeles. Jesse Minter, the new defensive coordinator, should have a field day with those guys. Jordan Lewis, a defensive back, a cornerback for the Dallas Cowboys. He's re-signing for a 1-year deal. Tershawn Wharton, 1 year, $2.75 million, fully guaranteed. And Kendall Fuller, moving from Washington to the nation's capital, trading in some of that stuff for some Hawaiian shirts, heading down to South Beach. He did have a decent season last year, 9 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. The quarterback rating when targeted is a little high for me, but I also understand that the Commanders didn't have the best team last year. He also gave up only 488 yards, which is a decent amount, but, nothing too wild. Ray McLeod, a speed stir, if I've ever seen one. He's headed out to Atlanta to join Kirk Cousins, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Darnell Mooney. Ray McLeod can also offer some special teams value in DJ Reader. He is a run-stopping defensive tackle moving from Cincinnati out to the Motor City. And I have some more names I want to go through here, but before I do that, I got to give a big-time shout-out to Manscaped for sponsoring today's video. You can get 20% off and free shipping if you use our promo code CHAT when you go to Manscaped. So top of the morning to ya. This episode is brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers Manscaped. This year, don't just chase rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders and the below-the-kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with the Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. If you head over to manscaped.com and use promo code CHAT, you can get 20% off plus free shipping. One more time, the link is manscaped.com/chat. Use that promo code CHAT. You get 20% off and free shipping. And not only do they help you out below the belt, they also help you out above the waist as well. I can tell you one thing. My girlfriend loves Manscaped, so I encourage you to check it out too. So Arik Armstead was a big-time addition for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Reports were coming in that they were trying to bring back Calvin Ridley. However, the money that they didn't spend on him, picked it up and moved it to Arik Armstead, just like Patrick Starr suggested that one time. In 2023, 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss. He has missed some time over the last couple of years, but he's a very underrated part of a very talented defensive line that has a Nick Bosa, that has a Javon Hargrave, that had Javon Kinlaw as well. I mean, he is a part of a really solid unit defensively, so of course the production might dip when you're having to try and split some time with Nick Bosa. But Sam Howell, a big-time trade that shook some things up. He was traded for a 3rd-round pick, number 78 overall, and a 5th-round pick, number 152 overall. In return, Seattle is getting the backup quarterback for Geno Smith. They're getting number 102 and number 179 overall. Worth noting, the Commanders now have 6 selections inside the top 100. 3 of those are their own. 3 of those were from trading Montez Sweat, Chase Young, and obviously Sam Howell. But let's talk about Howell a little bit more. The former Tar Heel legend, he had a lot of buzz coming out of college, but once he finally got the ability to be a starting QB in this league, underwhelming. We made the joke earlier that he kind of had a Jameis Winston 30 for 30 season. Not quite. It was 21 and 21, but the decision making not great. Less than 4,000 yards. It's not horrible, but again, I feel like this isn't going to move the needle too much for Seattle. I think he's a solid backup option. Honestly, if I was the Seahawks, I would have rather kept Drew Lock around, but we're not talking about Drew Lock today. We were talking about Desmond Ridder and Sam Howell, who are both on new teams, so pick the better quarterback. Think it's the one who took his team to the college football playoff, or do you think it's Sam Howell, who did make a name for himself in the Carolina Blue? Just type R for Ridder, type H for Howell, and let me know in the comment section what you think. Devin Bush, he spent time with the Pittsburgh Steelers, spent a year with the Seattle Seahawks. He is now headed to the land to team up with Kevin Stefanski, Myles Garrett, and a really solid defensive unit there that also has Zadarius Smith returning. DJ Wonnum, it's a 2-year deal for the Carolina Panthers. I love this addition for Carolina. They need to stay competitive in the NFC South. It's a weak division, and I think that this can give them a little bit of a boost. CJ Goodwin, he is headed on a 1-year deal with the Cowboys. He's sticking around out there. The Cowboys have only made one signing of an external player. So, figure it out, Jerry. And Tim Settle, it's a 2-year, up to $7 million deal. But a big-time update that we're getting in just a few moments ago, we got Joe Mixon. So he was traded to the Texans from the Bengals for a conditional 7th-round pick. But he just signed an extension with Houston, and it's worth 3 years and $27 million. 13 of that is guaranteed. I think this is a really sneaky good move for Houston. They lost Devin Singletary in free agency. He's headed up to the Giants. But Joe Mixon can be a sneaky good addition for that offensive unit that has talent in Dalton Schultz, C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Dameon Pierce. I think he's in a really good situation in Houston. And on top of that, I think that he can add a little bit of more of a pop to that offensive side of the ball that's really got things moving. Curtis Samuel, we got some news there for you as well. The Buffalo Bills inking a 3-year, $24 million deal for the wide receiver, $15 million guaranteed. And this guy is pretty solid, if you ask me. He hasn't ever really had that breakout year. In 2020 with the Panthers, 850 yards. That's not bad by any means. I want to make that clear. But he just hasn't quite gotten over the hump. He hasn't quite broken out in the last handful of years. But with a better quarterback and a better situation in Josh Allen and the Bills offense, maybe that's something that can help him out as well. It also could take some pressure off of Stephon Diggs, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, all those guys out there as well who are pass catchers in Buffalo. So there you go. Name your favorite free agent left. Who is it? I want you guys to get down in the comment section. I can tell you mine. It's Justin Simmons. I really like that safety. I think he's a really good player. And if you're watching this and he got signed, I'll tell you what, it's probably a good move for whoever signed him. And guys, before we hop on out of here, I want to give a quick reminder to subscribe to Chat Sports for nonstop coverage all offseason long. We don't do just NFL. We don't do just NBA. We don't do just college sports. We do everything. So lock us in, subscribe today, so that way you can be a smarter fan of your favorite team.